race to 270. At this hour, Donald Trump is projected to have won all of the red states that you're seeing there. They include, of course, Florida and South Carolina, Texas, but the most notable one at this hour is North Carolina.
Yeah, we're at 230 electoral college votes, obviously 270 to win, and the states that are not colored in are the states that we are waiting to get confirmation for. Of course, Pennsylvania, super critical. Michigan, Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall, which, by the way, cracked in 2016, still uncalled. Georgia, critical. Fulton County there with Atlanta, and, of course, Nevada and Arizona. New Mexico, still uncalled. New Mexico, though, thought to be more safely in the hands of Vice President Harris. But again, anything certainly is possible.
Well, as expected, the presidential race is coming down to a handful of nail-biters in the battleground states. And the first one we're going to look at here is Pennsylvania. It has 19 electoral votes. And right now, this is too close to call. Let's put up Pennsylvania right now. What we're seeing is that Pennsylvania has been in the Democratic strongholds of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and Harrisburg. We're working on bringing this up for you right now. But what we've seen is that those states have seen some turnout that has been comparable to years past. But what we have also seen is that former President Donald Trump has been able to switch some of the areas where he lost the last time.
And the graphics are cycling as we go on, so we'll get Pennsylvania up when we can. According to NBC News, you got 84% of the vote that is in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump right now leading 51.3% to 47.6%. And as we showed in our election road trip contest, there are really a couple of counties there. We talk about these battleground states. No, truly battleground counties. You're looking at Northampton County, which is Easton on the eastern part of the state, Erie, where we were as well, Pittsburgh, suddenly in play as well. So Pennsylvania, right now, Trump with a lead with 84% of the expected votes in, but still about 1.13 million left. Meantime, let's go ahead and check Michigan with its 15 electoral votes. All right. I believe we're going to...
Okay, let's go to Washington, D.C. now, where Emily Wilkins is standing by. We want to get a check on the House races and the Senate races right now and where things stand. Emily, bring us up to speed.
Hey, Contessa. So it's been a very interesting evening so far. Similar to the presidential, we still have a lot left that we don't know. But let's go ahead and start with where we're at the Senate at this hour. As you can see, it's still a number of races yet to be called. But at this point, Republicans have secured a major win with the state of Ohio, flipping that from Democrat control in the Senate. Senator Sherrod Brown is now going to be won by Bernie Moreno, the Republican. And that plus West Virginia, which was also expected to go into Republican control with the retirement of Joe Manchin, means that at this point, Republicans have picked up 2, which is all that they really needed to be able to control the chamber next year. Now, of course, there are a number of other Senate races to keep an eye on. One I'm particularly interested in is in Nebraska. That one's been a little bit of a surprise, but you actually have independent Dan Osborne running there against Republican Deb Fischer. It will be very interesting to see what the balance is if you have a true independent win, because at this point, it's not clear who he might caucus with and who he might give his vote to. So that's the lay of the land in the Senate. Going now to the House, this one is really a nail biter. I mean, you've seen a number of these races be so close and yet not yet called. But at this point, both Democrats and Republicans have reasons to feel good. Democrats have picked up a seat in New York, New York's 22nd district. They've also made some good headway in other potential toss-up races. But you've seen Republicans win in competitive seats in Iowa and New Jersey. They're not pickups, but they're seats where the Republican that was up for their reelection faced a really stiff competition, and they wound up now winning. Of course, a lot left to go with the House. There's a chance we won't even get a call until next week because there's always California, number of competitive seats there. They take a while to call. But at this point, we're looking at whatever party that might win control of the House. It's likely to be narrow margins, and as we've seen for the last 2 years, that can cause a lot of chaos for the party that's trying to get stuff done. Guys?
Emily, thank you so much for keeping us up to date about the way these races are unfolding. We do have breaking news now on Hawaii. NBC News now projects Vice President Harris will win its 4 electoral votes. Those go into Kamala Harris's column.
Yes, there's 4 more, but again, the big states that we are still waiting on, of course, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, Nevada and Arizona, those are still too close to call. We're not just watching the polls, folks. We're following the money in a very unique and exclusive way to CNBC. We have built basically custom stock portfolios for each candidate using data and research from Wall Street research that we have access to. Stocks that Wall Street thinks may benefit from a Trump win, and stocks that Wall Street thinks may benefit from a Harris victory. It is nonpartisan, fact-based data and analysis you're only going to see here on CNBC, and it could tell the story as the market moves. We're also going to look at the market indexes, stock futures. They are higher. Bond markets, bonds selling, yields are up. What about gold? An inflation thing. Trump victory, king of debt as they call him. Maybe gold goes up. And, of course, some of the political prediction, not betting.
Not betting.
They are not. You will say that.
Because betting is not permitted in any state in the United States.
Correct. So these are the prediction markets. There's a few. We look at predict it. Going into this morning, Vice President Harris had a slight lead. Right now, predict it is giving Donald Trump not a 94% chance because they don't add up to 100, but the money is right now in a big way on the former President Donald Trump.
It is a wager of sorts. It's where it gives you a snapshot of sentiment in time of where they think the money is going.
And if people put a lot of money onto Donald Trump, which is actually the blue line at the bottom of the chart that you're looking at, it's been a very profitable trade, assuming this is how it ends up. It could flip backwards, and then you're going to be caught out. All right, let's get also a look at the broader market moves that are happening right now, because there are futures trading. We've got London and Europe about to open as well. Parts of Asia already opening too, and get a broader look at the market moves that are happening in response to these results. And for that, we've got Frank Holland and more special guests. Frank.
All right, Brian and Contessa, let's take a look at it right now. First, we're going to begin with the futures you were just mentioning. Certainly a snapshot of what we're seeing right now. So we're seeing across the board futures in the green. The S&P up just over 1%. Same story for the Dow and for the NASDAQ. And now we want to look at how these S&P futures, they've traded over the past 6 hours. Taking a look right here, we're going to show it to you. So look at the upward moves here. So let's go back down over to here. This is about 7 o'clock. This is when the polls closed in Georgia and the majority of Florida. Remember, there's some time zone differences. We continue to move higher here in the futures, 8 o'clock. This is when the polls closed in Pennsylvania and the majority of Michigan. Again, some time zone differences within the state. Then we see some big upside moves as more polls close throughout the morning. This is a 6-hour chart. We're going to continue to track the moves on the S&P. But you can see here at about 10 o'clock, futures stabilizing as far as the S&P right here, staying at this level right now, up above just about 1%. We also want to take a look at the Russell 2000 futures. Now, this is very important. Tied, the Russell 2000 futures, by the way, the best performer out of the major indices, up 2.5%. But a lot of people see this tied very closely to a Trump victory. The idea there'll be lower corporate taxes and also more domestic production. So a very similar story. About 7 o'clock, we see some key polls close in Georgia and also the majority of Florida. Then 8 o'clock, similar story again, time zone differences, Pennsylvania and Michigan, upward moves, and then a stabilization across 10 o'clock as we've seen, more returns come in and more states being called in this election. We want to move on. We want to take a look at the U.S. dollar, also being closely tied by many investors to a so-called Trump trade. We've seen some upward moves on the dollar, up about 1%, but upward moves in the dollar over recent days. Here we're seeing about 9 o'clock, the sharpest move to the upside. This is when some more polls were closing, and then a stabilization across 10 o'clock, as we've seen in the markets as well. And we also want to take a look at U.S. Treasuries, specifically the benchmark, the 10-year. Take a look right here. So polls close at 7 o'clock. Upward move, stabilization at 10 o'clock. Very similar story. We've seen an upward move on these yields right now at 4.39. Earlier today, when I was doing worldwide exchange at about 5 a.m. this morning, Brian, we're at about 4.3, so almost a 10 basis point move to the upside. And we got to check Bitcoin. We're seeing some history when it comes to Bitcoin. Historically, hitting a high over 75,000, actually pulled back just a bit, but still up about 6.5%. Again, this is also tied to that so-called Trump trade. Right now, as I mentioned, up just about 6.5%, trading just under 74,000. And of course, as Brian, as you mentioned, markets all around the world, they are closely following these election returns. Let's take a look at Asia. Right now, we're seeing Japan's Nikkei 225 up 2%, just crossing 2% right now. The Shanghai Composite essentially flat right now, but we're a lot of pressure on the Hang Seng and on the South Korean Kospi right now. The Hang Seng down over 2.5%. We're also going to be following the European markets when they open starting at 3 a.m. Eastern. But before they open, Brian, very important to note, we're going to get the futures for the German DAX, biggest economy in Europe, probably an indicator of the sentiment over there. Brian and Contessa, back over to you.
Yeah, Frank, great stuff. I know you're going to be with us the entire 5 hours, as well as some of the macro stuff Frank was looking at, guys. Of course, anything having to do with the Inflation Reduction Act, so-called clean or renewable energy. You've got solar energy stocks. You got First Solar. You got the ETF, the TAN, which is the solar ETF, Enphase. Anything, Contessa, having to do with money from the Inflation Reduction Act that would go to these energy projects. Former President Trump says he basically just wants to gut it. He wants to claw the money back. I think a lot of states that are getting that money, regardless of their political persuasion, may see it differently. But those stocks down 5, 6, 7, or 8%. In fact, SolarEdge, one of these solar companies, down 8% right now.
For some reaction to all of these race and market developments, let's bring in the former SEC chair, Jay Clayton, who's also a CNBC contributor. First of all, set the scene for us. When you're watching these returns coming in, are you correlating what you're seeing with the markets with the so-called Trump trade?
Well, I think what we saw with almost all those markets was pretty correlated moves, including the prediction market. So right around 10 o'clock, the prediction market moved. And markets don't trade on certainty. They trade on probability of future events. I think we've seen all the markets move. And maybe it's the Trump trade. I think that's the market sentiment. But it's also a certainty trade. Like, a lot of people went into this day saying, will we have an outcome on Wednesday? Will we have an outcome on Thursday? Are we going to have a problem? It now looks more certain that we'll have an outcome sooner rather than later. That's good for markets in itself.
We've had very few reports of election abnormalities. There have been a few reports of bomb threats being called in cases where law enforcement said there was not a threat. But so far, we're not seeing a lineup of what we saw in 2020, where it looked like people were going to protest how the process is going. That adds a level of certainty. Having a clear and distinct winner across the nation adds certainty. What about the fact that, at least at this early stage, there is some indication that it could end up, this is a big if, we're still waiting for the poll results to come in from many of the Western states especially, but if there's a red wave, what happens if the Senate, if the House, and the White House are all ending up in a Republican column? Does that create uncertainty?
I don't think at this point, because I think what we heard was we'll probably know the presidential race and the Senate race sooner rather than later. The House races may take a while longer, but you made a great point. The fact that it doesn't look like we're going to have what I would say is strife. Arguments about whether the election was held appropriately or not. If you take those off the table, you're adding certainty, and that helps the markets. I think the markets are showing that right now.
The idea being, I think, Jay,
long may that continue.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think to Contessa's point, if the poll results and the current trend of the Electoral College and even popular vote were going the other way, if they were going to Vice President Harris sort of as clearly as they appear to be going, at least right now, things can change, to former President Trump, that the markets may be reacting the same way?
That's what I'm saying is that let's make sure that we understand that certainty is as important right now as other factors. And look, I do think markets. Well, let's go through the evening. You guys have the statistics. There are certain markets that are certainly going to favor a Trump victory, and there would be markets, i.e., the solar, that may favor a Harris victory. But right now, I think we're seeing that stability reflected in the marketplace.
Yeah, you've got anything having to do with increased deal making is perceived to be a victor when it comes to Trump. That, according to numerous Wall Street banks, not my opinion. You got anything with the Inflation Reduction Act, maybe a potential loser. A specific stock to watch seen is kind of a Trump proxy is Coinbase, but it's also Tesla, which is interesting because Donald Trump is not a fan of the EV tax credit, but yet he's cozied up to Musk, or Musk has cozied up to him.
Another one that is truly a bellwether for Trump is DJT, and we've seen that stock soaring in recent days.
Trump media. All right, let's bring in another great voice to this conversation because we only have 4 hours and 45 minutes left in the show. Heyman Capital Management founder Kyle Bass. Kyle, it's great to have you on. Your take on the results as we are seeing them right now from a markets and money perspective, because I'm not sure that many in the market, even if they had a thought about a potential outcome, the prediction markets this morning were basically tied This has been an unusual last couple of hours, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, we're glad to be here, Brian. Good to see you, Jay. Look, there's now like a 74% chance that the Republicans sweep the presidential bid as well as the Senate and the House. You look at, I remember 2016. If you remember when Trump surprised the marketplace in 2016 with his victory, I was literally sitting in front of my computer in San Francisco. Had walked through a few victory party celebrations that were black tie beforehand. And I remember futures going limit down, limit down, limit down. The S&P futures were down like 130 points when I went to bed. And when I woke up the next morning, of course, they were higher net on the day when Trump won. When you look at what's happening today, as Jay was just talking about, you have the S&P futures up 70-ish points, up about 1.2%. You have the NASDAQ and the Dow up about the same. You have the 10-year bonds down a point or up about 14 basis points. You have the 30-year down 2.5 points or up about 13 basis points. So Bitcoin's up about 9% in the last 24 hours. Every single market indicator is telling me that Trump's got this one. So we can talk about whether it's a nail
we don't
biter.
know, but the indicators are, Kyle, but we do not know.
We don't know, Brian. The markets tell you, they told us that Trump won in 2016. They're telling you that he's won again. And we'll wake up tomorrow and figure out if he won or not. But I'm telling you that it's fairly obvious to see that 41% of the vote is in for Michigan. Trump's running ahead by his 2020 pace by like 4%. 71% of the votes in Wisconsin. He's running ahead by 3%. There's almost no scenario in which Kamala can actually get back Wisconsin. That's a shocker to me. I thought the Democrats had the ground game won in Wisconsin. So, and I think he's, when you look at 83% of the vote in Pennsylvania, Trump's running ahead of his 2020 rate by about 1.5%. I mean, it looks right now that he is the odds-on favorite to become president.
When you look at the predictions markets, to your point, Brian, that is a snapshot in time of sentiment in a way that is much more timely. It's where the money is going in the moment. So if you have, Kyle, if you think that the markets are indicating that Donald Trump has tied this up, and to be clear, CNBC and NBC News has not called it that way. But if that's what you're looking at this, you're with all of the people who are now putting their money in the trade on predicted or in the other platforms that are now doing that. It's a snapshot in time. But the interesting part of this is that we have been gaming this out. The race has been close, not just today, but ever since Kamala Harris took over as the nominee for the Democratic Party. At this point, then, what's the reaction tomorrow? I mean, the investors have known that this may be the outcome today. How should we be thinking about where the economy goes, especially in the next 3 months when you have really a lame duck session?
Yeah, so it's a great question. And Brian alluded to this a minute ago, talking about deal making. You have to realize that if Trump wins, what you're going to see literally in the first week is a regulatory clean out. You're going to see the head of the FDIC, the SEC, the FCC, Lena Khan at the FTC. They are going to be gutted. And you're going to see a regulatory cleanout, which means that you're going to see deal making open up again.
And Kyle, let's talk about this in real time too. Does that mean we wait till January 21st, or the deals start to happen in anticipation?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Jay, you and I both know a bunch of people are going to resign right away if Trump's declared the victor. So we're going to see, the vice chair of regulation for the Fed probably resign. We're going to see a number of people resign pretty quickly. Yeah. But when Trump steps in, if they haven't resigned, you're going to see this clean out. And, we've seen especially at the FTC with Lena Khan and her team, Jay, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't seen her win a court case yet. I think she's challenged so many transactions. And
no, I think you're right. And I think what I think we're both saying, which is interesting, is if this is clear, like you say it is, and the markets are saying it is, deal making starts tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Which is probably why we're seeing movements up in, again, the 24/7 Robinhood markets on a Lazard, on a Mollison company. Those are publicly traded investment banks. And what I just heard Kyle say, Jay, and we got another great voice to my right, which will bring her in just a second, which is if Lena Khan, who is the head of the FTC, who wants to break up some of these big companies, if she is out, this is good news for an Amazon. It is good news for a Google. It is potentially good news for even an Apple. Jay, would you agree with that?
I would agree with that. I think it's good news for energy. It's good news for tech. It's good news for capital markets and the types of firms that you mentioned, because I think the growth engine that we recognize in America combines all of those with our human capital. So energy, tech, capital markets, human capital in America, it's what has set us apart. And I think we're going to see increased activity because we all know we need growth.
Last week, I was talking to a CEO of a company that I cover who said the best outcome for the company would be a split government. And there are some questions now about whether that's what we're going to have. With me now, Senator Heidi Heitkamp from North Dakota, former senator, now a CNBC contributor, and such a smart person to have on a night like tonight when we know that there are pocketbook issues at stake. Americans went to the polls and said they thought America was going in the wrong direction, nearly 3/4 of them, and that the economy continued to be top of mind, even though on CNBC we have experts talking all the time about how this is a fantastic economy. That message wasn't making it down to very many voters who are dealing with cost of living increases that, even if inflation has slowed, has not reduced the amount they're paying at the grocery store.
Yeah, I have a dear friend, Barbara Mikulski, longtime senator from Maryland, and she used to say this, and it's just so smart. She'd say, yep, we can all talk about the macroeconomic issues, but Democrats win and lose on the macaroni and cheese issues. You know, it's how is the family doing, whether you can afford to send your kids to college. And people feel a sense of financial insecurity, and you're seeing this in the vote tonight.
That CEO that I was speaking to told me that it has been almost impossible to be in acquisition mode during this administration, that the FTC has created such a fear of even trying to go ahead in the M&A world. Is that something that Democrats are going to have to wrap their minds around, that they are seen as bad for business?
Well, I think when you go back, let's not exaggerate it in this moment. Let's talk about what sensibly gets rolled back. And remember, this is a president, if President Trump gets reelected, who ran on a populist agenda, that the system's rigged against you, that he's almost run against big business. When they asked him about whether he would, what he would do with the Google litigation, he said, well, I don't think they like me very much, so I'm, you know, so I don't know what, I mean, he's not thinking about how Google should be organized, he's thinking about how Google treated him. And so I don't think we know yet what the reaction's going to be, but don't forget that it's that populism, and that's about big business as much as it is big government.
We're learning the difference. I'm sorry. We're learning the difference. Because I want to follow up with something you said earlier on our coverage. I think at the top of the 7 o'clock show, which really stuck with me, which is that, and I was just out on a road trip 2 weeks ago. I drove with my producer from Erie to Grand Rapids to Kenosha. We did it a couple years in a row now, or a couple cycles in a row. Everybody I talked to either talked about inflation or immigration. That was it. Okay? Some voices said things that you would not expect them to say in specific situations. That said, I know that the White House has been trying to sell the inflation story, Senator, as it's getting better, and it is. The data is getting better. But the burger going from $15 to $20 and now just going from 20 to 21, you can say that the pace of inflation has stabilized. But all the voter knows, and all I heard, was that the burger went from 15 to 21, and they don't care that it went up a little bit more in the last 6 months. Yeah, they're still ticked off.
And Brian, the question is, when Donald Trump takes office, what's he going to do to get the burger back down to $15?
Exactly.
He can't, because it's built, not only, everybody talks about supply chain, but a lot of this is wage inflation.
It's labor.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I brought up...
And then let's deport a bunch of people.
This is the pernicious part about inflation. It's a one-way street. It doesn't come
down. So here's, you don't want deflation.
This is why I wanted to bring in.
You don't want it.
This is why I wanted to bring in you, Senator, because you're from North Dakota, And you were talking about your race that you lost, and you won the eastern part of the state, but you lost the western part of the state. Now, the western part of the state is the part that I have been to a few times. Williston, Oil Town, home of the $21 an hour McDonald's worker 10 years ago. Spent $499 to stay in a Hampton Inn 10 years ago because why did they charge so much? They could. And it was labor.
Supply demand.
It was supply demand. It was labor. And I just don't know what the former president is going to be able to do unless he's going to call for wage cuts. What is he going to do about inflation?
Well, he's inheriting a lower inflation rate, right? And so he's inheriting a Fed that's likely to cut rates again. And so the question is, and the question I would ask if I were, still in the Senate, okay, when can we see, eggs going down to a dollar a dozen again? When can we see this happen? And it's not going to happen.
Yeah, the way to have the most
Brian,
direct,
can you hear me?
the way to have the most direct effect is to get energy prices lower. Energy permeates our system.
Yeah.
If we can bring energy prices down, that's
supply demand.
No, what I'm saying is, if you drop every household's energy prices, they have more purchasing power. What people really care about is their purchasing power. The other thing is to bring their real wages up. Those are two things.
But both of those things have happened. I mean, if you look at wages over the last year, the union in Nevada, I cover casinos.
Yeah.
The union went in and they fought hard and they took it to the very brink. The weekend before F1, they were like, listen, if you guys don't get this deal done, we're not going to be working for you and all of your fancy pants F1 guests. Those wages went up. And fuel costs have been very moderate. Gas prices are not high.
Look,
They're higher than they were, though.
The Biden-Harris administration deserves credit for recognizing how important energy was. I mean,
selling half the SPR.
We have the SPR. We got 14 million barrels. Basically,
very timely sale.
Basically, they adopted the Trump energy policies.
They really did. And Kyle, let's go to you. And I know you're in Texas, so people say, well, Kyle, he's the energy guy. Well, you're a man of many things. If you got the ear of President Trump, if he wins again, and let's say he called, maybe he will. We'll see what happens. Is there any practical advice that you could give him, or, by the way, Vice President Harris, if she pulls this out, to do something about household inflation?
Yeah, sure. I think this debate is something that must be, I guess, further dug into, Brian. It's important to note that the Federal Reserve and Congress, together with this administration, printed 40% more broad money in 18 months. We put 40% more money in the system in 18 months. And we got about 40 to 50% inflation. And I look at the government's own housing price index, the FHFA housing price index that the government releases is up 50% in the last 4 years. We talk about wages. Wages are nowhere near up 50% broadly across the board. Real wages are down. But the way the Fed and the BLS computes inflation is chain weighted. So when you look at housing, it's up 50 in 4 years. You look at car insurance, it's up 44. You look at milk, it's up 42. You look at soda, it's up 45. It's conspicuously up about the same amount of money that was printed. So when we talk about how are we going to get those prices down, Brian, Jay just said it's not coming down. It's one way. We're not going to get it to come down. The price level has moved up 40 to 50%. What we've got to do now is stop running 40% of government receipts deficits. We talk about 7% of GDP, but we spent 40% more than we brought in last year at full employment. Think about that for a second. We ran a huge deficit at full employment. We are not supposed to do that. So we need some sort of fiscal rectitude in there.
You know what's not real popular with voters? Talking about the deficit. Like it's just not a motivating factor for voters to talk about how deeply in debt the U.S. government is.
Because they're more worried about the deficit between their weekly paycheck and their household bills.
I get it, but here's the situation, right? These people are voting about, like Brian, you just said this, there's two things. There's a cost of living crisis and a completely unrestrained illegal immigrant opening at the border. And I think that's what people are voting right here. And I think
let me jump in here. Well, I think
you can't explain the deficit to the average voter. What you can explain is the cost of rent, the cost of milk, the cost of soda, the cost of insurance, and the cost of food. All those things is all they care about. And we've got to stop doing what we're doing.
Brian, you were talking about
maybe
Erie.
Musk can cut $1 trillion of costs out of the budget.
You're talking about Erie. What do voters want? What do they recognize? They want stability. What's the Fed's mandate? Stable prices. What do we want? We want stability. We want to know that housing prices aren't going to go up by 3 times, so they're out of reach. And I think you saw a lot of that in voters.
Well, we were watching D.R. Horton and KB Home because one of Vice President Harris's policy points was to build 3 million new homes. And Wall Street thinks if she wins, those names could benefit. They're not benefiting in the market right now, but we've got a long way to go. Kyle Bass, my friend, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, Senator Heitkamp and Jay Clayton will stay with us
And
before we go to the break. Yep.
Oh, it's almost like Jinx. Let's take a look at both campaign headquarters. Kamala Harris headquarters on the left at Howard University in Washington, D.C. On the right, you have the Trump headquarters in Palm Beach, Florida. Reuters is reporting that he's heading there from Mar-a-Lago, his home in South Florida, to address reporters. We have a busy night on tap and many high-profile voices you can't afford to miss, including Allianz Chief Economic Advisor Mohammed Al-Arian, along with Houston Rockets owner and Landry's CEO Tillman Fertitta. Stay with us.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Your money, your vote. Full election night coverage, and we are live at CNBC headquarters, and we will be live with you all the way through 5 a.m. when an early start to Squawk Box will take place. Obviously, U.S. equity markets are fully closed, but there is 24-hour trading on a few different brokerage platforms, including Robinhood. Its overnight trading is considered the biggest and the most liquid, so we're going to show you some stocks that are moving, names that are seen as beneficiaries either under a Donald Trump victory or a Kamala Harris victory. Right now, the biggest volume mover, a stock that is up 40% right now, is Donald Trump's Trump Media and Technology Group, ticker TDJT. 40% move, very heavy volume. Another name that is considered a so-called Trump proxy would be Coinbase, because it's perceived that the former president would...
Okay, we just have news coming in right now from NBC News, and we can confirm that NBC News is now projecting that Donald Trump has won Georgia. It's a state that Joe Biden won in 2020, but now the 16 electoral votes in this crucial swing state of Georgia go to Donald Trump. That would be added to the swing state of North Carolina, which has also been in Donald Trump's column right now. So at this point, it looks like as the returns are coming in, we can see that there is much bigger hill for Kamala Harris, the vice president, to climb in order for her to maintain a real shot here at winning the White House. Heidi, can you just weigh in at this point?
Yeah, she's going to need perfection.
Yeah. The only way at this point that she wins is maintaining the blue wall. And those races at this point are too close to call, but the trend line doesn't look good. And so I think we're going to know more earlier than what we thought tomorrow morning.
Okay, so at this point we have, if we're looking at Pennsylvania, which is a crucial one, that one is too close to call right now. We had Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. NBC at last report had that as too close to call, but it does now appear that in Georgia, where we saw Joe Biden was able to make inroads. In fact, that's where I was in 2020 when the election finally got called. It looked as though, as the night was coming in, that she was not even able to maintain Joe Biden's margins in some of those crucial counties that perhaps there wasn't the turnout for her that there was for Joe Biden back in 2020.
If you think about where the economy was at the end of the Trump presidency, it was in the tank. We were at negative growth. And so you look at the economy, you compare it to kind of a race where you're running as the challenger against a bad economy. She was running against really as almost the incumbent against a challenger with a bad economy, and the kind of atmospherics. By that I mean the personality challenges. I thought abortion would play a bigger role tonight. It didn't. That people went back to the meat and potatoes, right? They went back to the economy. They went back to what threatens their security, and that made it a very tough night for her. It's not over yet, but you know, she's got to maintain the blue wall if she's going to get elected.
And that's we don't know because it's too early and too close to call. But I will say that if you look at NBC News, 88% of Pennsylvania's in. She's down by about 200,000 votes. About the same in Michigan, Wisconsin, down by about 150,000 votes. It's going to almost need to be a perfect ending. Let's bring in another voice to this. We've got famed pollster and political expert Frank Luntz. I believe we have Frank Luntz on hold, but I think right now, are we going to Frank Luntz, or we're going to Frank Luntz right now, then we are going to get to Frank Holland. It is a night, I think, that we can all agree we need to speak frankly.
Well done.
You're welcome. Frank Luntz, this is, and you and I have talked about this online, offline. I've seen your tweets as well. This is shocking.
Well, it's significant. And it's significant. And there's a story to be told here, which is that voters are demanding to hear the solutions from the candidates before they'll hear the negativity. And with Trump, they knew what he did. They knew where he stood on prices. They knew where he stood on immigration. And there's no reason to litigate the last 4 years or the 4 years before it, because it's over. The election is over. Doesn't matter what spin you put on it. The key now is to understand what happened and why, and be able to prepare for the next administration. It may actually end up being a Republican sweep, which nobody foresaw. I certainly did not. And let me allow one sense of humility and honesty here. I thought there was no way that Trump could win because he performed so
Frank,
badly.
let me interrupt you just for 1 second. We just got breaking news in as well. NBC News has projected that the Republicans will control the Senate. Let's go to our Emily Wilkins, who covers the Senate and the congressional races for us in Washington, D.C. Emily.
Hey, Contessa. Well, this was not a huge surprise. We knew that Democrats had a very difficult night going into it. And now at this point, we can say that Republicans will be controlling the Senate, regardless of the White House, regardless of the House. Of course, this is just sort of the first block. If Republicans can do that Republican sweep, that really opens the doors for them to do a lot of things that they want to do, like extending those 2017 tax cuts, eliminating some of the tax credits around green energy provisions that were put in during the Biden administration, and a number of other things that they could potentially do on border security. That's been a big one that's come up with a lot of Republicans that I have spoken with. Of course, that is the Senate. The House at this point is still very much too close to call. There are a lot of swing races that are just nail biters right now. While we are seeing a few things move, it's simply too early to say exactly what the House is going to be. It might wind up being the only Democratic chamber, and if that's the case, then we'd see divided government. Certainly, we've heard from a number of businesses and companies that would prefer to see it, but in terms of getting an agenda done, that would be incredibly difficult for the White House if you do have divided government.
Emily, thank you for that. Frank Luntz, let me go back to you. When you were watching the sentiment of likely voters going into this night, and now to see this, it looks like the Senate is turning to Republican. The returns that are coming in for Donald Trump have been stronger than he did in 2020, and the results for the vice president have been, in many cases, not what Joe Biden was able to pull off in 2020. What's your reaction?
Well, the reaction is that it may even be stronger than 2016, when he lost the popular vote but still beat Hillary Clinton in the Electoral College. And in the end, it's to understand what happened. Voters, in the end, don't really like Donald Trump. And I want to be explicit and honest here and not try to spin anything. He was disliked for how he talked to people. He was disliked for his negativity. And they really did not want to have another 4 years of that attitude. They'd had enough. But they never got enough information from Harris. And I've been criticized for saying this because she ran ads about what she was about. She did a few interviews, but she only did a few. And if voters feel they don't have enough information, then trust them, accept them. And so they like her more than they like him, but either they did not know what she wanted to do or they did not agree with the flip-flopping.
Frank, we were talking earlier about the markets reacting to certainty, the certainty of an outcome. And Heidi was making some really good points about prices and certainty, and you said about the border. Could it be that Americans are really searching for certainty here, and they thought that Donald Trump was going to deliver certainty, and they didn't hear that from Harris?
So I'm a language guy, and you're close. It's not certainty, it's predictability. And as much as the media thinks that Trump is completely unpredictable, to the public, they knew where he stands on immigration. He was so clear about it. They know where he stands on tariffs. He's so clear about it. So rather than the word certainty, the principle of certainty, it's predictability.
I'll accept
And
that that's
she-
a better word, Frank. I think you're right.
And she'd been on both sides of too many issues, so she wasn't predictable, and that held her back.
All right, we got to interrupt here. This is a spokesperson for the Harris campaign.
Good evening, Howard.
Let's listen in at Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Well, that was Howard University, the headquarters for Kamala Harris, which has got to be disappointing for the people who've gathered there tonight wanting to hear from the vice president, even if she's not able to say with any kind of certainty what's happening right now. But there he's just saying, not tonight. Maybe tomorrow. It may be tomorrow before we get an official decision, because we know that in some states the the counting does not actually begin until all the votes are in, and because polls had closed somewhat recently.
When you say tomorrow, do you mean today?
Oh yes, right. It is
today.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. It's yesterday's news tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for clarifying that for me. I do appreciate it. We are talking about today, not. But
Wednesday.
Wait, did he said tomorrow?
He did, but I think they've been under a slight stress, I would say.
If he's in Central.
Well, no, but he's not. He's in Washington,
No, but he's
D.C.
also
Yeah, right.
He's also busy running a campaign.
Yeah,
I
right.
think we're talking on television. That is a live scene outside of Howard University in D.C., where you just heard the campaign co-chair basically say to people, "We're not done. Nobody's conceding anything, but go home. Vice President Harris will not be addressing you tonight."
Well, it was more like you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So let's go back to where we stand right now. We know that two really critical states have been called for Donald Trump right now. Georgia, which Biden won in 2020, and North Carolina. Pennsylvania right now is too close to call, and Senator Heidi Heitkamp was telling us that it's the blue wall in the Midwest that really stands between another Donald Trump presidency or the vice president taking over the White House at this point. Frank, can we go back to you a bit here and just talk about tomorrow morning when her supporters hear from, or today, when her supporters hear from Kamala Harris? What can she say? I mean, what are the driving factors that are going to lead Americans through the next 4 years? What are they telling you?
Well, they're telling me that they do want to change from where things have been, but they want to change both from Donald Trump and from Vice President Harris, that they're looking for a kinder, gentler approach that focuses on results. So
it's hard to believe that if we're seeing these states flip for Donald Trump. It's hard. What you're saying is they didn't like Donald Trump. They don't like that mean-spirited nature, and yet there's voting that's happening for him.
Yes, but this is really frustrating because I've gotten this. I've been on a bunch of different channels. It's going to be, if he gets the popular vote, he's going to win it by 1%. If she gets the popular vote, she's going to win it by 1%.
Right.
We are an evenly divided country. So we're all screaming and hollering about this is totally Trump or totally Harris. And the truth is we are half and half. And in the end, these states are switching, but it's very narrow. And I'll use Pennsylvania as an example. I remember in the last election in 2020, when Trump had a massive lead, even bigger than the one right now, with even more votes counted. But in the end, because of the votes that came in earlier, the absentee ballots, they were so overwhelmingly Democratic that it just changed the entire total.
Frank, you're a historian as well. And by the way, we're showing that is the West Palm Beach Convention Center. That is Donald Trump's sort of watch party, not headquarters per se, but where his supporters are gathered. I want to call, and not to get back sort of into the depths of history, Frank, but I think about 1964. 64 was a wipeout. It was all blue. Democrats, Texas, Florida were all Democratic. 1968 completely flipped the nation for Richard Nixon. The entire nation, ironically, except for Texas and Florida, went red from blue. This is a nation that, despite an imperfect system, still has a system in which the individual voter is willing to say, I don't have to like a person to believe that person may be the best fit for the office, is it?
You're exactly correct. And in the end, even though personality does matter, policy mattered more. And I believe that when we look at it, when we do a postmortem of what happened, that Harris was gaining every week when she was talking about herself. When she hit the convention, it was all about joy, about dancing, about being excited about the future, and she was still going up. That was her high point. She had been falling ever since that point when she turned on Trump. And the reason why is we know what we're getting, whether we like it or not, whether we approved of it or not. We know exactly what Trump is, but we did not know exactly what Harris was, and she never, in the end, told us to what we needed to know. And I believe that the Democrats are going to hammer each other as they examine this, because they ran a traditional campaign, demonize your opponent. Well, guess what? Trump had already been demonized. He'd already been held accountable, and he's surviving tonight because in the end, they chose his policies over her persona.
And Frank, when she shifted, don't you think the Trump campaign also shifted to the policies and away from the attacks? The mix changed in both directions.
Yes, but Trump still didn't go far enough. My criticism of the Trump campaign is that he had prices that he owned, a 10 or 12-point lead on inflation, which I call affordability, because no American actually knows what inflation is, but they do know if they can't afford their food or their fuel, their housing or their health care. And if he'd focused more on that and less on all this other stuff, he would have won by even a bigger margin, and he still may lose.
Yeah, and I want to be careful not to use words like he would have won, because nobody has won anything yet.
That's why I said that. He still may lose.
He still may lose. We saw that in I was in Grand Rapids, Michigan in 2020 when things turned very quickly toward the end. I get your point, Frank. Going back, and I don't want to relitigate history, but you're a guy that does this better than anybody else out there. If indeed Harris does lose this election, I'm not saying she will, but this is the trend clearly right now and what the predictions markets are saying. Does any of this fall back on current President Joe Biden, who, by the way, I did not see him campaigning for her at all today, but staying in the race despite record low ratings so long, to your point at the very top of this interview, did not give Vice President Harris very much time to basically formulate a policy program. We did not get the Better Way Forward 82-page document online for weeks into her campaign. Does any of this fall on current president and Joe Biden, who is, I don't think we've seen today?
It does, because his popularity, his approval ratings, and the success or lack of success of his administration was an important part of this campaign. It's why he couldn't stay in the end. And it's why that she always struggled to either differentiate himself, which he needed to do, or prove to be a cheerleader, which the public was not looking for. All that it required was the truth.
And Frank, when Trump did, or when Biden did come out, he made the gaffe about calling people garbage, and so that sucked up a couple days of oxygen for her. Now, what I will say is that we came into this race 100 days ago really believing that this was going to be a wipeout for Democrats, not even thinking there was going to be any choice after that very troubling debate performance by Joe Biden. And so we had 100 days. Would more days have made a difference? Would a different candidate have made a difference? My advice to the Democratic Party is start asking yourself the questions why the Democratic brand is so toxic in America today. For so many Americans, especially where places like I live in rural America, we're going to lose rural America when we go back and do all the numbers on this, probably 70-30. We can't be a majority party if we lose rural America at 70-30. And so, you know, the worst thing the Democrats can do is start eating up on each other, saying it's your fault, it's your fault. The best thing we could say is we need to re-examine who we are and why our appeal is not a broader appeal, why we can't win an election against somebody so flawed as a character. I mean, and I would argue policy flawed. Why we can't beat Donald Trump. I mean, most people say, how can this happen? I'm saying, you know, quit looking at Donald Trump, start looking at who you are.
Okay, I'll answer that. I'll answer it because you did great among women, and good for you. You brought women to the polls that had never voted before, and you did better with women than you've ever done. But you did so at the expense of men. Yeah. And in the focus group, and you can go to Straight Arrow News, see the segment on America Speaks. There's a 35-minute focus group of men saying that they did not embrace Donald Trump. They felt disrespected and they felt disregarded by the Harris campaign. You filled your ads with young women so excited, and men didn't see themselves, and they didn't feel embraced.
Yeah. It's exactly what managers in businesses across America learn, is that everybody needs to feel appreciated. All of your people need to feel appreciated. Frank Luntz, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break here. Your Money, Your Vote comes back right after this.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to CNBC's continued live coverage. As expected, the presidential race is coming down to it was coming down to a handful of nail-biter battleground states, but less so now. Here's some breaking news in New Mexico, and NBC News is calling New Mexico for Vice President Harris, 51.3 to 46.4, but that's very different than where we stand overall, Contessa.
Okay, so let's go to Pennsylvania. We've been spending so much time and so much energy focused on Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes right now. So if we pull that up, we can see how the race is coming in at this point. Do we have it? There we go. All right, so now you're seeing that all of the counties in red are going for Trump. It looks like at this point, with 92% of the votes accounted for, you have Trump with 51.1% of the vote, and the Vice President, Kamala Harris, coming in with 47.8% of the vote. In Michigan, Trump has 52.1%, Harris 46.1% with 62% of the vote. In Michigan, this is part of that all-important blue wall for the Vice President right now. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. In Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes at this point, and we've got 86% of the votes in. NBC says this is too close to call, 51.2% for Donald Trump and 47.2% for Harris. And there, you know, it's really interesting to see how strong the Republican turnout is in Wisconsin, and a place that I also had spent some time and some formative years covering politics in Wisconsin. In North Carolina, 16 electoral votes. Right now, 95% of the vote is in. Trump is, and NBC has projected that he is the winner in North Carolina with 51.1% of the vote to Harris's 47.6%.
All right, let's take a look at where things stand in Arizona. 11 electoral votes at stake, but it is very early, obviously, out west. Right now, former President Trump does lead 49.9 to 49.2%, but again, too early, too close to call. Not the situation in Georgia. Georgia, obviously, was the closest election of 2020. Not this year. Donald Trump being called the winner by NBC News, 50.8 to 48.3%. In Nevada, 6 electoral college votes. There we go, at stake. Again, very, very early here. I think what we are getting at, we're going to get to Frank Collin in a moment, is that despite the fact that this was, for months, being called one of the most closest races in history, it may not end up being. Actually, may not be even top 5 or top 10. We're gonna find out. All right, we're gonna get to Frank Holland in a second. We are gonna go though to the balance of power. Remember, key Senate and House races also at stake. Let's find out where those stand with Emily Wilkins in D.C.
Hey, Brian. Well, as NBC has called, the Senate is in Republican hands for the next 2 years. Republicans flipped 2 key races, West Virginia, which was not a surprise, and Ohio, which was a really big one. It wasn't sure if Sherrod Brown would be able to hold on, but at this point, Republican Bernie Moreno is the projected winner there. And now it's just a question of exactly how big that Republican gain will be. We're still watching a number of swing states at this hour, and these are all very tight races. It's tight in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada. And of course, you still have Montana, another really good pickup, potential pickup for Republicans. Swinging on over to the House, there are a lot fewer toss-up races that have been called. But one that's really caught my eye is Pennsylvania's 8th congressional district. This is in the northeastern part of the state. It was held by Democrat Matt Cartwright. He held it even as the state got more and more red. And yet now NBC News is projecting that he has been defeated by Republican Rob Bresnahan. And so this, to me, as we kind of keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on the state with so many key races there, this is, for me, a bit of an early indicator as to how voters are thinking about candidates this time, ousting a longtime Democratic in the state and replacing him with a Republican who really did campaign on some kind of principles that usually are considered more Democratic. Things like union support. He made that a really big crux of his campaign. And now tonight you've seen it paid off for him. So we can continuing to watch these key House races in Pennsylvania as well as elsewhere. But guys, it could take a while for the House to be called. There are a number of competitive races in California, and it, as we know from past experience, could take a while for that state to come in.
So we're waiting and we're watching this, and many of those are too close to call, even where the results are coming in. With us on the desk tonight, former Senator Heidi Heitkamp of North Dakota. I'm just curious, when you're looking at these congressional races and the Senate races, how much do those races come down to pocketbook issues? Is it the same issues driving the turnout for voters as we're seeing in the presidential election?
You know, it's interesting because we've done a lot of analysis at One Country, which is a C4 that I started to talk about Democrats talking to rural Americans and reintroducing Democratic policies. But what's interesting is the Senate has been a predictor of what happens in the presidential. So if the presidential goes in that state, usually the Senate race will go that within a certain margin. And so in these 3 states that we're talking about, the blue wall, there's 3 Senate races in those races, one an open race in Michigan. And the polling consistently has shown that all of those candidates can outperform Harris. That they, you know, maybe anywhere from 3 to 1% better. And so if she's not successful in the blue wall, that jeopardizes 3 Senate seats. And so we've nationalized the Senate in ways that have never been done before. I talked about 5 states left where you have a Democrat or a Republican, you know, a mixed Ohio, Montana, both of which are in jeopardy, Wisconsin. You could see Wisconsin now having a complete Republican, district. So the only one left after this, if we lose those states, would be Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania would flip. There'd be a Democrat and a Republican.
Where McCormick is currently ahead, by the way, by about 110,000 votes, according to NBC News. We are covering this not only from a political aspect, a lot of people are doing that, but we are doing this in a unique CNBC way and letting the markets and your money tell the story. So let's get more on some things that are moving right now as the markets move. Send it over to Frank Holland.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Tim Seymour from Seymour Asset Management, also Gunjan Banerjee from the Wall Street Journal. We both, all of 3 of us, have been looking at our phones, just kind of watching what's going on as these different states have been called. We talked a lot about the Trump trade. Bond yields have gone up. We've seen the dollar make some upside moves. But But, Tim, I want to come over to you. We haven't seen futures move really at all in the last 2 hours. What does that say to you?
Well, it's fascinating. We got that first spike in futures after Dade County was clear, and an expected, but to the magnitude, and that was a bit of a predictor. Futures shot up, and in fact, futures have probably been sideways more or less since about 9:30 p.m. If you think about the move in bond yields, again, we spiked up 15, 16 basis points on that 10-year up to 446, and that's also pulled back. The dollar up 1.5% has pulled back. So I think the sense is that people were positioned for a lot of this, and this is really what we've seen.
All right, so you're seeing a lot of positioning for a possible Trump victory is what you're saying, and that's why we've seen kind of the markets move sideways. I talked about that about an hour ago when we were looking at the markets. They've kind of flatlined in recent times. Gunjan, I want to come over to you. You've done a lot of coverage of investors overall. So we talked about some of the currency moves, the gains the dollar's had against the yen, the Chinese yuan, but there's another currency that's making some big moves against the peso. What does that tell us about investors?
That's right, Frank. We're really seeing the Trump trade rippling across global markets, whether it's treasuries, the peso, other currencies, crypto, even Tesla. All of these assets are getting hit. And what investors were telling me was that they were surprised with the speed with which the Trump trade has been rippling through markets. Even before a lot of these polling results started coming in, investors started piling into it. But I think where you're seeing it the most is the typically stayed market for government bonds. And investors have been telling me that that's really where the action has been. We've also seen inflation expectations rise just over the past few hours in anticipation of a possible Trump win.
We were also talking about the fact that we have overnight trading. We're able to see the moves in a DJT, the moves in a Coinbase. So, Gunjan, that's a pretty stark difference from what we've seen in previous elections. The fact that we have this overnight trading and also these proxies that are tied to a specific candidate.
The 24-hour casino is open, and it's completely changed how people play the election. Investors have never had this many ways to trade the U.S. election. I was texting with an individual investor earlier today who was opening up her Robinhood account. She was placing a bet that in the prediction market that Trump would win the presidency. That's never happened before. Investors simply haven't been able to do that legally, and it's completely changed the face of this race and even rippled into the bond market, into the stock market. I think this is a huge test for this brand new, newfangled market where it's been predicting a Trump win, and now, you know, other markets are coming around to that as well.
All right, Tim, let's talk some more about this newfangled market that Gunjan's talking about. We mentioned that the futures have been flat, but it's also important to note small caps have been the best performer, up over 2%. A lot of that tied to a Trump trade, but we can't forget there's also a Fed decision coming up.
Fed Thursday, the question really with all these inflation expectations now and the bond market doing what it's doing, I think the Fed's going to do their 25 basis points on a cut. But the question really is, what's that statement going to look like? It was a Fed meeting that I think we were focused on, but I think those dynamics are clear. I mean, and look at what gold's doing. Gold has actually pulled back. And that conversation about predictability, gold was in play going into elections because of a lack of predictability. And I think if you look at what's going on here, and I would just say that equity markets, if you think about where we were on that fateful day on August 5th, equity markets are up 15% to this point from, even just a month and a half ago. So that's something I think investors need to contemplate. Positioning coming into this was almost as if it's turned out the way it is. Let's see where we get in terms of outcome on clean sweep, red sweep. Right. I think futures will react to that if that's a place we get to later this evening or today, I should say.
Yeah, I know. We got kind of some mix-ups about what yesterday, today is. Before we get to the futures, let's talk about the markets that are trading right now, the Asian markets. Yeah. Give us a sense. When you look at the action on the Asian markets, specifically the Hang Seng under a lot of pressure, a lot of big-name stocks in there like Alibaba, also BYD's also in that index as well. What is that telling you just about investor confidence in a possible sweep and also the general sense of the tariffs being something as opposed to from a proposal to an actual reality with the idea that former President Trump has an advantage, at least so far. Again, the election has not been called.
Yeah, look, China's been a tough trade. I would say sentiment towards China is about as low as it's been, and even before necessarily the Trump dynamic. I think if you look at how investors have been trading baskets that could give them exposure to companies that will be particularly hurt by tariffs. And I mean U.S. companies. I mean, a Dollar Tree, a Lululemon, maybe a Nike. I mean, there are people that are assessing the Asian impact of Trump policy. If you look at Japan, the yen is significantly weaker again. That's probably good for an export economy, an economy that also might be
Right.
Look, they're an ally, and I think that's something that actually might play to Japan's favor. If you look at those stock markets, no question Asia should be reacting. The world's reacting, but I think the reality is that China, those 60% tariff headlines are things that I think investors are still very fearful of.
I know you want to talk about the U.S. futures. As we look ahead to the U.S. futures, what kind of action are you expecting? And are you expecting to see some shorting of some stocks that may be vulnerable to quote-unquote Trump policies? I know there's been a lot of analyst notes out. Again, this isn't us, and this is analysts. Stocks like a FedEx, a C.H. Robinson, their business model may be in jeopardy with the idea of these tariffs being increased. And other stocks, especially in the commodity space, a lot of analysts have come out saying Nucor, Cleveland Cliffs would benefit from a Trump presidency.
Well, if you remember back the steel tariffs back in President Trump 1.0, let's see if this is 2.0, but when he threw those tariffs on China steel, I mean, U.S. Steel as a company fell almost 40%. I'm not sure it's an environment that's great for steel companies. I think tariffs for commodity players, the question really, the jury's out whether that's a good thing. So commodities with the dollar spiking higher will be under some pressure as well tomorrow.
All right. Tim Seymour, Gunjan Banerjee, thank you very much. Contessa, we're going to toss things back over to you.
Frank, thank you very much, and thank you to Gunjan and Tim as well. All right, you're watching Your Money, Your Vote here on CNBC. We're watching the election returns come in. It is too close to call at this point, but Donald Trump has won some key and critical states, including Georgia and North Carolina. Also, notably, NBC News has projected that the Republicans will now control the Senate. Quick break here. We'll be right back. Welcome back to CNBC. You're watching right now a live scene from Palm Beach, Florida, where former President Donald Trump is expected to speak at his campaign's headquarters at 1:15 in the morning. Here we are at the Convention Center in West Palm Beach, Florida. When we see him on stage, we will bring that to you when it happens. I should mention that at Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C., a spokesperson came out and told the crowd, thank you very much for coming. It's not over, but for now, we're going to shut this down, and she will speak to you tomorrow, although he really meant today. And there we're seeing some of the crowd that has gathered out there in Palm Beach
I think the really smart thing for him to do here is to not claim victory. Because he's this close. If he comes out and says, well, wait until tomorrow, he lets her concede, there's much more legitimacy given all of the rancor about whether he would declare victory prematurely.
And he has not won. We want to make that very clear. He has 246 electoral votes, but under that basic math, if he were to take Pennsylvania and or Michigan or Wisconsin, that would get him 270. There we see Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the crowd, thought to be potentially part of a Trump cabinet. Again, should the former president become the first president since Grover Cleveland, and only one of two, to win with a gap, not consecutive back to forth. Grover Cleveland won, lost, came back, won again. We'll see what happens. We are joined now on the telephone by one of America's greatest entrepreneurs. He is a friend to CNBC as well. He is the owner of the Houston Rockets, Landry's, hundreds of restaurants, casinos, et cetera, and that is Tillman Fertitta. Tillman, I know it's late there, 12:15 in the morning, but I know you're a night owl. Thanks for joining us here. From a businessman's perspective, do you change anything about the way your multitude of companies operate under either administration? And we know which way it's looking like we may end up.
Well, things are going to operate totally different because you're not going to have all the commissions that are harassing businesses, the SEC, the FTC, the FAA even. You have all these commissions that are five-person commissions, and they're different than they are under a Republican administration. And so it's going to be a lot easier for everybody to operate in business. You used to go sign up a deal and hire the bankers and then you go get the lawyers. Now you have to go hire the lawyers first to even see if you can possibly get the deal through the FTC. So this is going to change everything. You'll see the M&A activity totally ramp up again in the United States.
So if a Tillman Fertitta wanted to build a new Golden Nugget casino in a state, I know there's a lot of state regulatory authorities that are involved as well, Tillman, but on a national scale, you believe it would be easier for you and your team to go out and either build or buy new businesses?
100%. And I've dealt with two different commissions on two different issues, and one of them didn't go my way, and the other one, I was told by my Democratic advisors, you will never get through this commission because of the chairman, because you are a Republican. This was a truly been weaponized White House.
Yeah,
and
Brian,
I saw it myself.
Brian, let me jump in here. A point Tillman's making goes to pending cases. We're in the unique position where several of these regulators have said, I'm bringing cases that I know I may lose, but I want to change behavior anyway. If we do have a shift in administration...
Why would they do that? Just to bully?
Just because they don't think the law is strong enough. And they're saying we want to change. Lena Khan has said that. She said she is interpreting the law in a new way and pushing people to do new things.
Well, let me. Tillman used the words, Jay. It's Jay Clayton Tillman, the former SEC chair. Tillman used the words. Let me ask you straight up, Jay. Do you think that some of these acronyms, as we talk about, these three-letter agencies, are they bullying and harassing business?
I think they're pushing beyond the bounds of the law. The courts have found that. And what's very interesting is I think for pending cases, they should do a review. Now, I will bet you that 90%, 70% of the cases are down the middle of the fairway and routine. But there are probably 30, 20% of the cases where you can say, you know what, this is clearly what the courts have told you can't do. It's clearly bullying. They should review them. And if that's the case, they should drop them.
Tillman, what happens, Brian, let me tell you what happens is that you do these multi-billion-dollar deals and you have a bank commitment. So what they do, and the bank commitment runs out 9 months, 12 months, 15 months later. So what happens is they don't tell you no. They never give you a yes. And the contract date expires and your commitment for financing expires. That's how they do it. And they've done it over and over again in the last 4 years.
Yeah, we've seen it and we've documented it here on air at CNBC. I'm curious, Tillman, it's Contessa. When you're looking at your many businesses, many of which are reliant on consumer discretionary spending, another Donald Trump administration is largely seen by experts that it could increase inflation and make things more expensive. Are you concerned at all about your customers and whether they're going to be able to afford a night at the Rockets or a night out at your restaurants?
Contessa, I understand the question, but I've never seen it before. What is Donald Trump going to do? Okay, say he does the tariffs. If the tariffs happen one way, it should protect us another way. Okay, so I don't get what you're truly asking me. Is it where is he going to wave a magic wand? What happened was with inflation is that we put so much money in people's pockets for 3 years in 2021 and 22 that so much money was spent. And there was a supply and demand that we couldn't even keep up with customers.
Yeah, and when the pandemic, yeah,
yes. And that's what caused inflation was just strictly supply and demand. That even today, because people do not work like they used to, it's hard for anybody still. It used to take you 9 months to build a restaurant. Today it takes you 14 months. It used to take you 4 months to get a permit. It takes you 8 months to get a permit. Everything is just different today. And Trump isn't going to be able to wave a magic wand and fix that. Okay? We just have to make people go back to work every day, and try to keep the economy moving like it is.
One of the other issues that voters have said is very important to them, and Brian was talking about driving through, the Midwest and hearing it over and over again, is immigration. How do you see immigration in terms of hiring and finding enough labor and talent? Do you need Congress to go back at it again? They failed to pass immigration reform. People who are here legally applying for asylum can't work. So you've got a lot of people who are not legally permitted to work. Do you need them to be able legally to work?
100%. It's what we need. And this is my biggest issue with immigration. And you got to understand, I am in businesses. I love the Hispanic employee who wants to come over here and work hard and support their family. But they don't even let them. They want the United States government to support them. They will not even give them a temporary work visa while they are over here. So you could sit right there and you can watch them lined out in those streets in New York and coming down from the hotels. And there can be a business right there that has a help wanted sign, and they cannot go in there and work. And because if we hire somebody who doesn't have the proper documentation, we get fined, okay? But yet they can sit there on the curb and go cash their checks. The system is broken. It has to be fixed. You can't let the people in here and then make them wait possibly years to get a work visa.
I will say, too, one of the interesting things that you're seeing as election results come in and as people say what's top of mind for them, the Republican governors who put migrants on buses or on planes and sent them to northern cities, to Democratic strongholds, it was a brilliant political move, because what it did was it shared the burden. It turned bleeding hearts in New York City, and I know, into people who question, right, it's not that we don't care about people, it's that it really overloads the system. And so this issue of immigration it should not be a White House problem. This should be a congressional problem. It's a problem for the Senate and for the House to tackle and get legislation done.
Well, and we'll see if that can happen, because, again, the election is not settled. The Senate is not settled. The Senate certainly looks like it's going to be going Republican. NBC News, we're waiting on the House, as Emily Wilkins has talked about. Tillman's going to stick around as well. Let's bring in another voice into this as well, which is Mark Short, former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence and a CNBC contributor. Mark, we've got Senator Heidi Heitkamp here. Of course, we've got former SEC Chair Jay Clayton, and Tillman Fertitta, a billionaire owner of the Houston Rockets, Landry's Restaurant Empire, and Golden Nugget Casinos. Mark, how shocked are you? This was supposed to be an historically close election. It may still end up being that way, but it may also end up not being that way. It's not over yet, but the results certainly are one way. To what do you ascribe this strength of Trump over Harris? Are there one or two business and money issues you think are critical to this move?
Well, sure. I think that 70% of America says we're on the wrong track. I think that you've seen a regulatory state that's oppressive for a lot of businesses across America. I think you've seen inflation that was driving a lot of the unrest the first couple of years of this administration. And so I think the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, this is really an indictment against them. I'd say the biggest surprise, Brian, is that I think where you're seeing Trump really overperforming tonight is in the minority communities, which I think in light of, some of the commentary, I think the media would be really surprised to see how well he's doing in Latino communities and how well he's doing in African-American communities. That's really driving him to a race that I think was going to be close. But it really, I think, the more and more numbers that come in, it appears it's actually not even that close.
Yeah, and by the way, we are expecting former President Donald Trump to likely address some of his supporters in southwestern Florida, southeastern Florida, very soon. Tillman, I want to go back to you. You were talking about your frustration with the red tape and bureaucracy and being able to do a deal 9 months to 14 months. If we get a split Congress, things may still be held up. If there is, and there is the chance, about 75%, according to prediction markets, of a Republican sweep, White House, Senate, House, as one of the most successful business people in the United States, what would you want jobs 1 and 2 to be in a new administration?
Well, you want a good economy, and I don't think there's a problem with jobs. The people are out there. I think that's your question. I'm trying to put it in a box here, but I think that even without the House, I think the president will be able to do some executive orders to keep things going the way they are today. But I do think that we're going to fix inflation. Inflation has come down, okay? People are not voting Trump back in because of just the economy. We do not have a bad economy. They are voting him in because of so many different issues. Huge issue I hear in Texas and New York, and I'm in both places, is people really struggle with men and women's locker rooms, and that is a huge issue. And a lot of women that have a problem with their own rights could not get past this progressive movement that they want to have out there.
I think, and Senator Heitkamp, you and I were talking about this at the commercial break, what Tillman is bringing up. And I know, listen, it's a politically charged point, and we're going to mostly hit this from a business perspective, but we also have to address maybe why the election is going the way it is. And something I noticed in all of my road trips in 16 and 2020 and then this year was that I think Tillman's exactly correct. There was a Democrat for 40 or 50 years that was a labor Democrat, was a blue-collar Democrat, right, Tillman? A plumber. They liked the Steelers. They liked watching the Cowboys. They liked drinking the Budweiser. They liked America. They were proud to be American. They have, as the Democratic Party appears in many places to have shifted to more progressive issues. Those are not issues that the plumber in Pittsburgh is going to be on board with. And it goes to your earlier point that the Democrats may have a larger problem than just tonight.
Well, I mean, probably the most powerful ads, especially in Senate races, were on transgender issues. And so we can't ignore the cultural aspect. And so as Trump has been very pro-working man, I mean, he especially on trades and tariffs, and so he spoke to their concerns economically, supporting a farm bill and farmers speaking to their economic concerns. That opens up the door to have a whole discussion about expanding the dialogue to go into other places. And I totally agree. I think these cultural issues haven't gone away. I think that there is a huge and very troubling gender gap in this country that needs to be addressed. And if you think it's bad now, take a look at young men and young women. It's getting wider. And we have to address it.
And we're just pulling up the futures right now, and you can see that they're up in a big way. The S&P 500 up 1.23% right now. Dow Jones Industrials indicated to open by more than 600 points, almost 700 points higher. So here you're already seeing the reaction. Jay Clayton, former SEC chair, is with us on the desk, and Mark Short, who's the former chief of staff to former Vice President Mike Pence and a CNBC contributor, joins us as well as and Tillman Fertitta. Jay, talk a little bit about this reaction that you're seeing.
Mm-hmm. Look, it's clearly a reaction to both certainty. We're going to have a certain result. We're not going to have friction, and a belief that the Trump plans are better for the market performance. That's what we're seeing at this moment.
And to be clear, we have not called the race. There are still many races, state battleground races, that are too close to call.
But if he wins, if he wins Pennsylvania, and NBC News has not called it, it would be, I believe, 264. You would only need one more state to take the 270 to win. By the way, NASDAQ futures contests up 280 points. General Motors, and we're looking at the Robinhood trade, by the way, fairly liquid, trading real time. GM and Ford, they're both higher. Maybe that's a pro-worker, or maybe a reduction of the EV tax credits where GM and Ford feel less political pressure to have to go down into money-losing electric cars. Humana, UNH, United Health Group, they're up 3%. Health insurers seen potentially benefiting more under a Trump presidency, whereas the hospitals, the tenants, the HCAs, they would actually benefit more under a Harris administration. So the insurer stocks are up. MasterCard, by the way, which may benefit from less regulation, which Tillman was talking about, up 0.6%. Tillman, it's interesting you said we have a good economy. How much, and you've got different levels and price points all over the United States. And a Mastro's in uptown Houston is packed all the time, but you also got more rural restaurants. Are you seeing any discernible trends in the economy?
Where you are seeing a problem right now is in your higher end, not your more casual. Where you are seeing it is in those super high-end restaurants with $150 and $180 check averages. But you also have to remember, you have to go back to reality and look at 19's numbers. because 21 and 22 and part of 23, we were using monopoly money. There was so much money in the system that high-end retail, high-end restaurants, people were just getting so much money from the government. So we're really just back to more of a reality now. And reality in 19 was not a bad place to be. So if we can just stay there, I think everybody is going to be fine. Now, as Contessa sees, it's a little soft in Vegas and gambling right now. But you've got to remember, they're so much higher than 19's numbers. We're still, all of these companies, individual properties, are doing 15 to 25% more EBITDA per property than they did in 19.
And dealing with a lot more wage pressure because the unions were very successful in getting historic contracts. They've never gotten as big a raise as they got. And by the way, you had Donald Trump out there promising all of these hourly workers that they wouldn't have to pay taxes on their tips. And then Kamala Harris came out and said, right, I'm with that too, no taxes on tips. Nobody was pointing out that that might hurt people in the long run when they're not socking that money away into their Social Security account. When they're old, not having that Social Security money coming back to them could actually be a problem. Tillman, it's great that you bring up Vegas because it kind of stands as the bucket list of American trips. The Las Vegas Strip is still immune from any sort of inflationary pressure that are being felt in other places around the country. The regional casinos have had a bigger problem. Mark, when you're, I mean, I don't mean to get into gambling, but I know gambling pretty well in the business of gambling. Not like Tillman Fertitta does, but you know, as far as reporters go, Mark, when you're looking at the nation and what is going to make people feel like America's on the right track, you got 75% of Americans in an ABC Ipsos poll that was released just last Sunday saying America's on the wrong track. What does it take to get these people feeling like, hey, we've got it pretty good. We live in the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Contessa, I think it's at several fronts. I think economically, I think Jay hit on it before, that the regulatory state has simply been too oppressive. I think that socially, I think that there's been a pursuit of a woke agenda by the left, and you've highlighted some of that with the transgender issues. I think it's broader. I think that's why there's been a lot of the crossover from Latino and African-American communities to support Trump this go-round. But I also think internationally, you know, it appears that the world is on fire. And I think that a lot of the Biden support began to erode with his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. And so I think collectively that mood from America is saying we want a change in leadership. I think that the demand for change is pretty clear. And I think that by nominating Harris after Biden, it's too hard for her to distance herself and say she would be different. I think she's tied to that administration. And so Democrats didn't have an ability to say we're going to be something different. And America was yearning for a different course than what they've been experiencing over the last 4 years. There
were a lot of Republicans after January 6th that parted the ways ideologically with then President Trump, that they decided that the Republican Party wasn't heading in the right direction. When you look at the results rolling in tonight, it looks like Trump has truly recaptured the beating heart of the Republican Party, and that those who distance themselves from him do so at their own peril. How do they act in the nation's best interest, in business's best interest, with him in the White House really setting the doctrine and the path forward for Republicans?
Yeah, Contessa, I think there's no doubt that he has command over the party today. As I say, I don't know another Republican who could have done as well as he did in minority populations. Having said that, I think that the Trump campaign this time is very different than what he governed as in Trump 1.0. So as much as I was a fan of, and before being Pence's chief of staff, I was Trump's Legislative Affairs director when we passed tax reform. I think that he's walked away from so many of those positions, and he's campaigned very differently. Whether or not, you know, it's simple things like saying he's now going to go back on the SALT deduction, which I know is appealing for some people in your audiences, or whether or not it's taking a position on trade that is vastly different, or whether or not it's taking a position that he was where he was on TikTok and flip-flopping on that. or whether or not it's walking away from his commitment to life that he advanced in his first administration. And so I think that there's a lot of things that are very different in a Trump 2.0. I'm not sure most voters recognize that because their mental model is what it was for the first 4 years.
Let me jump in here and talk about the Trump economy. It had something pretty remarkable that people didn't think was going to be possible. That is, we had 3% GDP growth, 3% real wage growth, less than 3% unemployment, all with low inflation. If you told the American people you can have that economy back, that was the economy through 2019 and 2020. Now Heidi's going to jump in and say we were running a deficit, okay? But we were running a lot lower deficit than people projected. There was much greater revenue produced by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but those numbers were numbers that people said were not achievable, particularly the real wage growth and the real wage growth among African American and Hispanic people. Those were great achievements, and people would take that again.
People just conveniently
100%.
forget the last year of his presidency and write it off to COVID. He promised us he'd protect us from all injury. And so if you look, he had negative GDP growth the last year of his term.
We shut down all of our cities. I
want to get to this point. Mark Short, I think, and Tillman and I have talked about this ad nauseum because we live here. We live in the New Jersey, New York area. Okay, now I'm going to get a little bit fired up. Okay, need another cup of coffee.
Now?
Decaf, which is, we were locked down here for about a year and a half in this area. In fits and starts, okay? Then I'd get on a plane, and I'd go to Houston, and there'd be a 2-hour wait at one of Tillman's restaurants, right, in late 2020. I went to Charleston, South Carolina, Mark Short, in February of 2021. And I don't want people out there to say that, oh, you're being irresponsible, whatever. I went home and went right to the basement. And this is all by car for the most part. 3-hour wait at a restaurant in Charleston. I came back to New Jersey, and people were still tucked away. Everything was shut down. Couldn't go to church. Kids were still remote on their iPads. Mark Short, and I'm just going to tell you something, that we'll wait and see how the final vote comes out across all these things. But I believe, and you comment and say I'm wrong or not, and Tillman can jump in too,
I'm agreeing with you.
that the lockdown of extended lockdown of schools and churches,
totally agree.
It still resonates on many suburban moms' minds.
Absolutely, Brian. I had this conversation with Heidi in one of your earlier panels, and I totally agree with you that I think that the lockdowns were so oppressive on our Democrat governors that I think that has a big impact as well. I absolutely agree with you on that point.
Yeah, New Jersey. Go ahead, Tillman.
I was on Governor Abbott's committee, and do you realize that this happened on February the 20th? And we opened up Texas on March the 1st. Not March the 1st. We opened it up on May the 1st. That Texas was open again. And the one thing that we paid attention to for the next 18 months, as I watched so many of my other properties closed all around America, was our percentage of cases per population any more than any other states. And it was not.
It was all the same.
And I'm going to tell you something. Exactly what you said a few minutes ago, I believe it was Mark, is 4 years later, people are thinking about that and what happened to their families, the amount of families that broke up, the amount of people that died from non-COVID ailments because they were scared to go into the hospital because once they got there, nobody could come see them or they couldn't get in. And I'm going to tell you, that's part of this election right now, and it's something that we haven't even talked about. But when people walked in there and they think about democratic control, that we're going to control you and tell you what to do.
I think every American should be asking, do we have a better plan today than we did in 2020 for dealing with a pandemic? I personally don't think so. I haven't seen one review by the federal government of whether it was appropriate to shut down or not shut down and how you open up.
You know they're never going to do that.
But if you think that was such a motivating factor, this idea that the government would go in and control you and tell you what to do with your bodies, then why wasn't abortion the driving factor? Why are we seeing the results so skewed?
I don't know. What I'm saying is that I'm looking at New Jersey. New Jersey went to Harris, but by the smallest margin to a Democrat in, I think, 30 years. It's going to be it's a 5-point margin in reliably blue New Jersey, which was, I think, 16 and 20 points to the good on the Democratic side the last two elections, a state in which I live in. Something, Contessa, I don't know what it is, Senator Heitkamp, maybe you do, has fundamentally changed.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't use any of this in isolation, and I do think I think the best thing that we can do is, rather than litigating the past, is think about what did we get right, what did we get wrong. We don't even hear that. I was part of
Totally agree.
I was part of a Heritage Foundation effort to talk about whether China should be held accountable for what happened, for releasing the virus when they knew it could be airborne, when they knew the damage it could take. There's never been a real legitimate look back on what happened during the pandemic. And did we make mistakes? I think absolutely. And I will tell you that as a parent, I think everybody's concerned about what happened with education and the fallback. But we have to, it was a deadly virus. It killed people.
And
Let's not ignore
there
that.
are existential threats right now. In fact, both Donald Trump and Joe Biden have had to deal with horrendous hurricanes that have hit and have destroyed massive swaths of the nation. AI is an emerging technology that is changing our world faster than anything that we have ever seen. There are geopolitical uncertainties right now that could truly cripple not just our economy, but our nation as a whole. And Mark Short, when you're looking forward at what are the priorities for the next president, you said you're the former legislative director, what should be job number one for the new administration and for the new House and the new Senate?
Well, I think that both campaigns didn't have as much of a policy agenda as what they would do working with Congress, but I think that the top priority is going to be extending the tax relief from the 2017 legislation because, as you know, individual rate cuts expire in 2025. And so I think that's going to be the biggest battle, and I think the fact that I think the Senate is going to have more than 51 Republicans, I think provides a little bit of a cushion that gives us a better chance of extending that.
Contessa, you used a great word there, which is priorities. I think something that we're all saying, and we can all agree on, a lot of Americans were asking, what are the government's priorities? Are they spending money on migrants and not on my community?
We have breaking news coming in right now, Nebraska, and it looks like Donald Trump has picked up an additional electoral vote right now. NBC is projecting that he will get 4 of the 5 electoral votes. Earlier tonight, they had projected 3 of the 5.
They have a unique system in Nebraska where they don't all go to the same candidate. So that's why it's one of 2 where them in Maine. Yeah. Where you'll see that format.
And so we'll wait to see what happens with that 5th electoral vote again.
That's the Omaha district.
I don't think you can win that one. You can only win the 4. It's impossible in that district.
Yeah.
So next, your competitor has called Pennsylvania. So just to let y'all know.
But going back
NBC News has not called or confirmed Pennsylvania. As we have reported, Pennsylvania had over 90% of precincts reporting, with Donald Trump having a fairly sizable lead, but NBC News has not independently called or confirmed that, to be clear. But we may get one in a minute. Jay.
No, I was just going back to priorities because those constituents that we were talking about did not feel like they were prioritized by the Biden-Harris administration.
But it's also the adults in the room. And you know what I would put on the table? Permitting reform.
Absolutely.
I would bring in all the governors, all the mayors, and say, we cannot have people waiting 2 years to do a simple project. We have got to get moving on infrastructure. You talk about AI. Guess what? We don't have enough energy to run AI in this country. We've got to build infrastructure. We've got to build power lines. How are we going to do that if it gets stopped by the NIMBY?
And you can't solve how.
And by the way, we're going to go to Emily Wilkins in a second. I don't know if we can do this, guys. If we can, this is called Producing from the Desk.
Let's see it.
Which is Constellation Energy, CEG. Throw that up real quick if we can. And Robinhood, because Senator Heitkamp, it goes to what you're saying. The other day, FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, whacked the deal where Amazon was going to get power from a company called Talon Energy. They were going to buy it from Talon, which is a nuclear producer. On that news, Constellation fell, I think, 10% because kind of the entire nuclear swath got whacked because they thought, well, the government wants power, nuclear power, but it doesn't necessarily want technology to have it. They probably want it for homes. You can judge that all you want. But if we see a Trump victory and they deregulate that energy side because we need the nukes, a name like a Constellation, a name like a Vistra, Quanta Services that provides the actual power lines, they could, and Talon, by the way, or TerraWolf, WULF, they could benefit all at once.
And going back to certainty, if you don't have permitting reform, who's going to make the investment? Who's going to invest the capital only to be shut down 2 years later?
75% of the IRA money has yet to be spent. And we'll see if it is there to be spent, depending on what happens. Let's get right now to Washington, D.C. Emily Wilkins with some interesting exit polling data on Trump and independent voters. Emily.
Hey, Brian. Well, independent voters were one of the groups that this election we knew that we'd have to keep an eye on. And we are seeing now from this exit polling that Trump has made gains with them from where he was at in 2020. So let's just start off with what we're seeing now in 2024. Now, yes, for independents, Harris actually does have a bit of an edge here. She's got about 50% of independent vote compared to Trump's 45%. But go ahead, as we sort of are looking at these numbers come in, rewind the tape to 2020. There we saw Biden have 54% of the vote, while Trump was only at 41% when it came to independent vote. And so what you're seeing now is Trump has gone ahead, made these gains with these independent voters, the same way that we've seen him make gains this evening with Latino voters, same we've seen him make gains this evening with young men who have gone to the voting polls. And I think that is going to be, as we are looking at these states and as we are telling the story about what we're seeing tonight, certainly a big part of the narrative as to how Trump really got these groups, got their support and got them to turn out and vote.
Emily, thank you very much. We appreciate the big wrap up there. You know, it's interesting when we've been watching this tonight and the passion behind what was going into this race and the way that it's come down. It has been a very orderly accumulation of votes, a counting of votes, a departure from what we've seen and even what we were led to believe might happen.
I think it's what everyone hoped for.
Yeah.
When you talk to people, whatever side they were on, they would say, I hope my person wins, but I really hope we have certainty.
And to your, I'm going to quote Jay Clayton back to Jay Clayton right at the top of the show, which is, I think you made an incredibly important point, and Tillman and Mark, you guys can chime in as well, that we don't have a full election result yet, okay? But it appears that we are getting very close to a full result. Assuming the result holds, the numbers will be so large as to not be a result that can be contested. And I think what you're suggesting, Jay, is that however this went tonight, if the numbers went the other way to Vice President Harris, that it had to be big enough and clear enough that there weren't lawsuits and petty fights and accusations of theft and stolen elections. It appears to be large enough where we will have a clear result by, I would say tomorrow, Contessa, but it's actually today.
Yes, it is today. By the way, the video that you're watching right now is from Palm Beach, Florida. We are expecting former President Donald Trump to speak at any moment. We have been expecting this for some time. About an hour ago, we were watching the vice president's campaign headquarters at Howard University, where a spokesperson came out and told the crowd, listen, we're in it. We're not shutting down. We're just shutting it down tonight. And so they told the crowd to come home and said that they would hear from the vice president later.
And I have to say that I want to make sure that it's clear that New Jersey is not called, but New Jersey right now is within about a 5% range. I want to make sure that is very clear. New Jersey is not called, but it would be, if it was called now, as Steve Kornacki has posted, the closest within about 30
years. And I should make it clear that it's West Palm Beach, not Palm Beach, because the Floridians get very upset about that.
Maybe I can go to Tillman with this if he's still with us, which is I think the follow-on from what I was saying is tomorrow morning every business is going to ask themselves, what does this mean for me? What can I change? What investments can I make? How should I tack with what we think is going to be the result here? And that is very interesting because people are going to hit the ground running tomorrow with this level of certainty, I think, across the economy. We're seeing it in the markets tonight. We're going to start to see it in strategic decision-making and planning tomorrow morning.
Joining us now is MCC Production CEO Michelle Caruso Cabrera, also a CNBC contributor. We know her as our friend and former colleague. Michelle, it's good to see you. I know that you've spent a lot of years watching these results come in and predicting what it might mean for markets, what it's going to mean for businesses, what it's going to mean for Wall Street and for Main Street. Give me a sense of, from where you're sitting right now, what you think.
So a couple of things. First of all, I think the reason you see futures rallying so much is that we're going to have a decisive moment tonight. We're going to know. I mean, all the planning for tonight was about, oh, what if there are lawsuits that go on for weeks or months? I mean, this is going to be even worse than, hanging chads. Well, that is not the case. We're going to have a decisive moment here. We're going to know who the president of the United States is going to be, and I think that's one of the reasons why you see the futures rallying, because we're not going to have that uncertainty. I think making other predictions is going to be pretty tough. The last time Trump won, there were the Mexican peso, for example, got hammered because he was so tough on Mexico during that election. And then guess what? They ended up renegotiating NAFTA. The Mexican peso rallied for years and only recently fell because of their election. So I think it's hard to make predictions about what's going to happen with markets. I will say there's some very basic things. She wanted to raise taxes a lot. He didn't. So that's one very basic thing. Tariffs are a big question mark. We don't know how big they're going to be, what the impact is going to be, but certainly those are going to be the things that business is thinking about. I think, I was interested in hearing Senator Heitkamp's comments about, reform when it comes to getting permitting done. I think one of the lessons that I think the Democratic Party has to learn is that the Elizabeth Warren wing of the party is not a successful wing of the party. Almost all the major things that are hurting Democrats in this race right now come from the progressive wing. The massive inflation that happened, the worst in 30 years, that was because of that massive spending project that Larry Summers told them, don't do it. Don't do it. It's going to cause inflation. They did it anyways. Loosening up at the border, that was also a decision driven by progressives. The anti-energy position of the party was also driven by progressives. These have all been rejected. And this should be a lesson, because Elizabeth Warren, to your point about permitting, she has been able to put her people, which she always says, personnel and process are policy, right? And that's what's happened. And we have to change that if the Democratic Party wants to win elections.
Yeah, and I do wonder, to MCC, to your point about the U.S. dollar rising, a little bit about Mexico. Mexico's in an interesting spot because, on one hand, they could be a beneficiary of any higher tariffs against China, right? Anybody remember the maquiladoras, right, which is the workers? But at the same time, Donald Trump has said he's going to slap a gigantic tariff on any American car that is or any car manufactured, an EV, in Mexico and then shipped to the United States. I think because he's worried that China would start building their own cars in Mexico.
They're already doing it.
They're doing it, and they're selling them in Mexico, but to backdoor them into the United States. I don't know. Would this be, MCC, you think, a good thing for Mexico, because it takes Mexico's threat is not America, it's China.
So I think last time I was in Mexico, and I said, wow, I mean, the northern part of the country is doing great. There's so much investment happening here. And they said, it's all Chinese. Yeah. You have to understand, it's Chinese coming here because they want to get around the tariffs that have been imposed on them. So that's going to be a battle that the U.S. is going to end up fighting with Mexico about trying to figure out, okay, who is actually producing there. The other issue is, last time around, it was, Donald Trump who didn't want to extend NAFTA, and we ended up with the USMCA. The new president and the previous president have made so many changes that are actually go against the USMCA. So the renegotiation that begins next year is going to be very, very difficult, not just because of us, but because of them as well.
Brian, let me point out that the Mexico issue with electric vehicles, there's a real-life experiment, which is Europe. Europe's already made this mistake, and they've become dependent on Chinese manufacturing of electric vehicles. We definitely do not want that to happen.
No. And you look at Europe with their energy policy, and I've been over there reporting for years, even before the Nord Stream was blown up, about their coming energy disaster. It hasn't been as worse as some predicted, thanks to U.S. LNG. And Mark, we go back to that, and Tillman, we go back to that. And Tillman, I want to come back to you in Houston, the area, because we were just there again looking at all the energy infrastructure. The Biden administration has put a pause, and that's their term, on environmental permitting review for really 2 to 3 big new LNG export terminals. They may end up not getting built. They may now. This is going to change that. You can imagine that on day one, if Donald Trump is indeed elected president, he will, and I know this from a lot of people I talk to, reverse those. How big has the energy investment and infrastructure story been for not only Texas, Houston, where you live, Tillman, but also southern Louisiana, where you have extensive properties. Tillman, are you still there? He is running a multi-billion-dollar business. Try to get him back on the phone.
He's off.
So, Mark Short, I will kind of ask you that same question. There's going to be significant energy, and it's kind of the world I cover, energy and infrastructure of energy policy changes enacted on day one. Should there be a change in the White House? Do you not agree?
100%. I wish I was running a multi-billion-dollar company, Brian, but without that, I do think that there's no doubt there'd be a significant deregulatory agenda in the energy industry. And as much affection as I have for Senator Heitkamp, the reality is that the permitting reform obstruction has really been on the Democrat side. If we had more Democrats like Senator Heitkamp, then we could actually get something like that passed. But that has been the challenge. And so whether or not Democrats look to be pro-business in these coming years as a result of this election, we'll come and see. But to your question, Brian, there's no doubt that day one, the Trump administration will be more deregulatory when it comes to energy.
Joining us now is Jefferies chief market strategist, David Zervos, also a CNBC contributor. David, thanks. I've been watching futures here tonight up sharply as we've continued to watch the results roll in here. Give us a sense of how you're seeing the setup for investors for the rest of the week, the rest of the month, and the end of the year.
Well, before I do that, I'd just like to say how much I enjoyed this conversation, listening to you guys. And Tillman running off, he was probably listening to Jay earlier, who was talking about hitting the ground running on all this deregulation. And I think that's a big part of why these futures are up. I think companies are very, very excited about the idea that the stranglehold of regulation that they've felt for the last 3 and change years is about to come off. We think that's the biggest change in a Trump versus Harris win. We've highlighted that to our clients at Jefferies over and over again, that it wasn't trade, it wasn't immigration, it wasn't fiscal or monetary policy, but really regulatory policy. And I think that's the story. I am a little surprised it's not a bit higher. I think it feeds an idea that I had coming in, that a Trump win was probably more priced by Wall Street than, say, the betting markets or others, pollsters, had thought. I think Wall Street was definitely leaning Trump, at least in my casual observation of the clients that I speak to at Jefferies. So, I think, less than 2% in the S&P on a Trump win is probably a little light, but I think it's all in the right direction. Stronger dollar, stronger S&Ps, slightly higher rates. And I guess the other thing is, I think a lot of clients did push on this idea that rates would really move a lot higher under Trump, and we're not really seeing that. In fact, I think once we got news that the Senate was going red and sort of a full red, I think people thought maybe rates weren't going to go up as much because maybe some fiscal parsimony comes in with a red sweep.
So, David, we are showing the Russell 2000 E-mini futures. Want to throw those back up? They're up 3.5%. I mean, that's a pretty big move for the small caps, David. I guess on this idea, again, Trump has not been confirmed at anything, but if he does win this America First idea, 2 questions on rates. Number one, today's move, not that great, but we've already backed up, 0.7% in the previous 30 days. So I wonder how much the market had anticipated this. Number 2, is Jay Powell the most nervous man in Washington, D.C. right now?
Number 2, definitely not. I think Jay's just fine. He's got a year and change left on this watch. He's going to go down as the guy that slayed the great COVID inflation. He's going to ride rates a little lower. He'll cut 25. He might have to fight with the Trump administration for the next year a little bit if he doesn't go fast enough lower. But, he's done it before, and he came out just fine. So I'm not worried about Jay. I think, he's going to go off and golf in South Florida when he's all done with his term in early 2026. And I think go down as one of the greats in Fed chair history.
Well, let me ask you a different question then. Again, assuming we have a Trump victory and he is about ready to address supporters at a campaign event, nothing has been called, but we see the direction where everything is. Does it change the direction of interest rates, given that the debt maturity wall, 60% of U.S. debt is maturing in the next 5 years? These are scary, scary numbers, David.
We definitely moved the maturity structure of the debt shorter. I think under a Trump administration, the people that I think he's looking at for Treasury will probably look to change that a little bit. And that may weigh on long-term interest rates. We'll have to see. But I think there's a lot of good and positive stuff on why rates could come lower, with deregulation really being the lead there. That's a classic positive supply shock. It's lower inflation with higher growth. It's going to be led, as Jay said earlier. I think Jay answered your inflation question beautifully by just saying this is really about energy prices. And, you know, Brian, I know that's your wheelhouse. I think we've all got to think about what a world of $50 oil looks like. And it looks pretty good from an inflation standpoint. Looks pretty good from an input to production costs going down standpoint. And that's going to be a big part of this Trump plan, assuming it goes as the markets are predicting today. And I think that's going to open up a sort of an avenue for the Fed to actually take rates lower, even as growth is strong.
Yeah, and hopefully, David, we can get those productivity gains that we've had as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at U.S. productivity, we're up 20% when a comparable European is under 10.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the result of technology. If we can have that as well, I think the upward pressure on rates can be mitigated. But I turn it to David because he's the expert.
Well, can I add to that? I was at the IMF World Bank meetings last week, and there was a lot of discussion about how Treasury was talking about the amount of issuance that they're going to have to start doing at the end of 2025. I mean, the planning calendar, when you start to have this much debt, it's like the way Italy does it, right? You have to plan years in advance because you have to, you know, be ready. Or we can do 30s, 5 cents. They're talking about what kind of products are they going to bring out new kinds of products to try to get investors interested in all the issues.
Michelle, I've got to jump in because this is critical breaking news. NBC News, that's Nebraska. NBC News has confirmed that Donald J. Trump is the winner of Pennsylvania. We got Nebraska on the board. They're going to switch it out. Pennsylvania, seen as really the prize, 19 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner, according to NBC News, for Pennsylvania. Donald Trump will be speaking in a couple of minutes in Florida. We're going to obviously go to him when he does begin to speak. Quickly, David, I want to go back to you. You mentioned $50 oil, and this is very important. A lot of people think that Donald Trump is, quote, good for the oil industry. I would argue he's probably good for the services companies like Baker Hughes, Halliburton, the ones that help people drill. But if we drill, baby, drill, and there's more supply than demand, I think your point is very well taken about $50 or even lower oil.
100%, Brian. But, I mean, we're talking about what's good for the American public. I know the oil companies are near and dear to many hearts of people who watch the shows here and trade the stocks. But this is something that will really change the balance for the American consumer and American business, and people like Tillman, who you had on there, that has a pretty big energy bill with all the hotels and everything else that he's running. This is a big deal. It's a big story. And it really is, as Jay said earlier in one of the segments, this is the key to understanding Donald Trump's plan. This is how you get lower inflation, lower unemployment, and lower interest rates all at the same time, and not have a sort of standard Keynesian storyline that the only way to get inflation down is to kind of blow up the economy and raise the unemployment rate and weaken growth. We haven't seen that in this last 9 quarters. I don't expect we're going to see that again in the next 9 quarters ahead, and I think that can all come with lower energy prices. That is the real flank in the storyline for this administration, and it really, to me, looks like this return to the 2019 story that you guys were playing with in an early segment is the one you want to think about. A low unemployment rate of 3.5% to 4%, inflation back to the 2% target, a balance sheet at the Fed that is kind of right around 20% of GDP, which is where we started at because GDP's been so strong. The only thing that stands out is we had 1.75% interest rates back then, and now we have 4.75% interest rates. I think interest rates are coming down. They could be coming down pretty hard.
Yeah, I do want to say this about oil production. You know, we stabilized the price around $70, and it made the United States the top producer in the world. And so there's a price point at which production in this country will decrease. And we saw that.
Where is that price point, you think?
I think it's 40.
Okay.
I think 40 will slow down anything, you know, that 40 to 50 range, because you saw it. And you saw Donald Trump basically begging the Saudis back when oil prices were tanking, to please help us stabilize oil prices, increase oil prices, so we could see some better profit margins in the oil field. And so I will say, I mean, are they too high? I think we can argue that, but understand that price point, it may not be economical for people to invest in shale.
Michelle Cruiser-Cabrera, and again, we are waiting on Donald Trump, so you know the game. I might have to jump in on you, not to be rude, but here's another angle. Drill, baby, drill, more production, maybe prices go down. But, and you've been there, by the way, you're one of the few Western journalists who's been there. Donald Trump will probably actually enforce the existing sanctions on Iran, will he not? Where he destroyed their foreign currency reserves and their oil exports, which have now quadrupled in the last 3 years.
Yeah, no, Iran is absolutely going to be very unhappy with the outcome of this election because he's going to be very, very tough on them. I'd say there's 2 oil-producing countries in the world that we could think about right now. Iran, number one, but also what's going to happen with Venezuela. I mean, I've seen data which shows that there are 1 million Venezuelans who want to leave and come to the United States. It's going to behoove the next president of this country to figure out how to stabilize Venezuela, 1, so we don't have a continuing problem at the border, but 2, so they too can start producing oil that'll reduce the number of people that want to come to the United States and help reduce the amount of supply that's in the world. Venezuela should be producing 6 million barrels of oil a day at this point, but they're only doing, you know, a couple 100,000. It's ridiculous. It's a very bad situation.
Michelle, I just want to point out right now, we've seen the futures jump even higher. Now the Dow futures are up over 750 points. We're taking a live look right now at West Palm Beach, Florida, where we are expecting former President Donald Trump, who has just been projected as the winner of Pennsylvania, to be speaking in Florida shortly. And there you were seeing the reaction. David, the markets have been speaking very clearly today about what they thought was going to happen and the optimism with which they see the result.
Absolutely, and I think it's been pretty orderly. I really do. I think it was orderly. It was grinding at first as the data came in, and I think we saw a very I can't think of a better word, orderly movement higher in stocks, lower in bond prices, and stronger in the dollar. I think the dollar move was probably the biggest from a standard deviation standpoint, kind of outside of its normal ranges. That's come back a little bit. Stocks kind of really in the range. I can't imagine if you own volatility on stocks, you made a lot of money owning one-day straddles on the S&P with just a 2% or 2 and change % move. But again, I think these moves are all orderly. They're not out of the ordinary. This isn't like 2016 when we had a limit down or a limit up type story if it was going the other way. This feels pretty good for a market that I do believe was leaning toward pricing Trump much more than many had thought. I think that was more or less what was in the market. I wanted to just touch one thing on what Jay said about productivity. Jay, and I think you're right, this is a huge, huge storyline for us in the next 4 years, and we were getting a long way down the road to seeing it come back in 2017, 18, and 19 under Trump 1. Deregulation is what feeds productivity. If you take away that red tape, if you get those 3-letter acronyms off people's backs that Tillman was talking about, including the FAA, which he mentioned, then you really free up time so that we can be more productive in the private sector. This is a huge, huge story. It is the biggest story for us in markets in this election. Dereg is what's going to drive us. I know we're going to spend time on fiscal policy and talk about debt walls and maturity. I know we're going to talk about Jay and the Fed and monetary policy. And some people are going to get worried about immigration policy if he starts doing deportations and labor costs. But the big, big story, the big, big positive story is dereg, and I think the center of that will be in the energy market.
I've heard that from multiple CEOs trying to get deals done or looking at deals that they would like to do and just hands off because they've seen what has happened with their colleagues who tried to do it. And to your point earlier, if you have the financing lined up and the agencies just don't come through with the license that you need in order to get the deal done, the financing dies.
Yeah, let's be clear. With today's technology, and you ought to be able to review deals. You ought to be able to do your regulatory job faster than you used to.
Yeah.
The truth is,
You
it
can run
actually
it through ChatGPT.
It actually takes more time.
We're waiting on Donald Trump to speak. Nothing has been called yet from the NBC News desk. I want to make that extremely clear. Mark Short, though, listen, next year we have the expiration of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Some people call them the Trump tax cuts. I called them the blue state payback because if you live in New Jersey and you know have higher deductions, that SALT deduction cap was actually a stealth tax hike. That aside, this expires at the end of next year. It was done that way because they did it under budget reconciliation. They had to do it. He wants to keep it. Kamala Harris had said she wants to carve it out for $400,000 and above. That's not possible because it's a law. What happens to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and maybe that SALT deduction cap? Asking for a friend.
Brian, my best guess here is that it gets extended more or less as it is. I think there'll be plans from Crapo in the Senate and Jason Smith in the House for how they want to tinker with it and change it. Jason Smith has said he wants the deduction on SALT to raise significantly. I don't think there's going to be votes to do that. I think it's going to be basically best case scenarios we extend it, which obviously I think it was a great piece of legislation, and so I'm happy with extending it. If I could go back for 1 second to something else you said, and I think America would be greatly served if Jay Clayton was our Treasury Secretary. But I do not necessarily agree with Jay's assessment about the Fed. I do think there'll be a lot more volatility there. I was in the Oval Office when Trump would yell at Steve Mnuchin for recommending Jay Powell. I was there when he dressed down Jay Powell. I think he's not going to have a patient approach to Jay Powell independence. I think he's going to have a lot more demands that interest rates come down faster. And so I'm not so sure that that relationship will lack volatility. I think there'll be a lot more volatility there than is being estimated right now.
That's interesting. Trump has, in fact, even said that he wants to be the head of the Fed.
Yeah. So can I just mention something? Let's assume that the Democrats take the House. Okay, so we're assuming a sweep right now.
It flips.
That the Democrats now, we have the Speaker in the House. That means you have to negotiate with Democrats the tax package. And so if it expires, you're going to see the SALT deduction go back to where it was. You're going to see the standard deductions go back down. You're going to see more people filing on Schedule A. And you're going to have a real conversation. So there's leverage for the Democrats. That Trump has said, or at least his running mate has said, we want to expand the child tax credit. So has the Democrats. This is a long goal of the Democrats. So I don't think, where I get what Mark's saying, I think that if the Democrats take the House, there is going to be a negotiation on what that tax package looks like. But I think they will basically extend a lot of the provisions that were favorable to the middle class.
I think the challenge with that, Senator, is that, you look at the most recent jobs report, and if you have more like that, then the part that's going to be raised is individual rates. And I'm not sure the Democrats want to be the ones raising individual rates next year heading into a midterm election. But if you do, go for it. I think the Republicans will have even more successful
Mark,
midterm
I don't
elections.
disagree with you. I'm just saying that it's not going to be easy. There's going to be a negotiation.
As we're watching the video of the podium being prepared for Donald Trump, I just want to say where we are in terms of the NBC News decision desk. Right now, it appears that Kamala Harris has 194 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 266. Crucially, Pennsylvania, NBC projects that he will be the winner in Pennsylvania and in Georgia as well. Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, still too close to call. Nevada and Arizona, still too close to call at this point. And I'm seeing Alaska still as
and we don't know, Mark Short, how this is going to go, like I said. But, I mean, it's all clearly in one direction. And we in the media kept saying this is going to be super close, because the polls were super close. I never felt that way going out and speaking to people. But that aside, it looks like, again, assuming no major change, it's not going to be that historically close of an election. The Senate looks like it's going to go Republican. There we go, 51. It already has. We're waiting on the House, to Senator Heidkamp's point. If you had to switch teams, where did the Democrats go wrong? What happened? Because 2022 was very strong for them in the midterms, particularly on the abortion issue.
Because President Biden moved too far to the left. He ran as a centrist. He said he was going to be a centrist, and then he listened to the progressives when he got into office. Let's go back to it. The huge spending package that led to the painful inflation for which Democrats are being punished right now. Changing tact on the border, which led to the chaos of the border that upset so many people. And then being so anti-energy was another thing. And so you add all those together, and I think that's where Democrats went wrong.
Mark? I would agree with that. I think the reality is that Donald Trump is unique in that he can appeal to minority populations. I think that's the biggest shift here. I think that, there's still, I think, some erosion in his support in suburban America, but he's more than compensated that by winning over much larger numbers of Latino votes and African-American votes. And so I think that's the difference in 2022. The Republicans on the ballot were not able to get that minority support the way that he is.
And we're talking about, Heidi was talking about, Mark was talking about getting things through Congress, getting things through the Senate. There's still an open Senate race in Pennsylvania that has not been called. Mm-hmm. There's a big difference between 52 and 53 in the Senate.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge difference.
It's not just one.
It's not just one. It's like 50% better.
Because you've seen what's happened, that some people have come and gone. I want to say where we are, again, waiting for Donald Trump. Guys, can we bring up the Dow futures? Because, by the way, we're live here on CNBC. We got the best team in the business. We're doing this from a data, analysis, fact-based, all done with just what we're seeing in the markets. Let the markets tell the story. Dow futures are up 838 points. That's just 2%. And Contessa, dare I say this is random but interesting. This would be the biggest point gain for Dow futures, according to our amazing data team here, since December 13th, 2022, when they gained 967 points. If we keep going up, we could have the biggest futures gain and what could be a very big market and money day. Look at the small cap stocks, too. IWM is an ETF. There's a Russell 2000, what they call an E-mini. It's a futures contract that represents their. Look at that. You say it, and they just bring it up on the screen. It's fantastic. If you're on the radio, maybe driving around in Guam late afternoon.
Imagine it.
The Russell 2000 E-minis are up 4.3%. Now, I am not smart enough to know that where that stands in the historical record of Russell E-mini gains, but my guess is it's pretty darn high.
Well, the Russell 2000 futures are seeing their highest level since November 22nd, 2021. So that, again, I had a little help from
You know what I think is going to be very interesting, Brian and Contessa? I'm very curious about the dollar. Donald Trump does not like a strong dollar. If you've read some of his interviews with other financial publications and outlets, he sounds very, very much like someone who would like to weaken the dollar. And I'm very curious as to what actually happens there. There are some members that surround him that actually want to tax foreign direct investment to try to dampen the strength of the dollar so that way we'll have stronger exports. I'm very curious to see what happens there.
And Contessa, you're so right. And one of the things that we were talking about with David Zervos was what actually happens to longer-term rates. You know, higher longer-term rates generally gives you a stronger dollar, at least from a flow point. So if those rates can come down, we don't have as strong a dollar.
And Mark Short, you're still there, Mark, right?
Yes,
Correct?
sir.
Okay. So, Gary Cohn made this point. You were on set as well, top of the 7 o'clock Eastern Time coverage. And I thought it was just so smart because Cohn worked in the White House. And you guys know, Senator, you know this as well. Any of you D.C. types know this.
Do I have to admit, Gary?
Yes, you do.
Oh,
yes, you do. Because this is not a partisan.
He says you're smart.
Yes, he said the same
We like each other.
Because, and comment, please, on this, as people you've run and won campaigns, Senator Heitkamp, what politicians say in their campaigns is not always what they're able to actually accomplish while they're in office. Breaking news, right, Mark Short? That Donald J. Trump, assuming he wins, we don't know, if he does win, puts together a cabinet, even with a Republican Senate, maybe a blue, a Democratic-controlled House, the stuff he says is not necessarily what he's going to be able to do. That's just politics. I don't care if your name is Trump, George Washington, or whomever, correct?
Absolutely. I mean, and it's not just based upon what the politics are. I think he himself has an amazing ability to be flexible on issues and change positions quickly. So absolutely, not everything that's promised. But again, I think, as we've said, it's for the benefit of the economy. He has been clear in stating he wants to extend the tax relief. He has been clear about advancing a deregulatory agenda. And so I think those things the market can be assured of.
Yeah, I think that's right. But, you know, let's kind of turn the page on, you know, what we were talking about, the culture. So is he going to pardon all the January 6th defendants? Is he going to start deportations? What is he going to do that will be disruptive in terms of unifying the country? Or is he going to immediately go to an economic agenda that seems to be fairly popular with people? Or will these additional issues sidetrack him? And that's the other thing you need to be worried about. You talk about what's the priority. He is somebody who is like not focused on priorities. It's just kind of the world of what's happening today, right? Mm-hmm. And so, you know, we'll wait and see. But I think that the idea about grievance, the idea of curtailing the civil service system.
Petty revenge, right?
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, if he puts all of that aside and focuses on...
Do you think he will?
No, I don't.
A lot of real concern about that, Senator.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, we'll see. I mean, let's take a look at his speech. I think that will be a good indication of which direction he's going. I thought that his convention speech was going to be an opportunity to turn the page, say, I'm a change man. About 10 minutes into it, he turned the page, but it wasn't I'm a change man. It went into all the grievance discussion once again.
You know, it's interesting. As we've been watching the returns roll in, we're also monitoring how business is reacting. You're seeing Tesla jumping in the overnight trading. Bitcoin hit a new record of more than 75,000. We've mentioned the futures. Michelle was mentioning the dollar strength here, as we've seen some other, especially it's been noticeable, the peso and Chinese currency falling, and overseas markets, the Asian markets are now open, and we've seen some strength there, but not Hong Kong. Michelle, you want to weigh in?
I haven't seen the Hong Kong markets, the overseas markets. I mean, you know, I think you'll see a general rally because we're not going to have uncertainty. I don't know how China will trade. That's a very closed market.
Michelle?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to jump in on you, but as promised, the former president, Donald J. Trump, is making his way out to the podium. He's not there yet. Let's listen in.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas.
And our president
have to make it. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far, and right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into.
Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy. Let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, you think? I mean, I look at it. 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. Richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, there you're hearing Donald Trump just finishing up in West Palm Beach, Florida, a night when he was claiming his victory, and there you're seeing that the crowd loved it. But I should say that NBC News has not projected a win for Donald Trump right now. NBC News Decision Desk has 204 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and 266 for Donald Trump. With me here on the set for your vote, your money, is Michelle Caruso Cabrera, CNBC contributor, and of course our former colleague, former Senator Heidi Heitkamp, also a CNBC contributor, and Jay Clayton, who is a former SEC chair and a CNBC contributor. David Zervos also is with us with Jeffries. Let's get a start first, Jay. Give me a sense of, I should just say it was remarkable listening to Donald Trump claiming victory, saying that it was the greatest political movement of all time, and then promising to help the country heal, saying that he's united with all Americans, saying that he would see success bringing people together, that he's going to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind him. He really notably set aside his vehemence and some of his grievances that we've heard over and over again on the campaign trail against political opponents, against those who had served with him under his former administration, and heard him talking about what he wants to do. Right away, it was fix the borders. He talked about taking back control of the Senate and the things that he was going to be able to do there. He also really praised Elon Musk, said a new star here, A Star is Born, and said that he spent some time campaigning with Elon Musk. There you're seeing Minnesota now as NBC projects Kamala Harris as the winner in Minnesota. This is one of the states here in the Midwest. Wisconsin and Michigan have not been called for Kamala Harris. Those were considered part of that blue wall that she needed in order to win. We're waiting on those. All right. So, Jay, let me get back to you now. Donald Trump really seemed to turn a page in his playbook.
Well, let me respond to two things that you said. The first is, this is his last election. He's not going to be campaigning again. We heard him be a little bit nostalgic about his last rally and the fact that, so he is going to move forward, and he's going to be concerned about his legacy and whether he's delivering. Elon Musk. What do we know about Elon Musk? No matter what you're going to say about him, he delivers. I mean, he has restored the U.S. space program. We did.
Also, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
New
go.
Jersey as well. NBC now is projecting that Kamala Harris has won New Jersey's 14 electoral votes. It was very close. Go ahead, Jay.
So what does Donald Trump want to do? He does want to deliver on those things because this is his last hurrah. He's not running for president again. He's not going to run for another office. And Elon Musk is a can-do person. That's a nice message to start this evening.
Senator Heitkamp, when we're looking at the way this is shaken out across the nation, not only do you have Donald Trump projecting victory, even though NBC News has not called that yet, and we're starting to see states now coming in with electoral votes for Kamala Harris, but you are seeing that the Senate, NBC has projected the Senate control now goes to Republicans. How do Democrats continue to advance their particular goals and their missions, and at the same time figure out how do they do better the next time?
I mean, I think that they come to him and say, okay, you won. Let's talk about what you want to do with border security, but let's talk about immigration reform. I mean, I sat at a table, a lunch table, with Donald Trump, and we all got a chance to say what we wanted to do. And Joe Manchin said, we passed an immigration reform bill that basically almost got 70 votes in the Senate, and the president at the time, Trump, said, I want to see it. And I remember, Grassley picks up his head and says, oh, that's amnesty, and that kind of ended the discussion. But I think that as somebody who really understands that you can't deport, I mean, I hope he understands, you can't deport the number of people We've got to get people to work. The demographics in our country are not working for us. And that this is a real opportunity, I think. If I were in the Senate, I'd say, okay, you want to get all these things done, permitting reform, you want to get regulatory reform done. How about we also talk about what's on our agenda and cut a deal? And we can't have complained as Democrats about the last 4 years of Republican obstruction and then lead with obstruction. I mean, I just don't think that that's the mood of the country. If the Democrats are going to turn the page, they need to be principled in what they're going to oppose, not just oppose the president, that, you know, which it looks like it's going to be Donald Trump, but they also need to come with their agenda. And I think that's the best way to move forward.
I want to look at some of the market reaction that we've seen as the results have been coming in tonight. Dow futures have crossed 850 at one point. They're coming back down a little bit, but still above 800. The S&P as well, up 1.5% on the futures. The NASDAQ futures up 1.5%. Michelle, it looks like there's a lot of optimism about what new leadership could mean, but Jay was making the point earlier about what certainty means.
For sure. Remember, the planning for this night, if we can show people the wires, was we had assumed we would not know the answer tonight. We had assumed we may not know the answer for a week. It could be a month. What if there were lawsuits, right? I mean, there was a lot of planning out there about how long this could go on. Well, lo and behold, it looks like we may have a decisive outcome tonight.
We still have 2 close-to-call states. There is a path to victory for Kamala Harris should she win those states. Although we're looking at the returns, and as they start to get 50, 60, 70% of the returns come in, that looks more difficult. But again, NBC News right now has not projected Donald Trump as the victor, though he has proclaimed it himself.
That's true. And clearly, I think the market is reacting and not waiting for an absolute declaration by any of the networks. That's what you're seeing price in. I think, one, it's just the certainty of the outcome. I think it's also that he wants to do more deregulation. He doesn't want to raise taxes. He wants to cut taxes. Those are all very good things for the markets. I think the things that are uncertain is, what is trade policy really going to look like? Is he talking about the levels of tariffs that he's been talking about as a negotiation tactic, or is that something that he really believes in?
This brings up something we haven't talked about yet. Who's governing the country until January 21st? Right now, we know we have Joe Biden as president, but we also know that Joe Biden was not robust enough to run for a second term. We have Kamala Harris, who was defeated tonight. Who is running the country and setting policy? Because the markets are already assuming we have a Trump presidency. What do we have between now and then? It's a very interesting question. I mean, Heidi?
I think you have a rush to confirm a lot of judges is what you have, because obviously there's judges in the pipeline. And I think that you're going to see the must-do kinds of things. Doesn't mean we get a farm bill. Doesn't mean that we get, you know, we only did an extension through December. What does that mean? Especially if the House goes Democratic, then there's also that leverage, like what more can you do? So I think it's going to be a period of negotiation. I think President Biden is more than able to sit at a negotiation table and kind of finish it out.
Well, to Michelle's point on trade policy, when does trade policy start?
Trade policy starts when Trump becomes president, I think. And I think Michelle, you made such great points about the USMC. I had forgotten that the renegotiation, I think, you know, what Trump didn't like about NAFTA was the lack of renegotiation. And this was set 5 years?
Yes, every 5 years. So they're going to start next year.
And that's a big deal, given what's happened electorally in Mexico.
Because three-quarters of the country has said they didn't like the way that America was heading. And one of the things that has been notable is the failure of the vice president to win the hearts and minds of minorities, men, and young people. Let's bring in Cyrus Beschloss, CEO of Generation Labs. I wanted to know one thing that I was seeing out of Nevada early today is that they were saying that there were a lot of ballots that had been tossed in Nevada because signatures were not matching up with IDs. Well, it was pointed out that a lot of young people don't really have signatures. They have scribbles. Now, Cyrus, when you're looking at the way this election is playing out for young voters, what stands out in your mind about the effect that they had, who they were supporting, and the way things may change in the future to accommodate young voters?
Yeah, no, it's my job to survey young people. That's literally all I do. I would love to sit here and say that young people were, a kingmaker, that they really helped shape this election. I don't think we can say that. In 2016, percentage of young people 18 through 29 that voted is 39%. In 2020, the percentage that voted was 50%, and people were popping champagne about that. And then you realize that that was 16% lower than the rest of the American public. 2024, I think we're going to see a turnout somewhere in between 2016 and 2020, and I know Democrats don't need a...
Why do you think that young voters are not that interested?
It's a great question. The biggest thing that we saw in the polling that was different from what we saw playing out more in the news cycle was that I think a lot of the conventional wisdom, a lot of smart people thought that in order to get young people on board, the discussion had to be led by things like the Middle East conflict, Gaza. In our polling, we found that, you're going to find this to be a shock, the number one issue to young people that's going to determine their vote, that probably did determine their vote tonight, is the economy. And so what we're seeing so far in the exit polls is that President Biden in 2020, he won young people by 24 points. What we're seeing so far is that it looks like Kamala Harris did carry young people, but more like 10, 12 points.
When you say young people care about the economy,
right,
what is it that they care about? Do they care about, because they saw a lot of student loan forgiveness under the Biden administration. Wages went up under the Biden administration. Inflation went up under the Biden administration. It started under the Trump administration, but continued. Talk a little bit about the actual issues that young voters are thinking about when they're thinking about their pocketbooks, because this is going to matter to businesses across America, too. What's important to young voters when it comes to elections matters to their bosses, too.
Absolutely. And so then when I think about the two metrics that are sort of the biggest jewels in the economy that President Biden and Kamala Harris like to point to, number one was the employment rate, the fact that we had such low unemployment. Young people, though, they aren't making enough to get by. In our surveys with CNBC that we were lucky to do, we found that young people, for the most part, were saying that they either live paycheck to paycheck or something close to it. If that's the case, then I don't care if you have a job, you're not feeling good about what that job's getting you. And then the second thing, in terms of good things in the economy, is the stock market. Stock market's been absolutely crashing records, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, very low likelihood that you're participating in the stock market.
This is a great point. This is something that a lot of the, what I'd say, macro data really didn't pick up on. There's big segments of America that don't yet own a home, still have to pay for college, and have no exposure to assets. This economy has served those people very, very poorly.
Right.
Yeah. Homes are less affordable, college costs more, and you didn't get any benefits from stock market appreciation.
And Diana Olick's pieces all day long today. Did you see her pieces about the real estate market and how, 4 years ago, whether it was easier to buy or rent, and now it's become nearly impossible to buy. The inflation that has hit young people is they're terrified they're never going to be able to buy a house.
And I've said for a while, and I've tweeted out that I get that, just again, not my opinion, what I feel, what I talk to people. There's two people. It's not red, blue. There's asset owners, Jay, and there's asset renters in America. If you are an asset owner, if you own stocks, if you own a house, if you own a business, things are good for you. You've probably gotten richer. Markets at record highs. We talk about that every day on CNBC. But if you're an asset renter, you're renting a home, you own no stocks, you live paycheck to paycheck, things, to your point, Jay, have been harder. Cyrus, it's Brian. I want to ask you one question. It's got to put you on the spot here. Is the Biden administration was very active in trying to cancel student loan debt. And they got it. They did a lot. There's still that some stuff they couldn't do. But overall, it was an aggressive play. Now, to be fair, most student loan debt is actually held by people my age, not by people your age. But it is an urgent issue with the young voter. Why do you think this didn't seem to resonate more?
It's a question of how much you can actually do in terms of forgiving student loan debt. Not to minimize the fact that that makes a difference in people's lives, but if some of the other pieces that we're talking about, both in terms of wages and wage growth and in terms of sort of underemployment. Great that student loans are getting pushed off the table somewhat or even all the way in some cases. But like we're talking about, you look at the whole economic picture, and if they can't participate in the economy. And last thing I should say, in terms of the student loans, we talk about connecting that type of benefit to the person that actually provided it. Trump has done a heck of a job in terms of putting his name on checks. I don't know if that was necessarily the case with the Biden administration.
Cyrus, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your perspective from all of that polling you've done with the young voters out there. Appreciate that. Cyrus Beschloss.
All right, it is 3:08 a.m. on the East Coast. It is whatever time it is in Hawaii. By the way, thanks for joining us. We are live here at CNBC HQ. Much more coverage of election night in America. Stock futures, they are absolutely ripping. We are glad you're with us, and we're back right after this.
We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and we overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Donald Trump just moments ago in West Palm Beach, Florida, where he gave a victory speech, although NBC News has not called a victory for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris continues to gain some electoral votes. It now stands Kamala Harris at 219, Trump at 266. So we're waiting for that call to come from NBC News.
Yes, we are. Only takes one more state, but that call has not been made by NBC. All right, so with that said, let's get you caught up with where things stand in the race right now. And we are at 270 to win. You get 270 electoral votes. You win. So if Donald Trump were to win one of Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, he would indeed become the next president of the United States. That has not occurred yet. And it's very important to remember that no matter what the former president may say in a speech or not. By the way, the markets are ripping on this news. That's why we're here. We do the markets, and that's how we're approaching everything. Dow futures, small caps,
look at
they're
the
soaring.
Implied Dow open right now up 922 points. Let's take a look at the battleground scorecard right now. There you're seeing those that are too close to call. The important battleground states of Michigan and Wisconsin, too close to call. Nevada and Arizona. Arizona, the last time I looked, only about 50% of the ballots were in at this point. Pennsylvania, though, goes to Trump with 50.8% of the vote there. And we know that he got North Carolina as well, Wisconsin, 51.2%, but still NBC News says that one is too close to call against Harris's 47.2% of the vote.
Which is about 120,000 votes with 93% of the vote in. So while nobody is calling it, NBC News has not called it, therefore we will not call it, because we wouldn't do that.
Right. Let's get a check on global markets right this hour, shall we? Let's start with U.S. stock futures. We were talking, Brian's word, ripping. There you're seeing the NASDAQ futures up 1.5%, Dow Jones futures up more than 2%, the S&P 500 up 1.8%. The Russell 2000, these are the small cap stocks right now. Oh, that's the S&P up 1.85%. There we go. The Russell 2000 up more than 5%.
I think that's a rip. I think it's fair to call. Jay Clayton, as the former SEC chair, would you consider a 5% move in small cap futures a, quote, rip?
That's not a misstatement.
Thank you. It's 3:15 in the morning when we're getting a little punchy on coffee here.
Bitcoin as well. We saw Bitcoin set a new record earlier today. Right now it stands at $73,303. It has pulled back somewhat, but still up 5.5%.
Now, there's individual equities that are on the move as well. How do we know this? Okay, well, there are many platforms out there that do 24/7 consecutive trading. Robinhood, for example, on the trading platform Blue Ocean, they've got good volume. So we're showing you stocks. These are live trades. These are companies that also have enough volume. This is not a couple hundred odd lot trades. These stocks have real volume. Tesla right now, which because of the Musk-Trump bromance, Trump was praising Elon Musk and Starlink in his talk, up nearly 3%. Contessa talked about Bitcoin hitting 73,000, a little off its high, but still Coinbase Global up 3%. Trump media is up 10%, but it's coming off already huge gains. It's pulled back well from its highs as well. And Constellation Energy, why are we showing you that? Well, the other day, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission whacked a deal where Talon Energy, which is a nuclear company, would sell energy to Amazon. And so there's this thought that under a Trump administration, they might be a little bit more pro-energy, pro-deregulation, maybe pro-nuclear, even though the Biden White House has been fairly pro-nuclear in words lately, that a company called Constellation, which owns 3 Mile Island, now renamed the Crane Energy Center,
fantastic information,
would indeed be able to be restarted with a deal on Microsoft. The energy trade there lives on.
As we go through this election morning, because we're in the AM hour, still with us is former SEC Commissioner Jay Clayton, MCC Production CEO Michelle Caruso Cabrera, Jefferies Chief Market Strategist David Zurzos. And joining the conversation is Yale School of Management Senior Associate Dean Jeff Sonnenfeld. It's great to have you all here today. Jeff, because you're the new voice at the table, give me a sense of where we are right now and what this, I mean, you wrote an incredible op-ed with a lot of former CEOs, and then what we're seeing seems to indicate there's a lot of fervor and passion for the former president.
You're absolutely right. There is a gap there. We haven't had a Republican candidate for the presidency that's ever had so little support from the leaders of the major corporations in the country. Usually half of every, about half of the major CEOs in the country have supported the GOP candidate going back a century. Whether or not we're looking at Taft or Reagan or Nixon or John McCain or
Jeff, do you think that's because they don't support the Donald Trump policies? Because that's not really what I've been hearing, or because they have sensitivities either with their employees or their customers about being political and the divisions we've had in this country?
I tell you, Jay, it has not anything whatsoever to do with being woke, and there's an implication for what they do now going forward because of what does bother them. That's true that they are not xenophobic, and I think the very magnanimous words we heard from Donald Trump moments ago, former President Trump, are encouraging, that maybe he'll move to the center. I thought he would have done that in 2016. I've known Donald Trump for several decades, and I was surprised he took the dark turn that he did before, and maybe he'll capture that middle ground now. But they're not xenophobic. Half of the Fortune 500, Jay, half of them are led either by immigrants or first generation. Of tech companies that are worth over $1 billion in valuation, a third of them are created by immigrants. They're creating tens of millions of jobs. So to be calling them vermin and everything else and poisoning the bloodstream of the country.
But he did. He definitely did not do that in his speech tonight.
No.
Tonight he was very clear that he plans to unite the country and forget about the grievances of the past 4 years. He said that very clearly.
I think that's great and that's right. So maybe that's encouraging.
I think an anchor of a Donald Trump economic plan will be smart immigration for exactly the reason
it should be. It should be. What we had to do is, I'll let you in on a secret. In 2019, we couldn't get around Stephen Miller. Just to give you a little secret, I had to go to Jared Kushner with the Business Roundtable. I'm tempted to even name names of who the commission was, the Business Roundtable, to try to stop the block on the H-1B visa program for high-end talent, not to mention, who our construction workers are and who our agriculture workers are.
Let's all agree that if we're educating someone in this country, getting a graduate degree in the STEM area or something like that, that we ought to be able to retain them.
We should. That wasn't where Stephen Miller is and was. And I think if we can work around that, Jay, that would make a big difference. There were some in the administration who helped resolve that, but it was very difficult brinksmanship. Secondly, they are not protectionist and they're not isolationist. That's going to matter a lot. If we see President Putin swarm in further into Ukraine, putting in peril the rest of Eastern and Central Europe, NATO countries and triggers a war, that's, a world war, that's going to be pretty bad. So we have a problem with the isolationism.
I do know from dealing with corporations that most everybody is free trade, except when they look at their market and they realize that you need reciprocal trade in your own market. And
we need some. It's just
all right,
what he
gentlemen, I'm
says.
going to interrupt right here. Joining us now is Allianz Chief Economic Advisor Mohammed Al-Arian, who joins me now. It's great of you to join us, and thank you so much for your time. Given what we've seen, that the Senate control NBC News projects is going to Republicans, that it looks like Donald Trump is on a roll. He has claimed victory tonight already in a speech. NBC News has not yet called it. But, Mohammed, what should be priority number one if there's a new administration and new leadership in the Senate?
So while NBC News hasn't called it, the market has called it. And the market has called not just a Trump win, but a down ballot impact that's going to see a sweep in the houses of Congress. And they're also looking not just a political win, but an economic win. And that's what the market is telling you. So what are they seeing? They're seeing pro-growth policies led by deregulation. They are worried about tariffs, and you see that in the way different segments are reacting. They are worried about the deficit, and you see this in what has happened to 10-year yields, but they're excited about energy. And you see that in oil prices coming down. They're excited about greater supply of energy. So the market is positioning for higher growth, higher productivity, with concerns about budgetary implications and with concern about inflation.
How worried, Mohammed, should China be? Because we hear about these tariffs. We'll see if they happen. Again, candidates for the history of time have promised things or said things that did not happen. We already have tariffs on China. Trump has threatened to increase those tariffs. A, do you believe that will happen? And B, if it does, what will be the downstream effect on inflation or consumer sales or corporate sales?
So I believe that there will be some increase in tariffs. Won't be as big as what the president has indicated in some of his speeches. I think tariffs act as a pressure point for lots of countries around the world. In the case of China, they act as a pressure point for China to live up to its global responsibilities. I think most people agree that China has not lived up to its global economic responsibilities. So, yes, you will see quite a lot being threatened. It will have an impact on inflation. But then the question will become, how big is the disinflationary impact of the higher growth, higher productivity measures? And the market right now is excited about the prospects for higher growth and higher productivity, but worried about the prospects for inflation.
Mohammed, on that and your discussion of the upward pressure on rates, particularly out at the longer term, what advice do you give a Trump administration that it'll be deregulatory, that'll be, what I would say is more permissive around permitting and energy? What do you give them on how to manage the balance sheet?
Jay, I put out an article in the FT yesterday saying that whoever wins has to come in and do 5 things in order to be able to deliver on their promises, let alone the well-being of the country. One is continue to promote economic growth. I don't think President Trump will have any issue with that. 2 is to get our arms around debt and deficit. And that's going to be really important because we're losing flexibility in the budget every single day, which makes it harder. 3, restrain your inclination to use your favorite tool too much. In the case of Harris, it would have been industrial policy and government intervention. In the case of President Trump, it is tariffs. So yes, use it, but not too much. Put a better...
By the way, just from a market perspective, Mohammed, sorry to jump in on you. We're seeing Dow futures up nearly 1,000. Not there yet, up about 950. We're seeing small cap futures, vis-a-vis the Russell E-minis, up 5%. Now, I don't know what the historical, if that's the best in X number of years. I can assure you I have not seen small caps up this much, I think, since when we first started to come out of COVID. Tesla is up 12% right now. It's up slightly more in the European trade. are the markets, and I know you're a markets guy, you will say markets do what they want because it's a collective knowledge and wisdom of everybody else. But do you believe with these moves, particularly in the bond market, stocks, et cetera, that the market is getting a little too in front of itself in any way?
Not as yet, because of what Jay said earlier. There was a big question, would you get a unity speech out of President Trump, or would you get a carnage speech out of President Trump? And what you got is a unity speech. And the market remembers what happened at around 2 in the morning back in 2016, when futures were down hard. He came out and gave a unity speech. And that turned futures around and set a tone that served the market well. So what the market is basically saying is, I've seen this movie before. The unity speech is a good thing, and they are reacting to that. So no, Brian, I think that when we look back, it will be the market simply has seen this movie before and wants to preempt what it saw last time.
Mohammed, Michelle here. We're showing the 1 week of the 10-year yield. And it's spiking today. I mean, it's making a very definitive move. What's your prediction there? And doesn't that end up being a natural governor on spending? I mean, we go back to when, James Carville had to say, wait, I got to listen to a bunch of bond market guys about how much I'm going to be able to spend. I mean, are we going to get there with what we're seeing here?
So we've seen around the world in advanced countries, we've always seen it in developing countries, but in advanced countries, the return of the so-called bond vigilante. The UK felt it in 2022. France has felt it. The UK is feeling it a little bit again now. But the US is exceptional, as you know, Michelle. So it doesn't force fiscal adjustment. It just influences fiscal adjustment.
Yeah.
The bond market in the US cannot impose outcomes. It can influence outcome. In the rest of the world, it imposes outcomes. So I think it's a message when you see the 10-year at 440, it's a message to the administration. Keep an eye on debt and deficit. They matter. Keep an eye on the operational flexibility of the budget. That matters as well.
David Zervos, you've been incredibly patient. Thank you very much for and I'm sure you're champing at the bit. It's not chomping, by the way. It is champing at the bit to jump in here. Anything you would disagree with what Mohammed just said? And yes, also debts and deficits may matter, but history is littered with politicians who said they mattered, and then when they go tell their constituents that they might have to cut something, it doesn't matter all of a sudden.
Well, I think two things. One, I would say that the yield move so far is actually probably the most surprising thing to me, and I would imagine is surprising to many of our clients at Jefferies. I think a lot of folks thought a Trump win would cause long-term yields to go up much more than about 10 basis points, which is basically what they've done, 430 to 440. That's not a particularly large move in the grand scheme of things. Now, it could be that Trump was priced in a little more aggressively, and that's why it is. But that's not some sort of rabid inflation risk that's coming into the system, or some sort of rabid worry about sustainable debts and deficits. That's kind of a pretty normal, it's a big move, but it's a pretty normal big move. It's nothing unusual, nothing like what you're seeing in the IWM, for example, at 5%, or even in the dollar, which has had a much bigger move relative to its normal volatility. So I think that's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is I think we're really underestimating one very important thing in all of this. And it comes from the Elon Musk discussion about cutting government spending and cutting government overreach. It gets back to our deregulation discussion earlier. But if this administration is serious about cutting back on spending, the biggest effect will be that we stop crowding out the private sector and we let the private sector do what it does best, which is gain control of the production and the GDP in the economy. The biggest problem with a big debt and deficit is that we get a big government. And the biggest problem with a big government is that we get a crowding out of the private sector. Just look at Japan. Japan is the classic example of a massive federal government that has crowded out an actually amazing private sector that really has been asleep for 3 decades. So I'm just going to say, if Elon is really serious about coming in and doing what he said, and Trump gives him that mandate, that is hugely positive for the U.S., it's hugely positive for growth, and it's very disinflationary.
I thought one of the most realistic things that Elon has said around this was severance.
Yeah.
We know we have a what I would say is an entrenched civil service. Many of them quality people. But I think we're going to need to give them severance in order to reduce the. What do you think the market would say?
I think the market would love it. I think the market is going to love the idea of cost cutting in Washington, D.C. They're going to love it. And I don't look, Jay, you've been in there. You know how hard it is. I've been at the Federal Reserve, spent 4 years of my career there on and off. But it's hard to move these things. But if there's a tag team that can kind of get this done, I would say Donald Trump and Elon Musk are probably two of the people I would pick. And it's also, he's a second-term president. He can do things that are a little unpopular.
We're going to continue the conversation, so everybody's sticking around. But coming up, we have Wedbush's Dan Ives on the tech trade and what may be next for Tesla and for Elon Musk. Stay with us right here on CNBC.
Welcome back to CNBC and our continuing coverage of the election. We're going to check futures right now, as we've been mentioning all morning long. In the green across the board, the Dow futures up over 1,000 points. That translates to about almost 2.5%. The S&P up over 2% as well. The NASDAQ, actually the laggard, believe it or not, up just over 1.5%. And right now, we want to also take a look at overnight trading of Tesla on the Robinhood platform, considered to be the biggest and most liquid. Taking a look right now. Tesla up over 9% right now, moving much higher. Again, overnight trading. This is on the Robinhood platform. And joining us now is Wedbush Securities Senior Equity Analyst Dan Ives. Dan, great to have you here. Taking a look at Tesla. A lot of people see this as a Trump trade. By the way, we didn't show it just now, but the Russell futures up over 5%, another Trump trade. But I want to focus on Tesla for a minute. You just put out a note a short time ago. You said this election, potentially the election of Donald Trump, he looks to have a commanding lead in the Electoral College. It would actually be good for Tesla, even though it would generally be bad for EVs because of credits would be taken away and other factors that would be headwinds for the industry. Why is it good for Tesla?
It's a dream scenario for any Tesla bull. I mean, I think this could ultimately add $40 to $50 per share to Tesla stock right off the bat. And we could now be talking about $1.5 trillion market cap for Tesla. Because first off, from an EV perspective, if Trump gets elected, he'll pull the EV tax credits. But that, from a scale and scope perspective, is a positive for Tesla. And that's huge here. And I think the other thing is if Trump gets in, he will fast-track autonomous FSD. Cybercab could get pulled forward about a year. This is really, for a Tesla bull, if you wake up to this, it's exactly what you want to see. And, of course, Musk will clearly have a big voice in a Trump administration.
I want to get to that in just a minute, but I just want to be clear. So you're saying for Tesla, the tailwind is just less regulation. The idea that a Trump administration potentially, again, NBC News has not called the election yet, despite the fact that former President Trump has a lead in the Electoral College. But you're saying a Trump administration would have less regulation and allow Elon Musk and Tesla to push forward autonomous driving and full self-driving.
Oh, yeah, I think that's, if you look what's happened in China, I think that would be a top initiative. To fast-track FSD autonomous. There's been a lot of regulatory hurdles. And this is something, Musk talked about robotaxi day. Obviously, the initial sentiment was negative. This is going to be the key. Because ultimately, I think Tesla is the most undervalued AI name in the market. And you look what's happened here. This is just more and more going to unlock that opportunity for Tesla and Musk.
I want to clarify for investors. So if you're looking at Tesla stock before tonight, it was up about 4%, 5%. Some of the reasons that it's been underperforming is that people feel like Elon Musk is distracted. He has too many other things going on. The idea of Elon Musk being involved in a Trump administration, potentially being the quote-unquote efficiency czar, why wouldn't that weigh on the stock? Why wouldn't that concern investors?
Yeah, he's going to have a major say, right? From a Trump administration in terms of influence potentially, ultimately really being sort of an advisor, especially when it comes to some of the China issues, AI. And when you look at Tesla, the biggest issue here has really been the regulatory. You look at the tax credits, those get pulled. That's bullish for Tesla, negative for EVs. If you look from a Tesla perspective, Trump getting in, it really becomes, what I view as just an uber bullish scenario for Tesla stock.
All right. Your note also covers the AI stocks, but I want to talk about Apple for a minute. You and I were talking off camera about how a Trump presidency with Elon Musk as the quote-unquote efficiency czar it actually could be a positive for Apple because you believe that Elon Musk could be an intermediary between the Trump administration and China.
Yeah, and go back to even in 2018, 2019, there were carve-outs for iPhones. I think the initial knee-jerk here would be, okay, does Apple get caught in a trade war just like Tesla? I think Musk here on the China stuff, you will definitely see carve-outs. I think he understands the China market as well as Cook probably better than anyone. That's why I think here this is going to be good for big tech. You know, I think when it comes to overall AI, but on the China stuff, I don't view that too much of a negative when it comes to Apple. I also think then it comes down to regulatory, right? I mean, the question is, does Khan, the FTC, if she goes away, that's bullish for big tech, bullish for Apple, bullish for Google.
So, I mean, I think the general consensus is that Lina Khan would not be at the FTC if former President Trump is brought back to the White House. I thought it was kind of questionable if she'd be brought back under a Harris administration as well. But you're saying without her there, or even under a Trump administration, the regulation, that headwind when it comes to regulation involving, you know, iPhone dominance, search and things, you think that just goes away?
I think that's called a 10%, 15% overhang on some of these tech stocks. Look at Google in terms of some of the antitrust and I think worries there. Apple as well. So from a big tech perspective, Trump getting in, there's clearly some from a China, and we got to see how tariffs play out. But again, I think Musk will probably calm some of that down. Bark will be worse than the bite. From a big tech perspective, Khan out, that's thorn in the side, bullish for big tech, bullish for Tesla. Tomorrow morning, you know, assuming if Trump does get in, this is something where, you know, I think this just puts more fuel in the engine for tech rally. NASDAQ 20,000 on the way.
All right, so once again, U.S. futures up big right now. The Dow looks like it would open up about 1,000 points higher. I want to go to some international markets, specifically the Hang Seng. We saw it was under pressure. We're going to show some other Chinese tech stocks like Lenovo, JD.com, and Alibaba under pressure as well. What is a potential Trump re-election? What does it mean for Chinese tech?
Yeah, I think hugely negative for China tech because of some of the regulatory, because of some of the tariffs. And I think if you kind of trajectory this out, you know, this is something that is actually, it's bullish for U.S. tech, bearish for China tech, specifically around the AI names. Because right now, how do some of these Chinese companies ultimately get their chips? So you're going to see a lot more regulatory there. I think a lot of that AI premium comes out of some of the China tech names. So that you sit here today, super bullish for U.S. tech, bearish. I'm talking about bears coming out of hibernation mode on China tech.
Let's drill down for a minute when it comes to EVs, specifically those Chinese EVs. Now, they already have tariffs on them if they were to come here to the U.S., but a potential Trump re-election, what does that mean for the Chinese EV industry and just basically North America? In your mind, does that stop any plans they had to try to manufacture those EVs in Mexico and possibly bring them into the U.S.? Does that change other plans on this side of the world?
Yeah, I think it's going to make it extremely difficult for those to come into the U.S. And I think that's something that you could say. That's why Ford, GM, some of these other names are up today, because it feels like now that's not going to happen with Trump in. I'm clearly bearish for when you look at BYD, NIO, and others, but it just speaks to where we're going. I mean, there's a huge sort of spray chart of possibilities that really go out here. And I think ultimately big tech, Tesla, really on top in terms of beneficiaries, in terms of this scenario, you know, what we could be seeing play out.
One other stock you wanted to talk about was Palantir. Just recently had earnings this week. We saw a big pop following earnings. How does Palantir play into all this? Obviously, Palantir, commercial business that's growing, a defense contractor, essentially, a lot of U.S. defense business. With a Trump re-election, how does Palantir come into this?
Look, I mean, I think an Inflation Reduction Act clearly could be curtailed. That's negative for Intel, just more pain on that trade. But for Palantir, I think AI initiatives within the government are going to be a huge focus. Within the Beltway, that's going to be probably one of the top priorities, you know, if Trump gets in. Palantir is front and center there. This is going to be a huge tailwind for them, and just showing more and more that continues to be not just the messy of AI, but what I view as a core AI play, not just on enterprise, but in the government, in that 202 area code.
All right, you just mentioned Inflation Reduction Act, a possible repeal of the CHIPS Act. How much of a risk is that for the chip sector? How much of a risk is that for tech overall, considering some of the geopolitical tensions that we have? If we're not manufacturing, or at least ramping up manufacturing of chips here in the U.S., is that a medium-term or long-term risk that investors should be mindful of?
I think it's a risk for names like Intel. I think you could say maybe it's a net positive for NVIDIA, you know, for names that really weren't going down that path. But this is going to have to all play out, because I think there could be changes in terms of is more of that focused on AI. But for chips in the U.S., don't hold your breath. If Trump comes in, Intel manufacturing is not going to be here in the U.S.
We got to get back to contestant Brian. Before we go, we want to give our audience that were nice enough to stay up all night with us. Give us a couple stocks that you're watching today that you think could see the biggest pop. Tesla's obviously one of them. What are a few others?
I think it's Tesla, Palantir, Microsoft you'd be owning on that trade. You clearly NVIDIA. And then to me, I think there's some other names like even on small cap or mid cap, cybersecurity, I think will be bullish here. Palo Alto, Table Pounder, Zscaler, CrowdStrike. Those are names you own on this trade.
All right. Wedbush's Dan Ives, best dressed man on Wall Street. Contestant Brian, back over to you.
All right, Frank, thank you for that. Up next, we're going to head to Beijing for a live report on how Chinese markets and Chinese state media are digesting tonight's developments. CNBC is back right after this.
Welcome back to CNBC's live coverage of the 2024 Your Money, Your Vote election night. And yes, we are indeed live, and we're hitting this as only we can do on CNBC, which is from a markets and data perspective. Dow futures are up more than 1,000. They're up 1,010 points. Biggest open we may have seen in 2 years. Small caps the same. Europe is higher across the board. Germany up 1.5%. The CAC 40 in France up 2%. De rien. That's your welcome in French there. There we go. Asian markets, they are higher across the board, except for China. When you look at the Hong Kong Hang Seng, down 2%. Shanghai, down. Shenzhen Composite, down. The rest of Asia, doing well. China seem to be right in the crosshairs of what is likely to be, not called yet, not over yet, a second Trump presidency. We will wait to call that. Tech stocks in China, they are all down across the board on the likelihood of increased tariffs on many of these companies. All right, let's talk more now about China, their economy, and also what the Chinese media may be saying right now. We don't know, but our friend Eunice Yoon, who is live in Beijing, certainly does. As she joins us, Eunice, it's likely to be a new day there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned the market reaction. Hong Kong led the day's losses, as you had said, because of the weakness that we saw in the tech plays as well as the EV names. A lot of investors still mulling what a potential Trump win could mean for China. As you said, Shanghai, Shenzhen found their footing. A lot of the expectation is that China is going to unveil a fiscal stimulus on Friday, and so people were very much focused on that as well. In fact, earlier in the week, we heard from Nomura, which estimated that a package could be 10 to 20% larger under a Trump win if the former president imposes, as he's pledged, to impose wide-ranging steep tariffs on Chinese-made goods. Now, we also heard from a former government economist who told investors at a Citi event this week that Trump's pledged tariffs at 60% could cut Chinese exports by $200 billion. So Chinese state media, which has been largely quiet up until this moment about the U.S. election, has been ramping up its rhetoric, describing the U.S.-style democracy as what they say unprecedented chaos, to contrast it with China's own one-party rule. The topic of the U.S. election has been widely discussed here. Again, a lot of Chinese companies have been concerned about the short-term volatility and uncertainty that they would see if President Trump were to come in and impose a lot of those tariffs. But there is one winner that people have been discussing here, and that is Elon Musk. Saying that Elon Musk is a de facto vice president of Trump.
Elon Musk definitely got a lot of high-profile praise from Donald Trump at his speech in West Palm Beach, Florida, Eunice. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate that. Let's stay on China and bring in Geopolitical McNeil. He's the managing director and senior policy analyst at Longview Global, also a CNBC contributor. And we have Allianz Chief Economic Advisor Mohammed Al-Arian still with us as well. Geopolitical, when you're looking at this, this standoff that we saw during the former Trump presidency between the United States and China, especially where tariffs were concerned. What do you expect to see, and how soon do you expect to see some major reaction from China?
Well, I think China's very concerned about the rhetoric around tariffs. I think what they will wait to see is what actually happens. But unlike 2018, Contessa, China has developed a whole range of tools to hit back. You know, in 2018, it was agriculture. I think now what China has really developed are tools to go after the critical mineral supply chain and some of the advanced manufacturing supply chains that we need for a clean energy transition if we're still going down that path. So I think China will be slow, patient, and opportunistic. But I think there is some concern, at least on the financial side of the house, about a Trump presidency. But I don't think everyone in China, quite frankly, will be upset by this, because if Trump continues to do what he said he was going to do, and that's oppose across-the-board tariffs, including some of our allies and partners, well, China sees that as an opening to get closer to Europe in a way that they've been seeking to do during the Biden administration, but have just had no real room or opportunity to do so.
We're showing the Asia tech stocks right now. Alibaba off by 4%, JD.com off by 4%, and others. Mohammed, when you're looking at it's not just the Chinese equities, but it does, when there's a Cold War in trade between China and the United States, it has a trickle-down effect across a lot of economies. How do you see this?
So first, I see it as complicating China's life enormously. Even before tonight, China had an internal economic problem, and China saw global growth turn from tailwinds to headwinds. Now China has to worry about more tariffs. And this notion, Contessa, that they can simply implement stimulus and everything's going to be fine is wrong. There's a reason why they haven't done that in the past, and that is because stimulus is helping an old economic model they're trying to evolve from. Where I completely agree with what has just been said is that China is going to take advantage of this situation in order to get more countries to buy into its alternative system. Now, its alternative system isn't as comprehensive, isn't as efficient as the dollar-based system, but China is going to continue to push it hard.
DeWardrick, there's also a military aspect here, and I certainly am no expert in this, but we know what the former president has said about his support, or maybe lack thereof, for Ukraine. And there's an idea that his militaristic eye will turn more toward China, which is a different, which would be more of a direct adversary rather than sort of a proxy fight. Number one, do you believe that? And number two, if we see the U.S. turn a little more aggressive militarily with China, what does that look like? Does Xi Jinping just start making deals with us, or does he dig in and take a harder line?
Well, I think what Xi is going to do is really deploy what I call a comprehensive national power set of tools. So it won't be necessarily a harder military line, although I think he certainly would not shy away from that. But China has a range of tools that it can deploy. China has lots of agency. So I do think that we're going to see a pivot back to Asia if some of the Trump foreign policy names that I know make it into this administration. They believe we've been distracted, certainly with Ukraine. And that will pose a challenge for China, for sure. But I don't think we should look at this in just a defense space. China will deploy a range of tools to try and compete with the U.S. My fear here, Brian, is that this managed competition that we've been seeing over the last 4 years will fade away, and that the Trump administration and China will engage in just pure raw competition.
DeWardrick McNeil, Longview Global, always appreciate your insight. Mohammed Al-Arian will be sticking around with us as well. Mohammed, thank you very much for that. All right, coming up, folks, it is not called yet. We'll get the latest exit poll data coming in from 2 more critical states, ones that could certainly tip the balance over 270 electoral votes. Dow futures, they're up over 1,000 points, 1,133 points. Small caps up, bond yields up, gold's up. We're glad you're up. because we're still up. And we're back right after this. It is just about 4 o'clock in the morning here on the east coast of the United States, 1 a.m. out west. Glad you're with us. We are here live at CNBC headquarters for the Your Money, Your Vote election night coverage. And markets, they are moving in a big, big way. Let's take a quick look. Dow futures up 1,145 points. NASDAQ futures up 357. One of the biggest moves that we have seen. Small caps, not going to show them to you, small caps up 5% right now. A potential Trump victory could have big implications for the bond market as well. Piper Sandler, research firm Wall Street, has called him the king of debt because we wonder, where will debts and deficits go? 10-year Treasury yield has moved up the last month or so, moving up a little bit today, back to 4.4. It was at 3.66 just 1 month ago. What about precious metals? If you talk about inflation, you're really talking about gold. Gold continues to make, it's not right now at a record high, but had just made some. It is at 2,732. The metal complex is down a bit, but gold had earlier hit a record. What about individual names? We've told you the Coinbases, the Teslas of the world, they're soaring. Here's a few names that may be off your radar. These are live trades right now, real time. Robinhood, Geo Group. They're an operator of private prisons. This whole concept maybe potentially of getting back to tough on crime, whatever you think of that, the market thinks. It's not our opinion. Geo Group is up 23%. It is perceived that a potential second Trump term could be good. Healthcare's big split. If you're an insurance company, Medicare, Medicaid, insurer, could be very good for the Humanas, the United Health Groups of the world. Humana's up 5.5%. Bad for the hospital operators, good for the insurers. And we just talked about with Eunice Yoon about Chinese electric cars. What's the risk here? Well, General Motors is up 4%. Ford is up 3%. One wonders that if Trump does get into office and knocks down these EV tax credits, will Ford and GM perhaps, A, face less China threat and competition, and B, be able to kind of escape the political halo that exists around electric cars, kind of feeling forced by the current administration to go in a direction that loses billions of dollars per year? And respectfully, many customers have simply said with their wallets they don't want them.
They're losing money on electric cars.
A lot.
And then they have to produce them, and so this would perhaps suggest that they don't have to have that.
If you get, yeah, and Michelle, I think this is a big thing. And again, we're saying ifs because, Contessa, the race has not been called. But if there is a rollback of emissions standards, right? Remember, former President Trump pulled us out of the Paris Climate Agreement. Current President Joe Biden put us back in. It seems clear, Jay Clayton, that if reelected, would be the first non-consecutive president since Grover Cleveland, by the way, RBI, random interesting, that we would probably pull us back out of the Paris Climate Agreement. And whatever you think about that from a climate perspective, that this could be good news for Ford and GM that make their money selling large gas pickup trucks.
And what have we learned? We've learned that you're not going to force an energy transition by starving yourself of fossil fuels or by causing people to drive cars they do not want to drive, that do not have the range, that do not have the flexibility. We've learned that. And all you need to do is not just look here, but look at Europe. Do you think Europe is happy that they've starved themselves of fossil fuels and face dependency now on us for gas and, basically have very little leverage over Russia? You know what? We can level set that now. Know we need a lot of energy. Try to make responsible transition, but you do not do it by starving yourself of fossil fuels.
Yeah, just watching Germany deindustrialize before our eyes after the decisions they've made, it's really incredible. As industry there just begs for relief.
But I will tell you that, I was in those meetings and people thought you were crazy if you said that this was a mistake, that forcing higher costs onto manufacturers was going to drive that manufacturing overseas. Well,
and if it wasn't for U.S., as I've said, I've stood on LNG tankers in the port of Rotterdam reporting on this, if it wasn't for U.S. liquefied natural gas, I call it the Marshall Plan for Energy, right? Named after the plan after World War II that rebuilt it. If it wasn't for that, Germany is Europe. They're paying 4 times, 5 times our natural gas prices already. They'd be at probably 10x. And they'd still be buying from Russia, but they'd be buying Russian LNG, even with the Nord Stream blown up.
What we're monitoring this hour is the election results coming in, where there are still a handful of states that are too close to call. Right now, we have Nevada and Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Maine, New Hampshire, that still have not been called. And though Donald Trump did come out today with a victory speech and claimed victory, NBC News Decision Days has not done it. Take a look here at Trump media, up almost 50% on the day. And it was already up on a tear, even leading into this. When we're looking at the overseas markets, we're seeing European markets opening or better. The Asian markets generally are opening.
Ex-China.
Except for China, exactly. With us, Mohammed El-Arian, who's with Allianz, and David Zerzos, who's with Jefferies.
Oh, David is still there?
Is still here.
Well, hey. David's the most patient man in the world, by the way. David, thank you. He's just come out on set and join us. If we find another chair. I want to quickly jump in. David, this is your world. We work for Jefferies, publicly traded company. Yes. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to our data team. They're working, Gina and the whole squad. They're working live right now, putting out all kinds of great data. We look smart because they make us smart. Thank you. JP Morgan Chase, guys, the pre-market just opened up. How much is, Michelle, take a guess. How much is JP Morgan Chase? I'm going to cover my screens.
5%.
5.9. Very, very nice. Very nice. Well done. JP Morgan, we're not high-fiving the move. We're high-fiving she got it right. Goldman Sachs is up 5% as well, David Zerzos. Do you think, and again, the market's right, wrong, it's a subjective term, but does the financial, the interest rate market, the debt market, maybe deal flow due to less regulation, and Jay chime in on that as well, does that sort of merit these kinds of moves in the equities? Are you seeing the grease in the market engine move like that?
For sure. I mean, I could even make an argument that 5's too low, and I was making an argument a few hours ago that I thought the S&P might be up a little bit more, and now it is up a little bit more. I think it's going to keep going. I think there's a lot.
You did nail that.
I think there's a lot of momentum from the deregulation trade. We already talked about that. I think there's a lot of momentum from the potential lowering of government expenditures and the reduction, the crowding out of the private sector that we also talked about. And I think there's a overreaction and worry and an over-worry about the inflation and tariff side of the equation. And I am somewhat heartened to see that the bond market is not really pricing in any kind of major problems with barely a 10 basis point move in the 10-year note now. I don't see them getting overly nervous. And that was something I would have worried about, putting some brakes on the equity market, is that yields would go up too much or the dollar would strengthen too much. We've seen those calm down, and in particular the yields. And I'm scratching my head and wondering if the red sweep idea and this idea that government spending is going to come down as well as taxes coming down, so both your G comes down and your T comes down. I know you're all thinking gin and tonics, but your G and T comes down. That's just going to open up this whole sort of Elon Musk-led storyline, which is kind of going to take the private sector to new levels. And who's going to bank all of that? Well, Jefferies is going to be in there for sure, and there will be other investment banks on the leaderboard as well.
David, okay, on that note, you mentioned a red sweep. We know that NBC News is projecting that the Senate control will go to Republicans. We're waiting to hear about the House. We're getting some revealing exit polling data from CNBC's Emily Wilkins. Emily, what have you learned?
Contessa. So a couple really interesting things here with the exit polls. Wanted to start off by just looking into the economy a little bit, particularly in Pennsylvania. We have already obviously seen that state called for Trump, but I think it kind of gives a perspective into what we are seeing and some of the shifts that we're looking at tonight. And it's, you know, Democrats, they've really tried to make the case with the economy, showcasing the low unemployment, the falling inflation. And yet, if you look at the exit polls, a majority majority, about 2/3 of individuals, said that the economy was either doing not so good or poor. And in addition to that, the family financial situation, when the poll was asked about that, you can see the graphic there with about the 2/3 for the poor and the not so good. And then in addition to that, when folks in the exit polls were asked about their family's financial situation, almost half, 48%, said that it was worse now than it was 4 years ago. Only 22% said that they felt like it was better. And this is playing into another big story that we're seeing this evening that's playing out in some of the exit polls, and that is the story of Latino voters. For them, the most important issue that we have seen is the economy. And you can see there tonight, Harris does have a slight lead with Latino voters, but take a look at Trump there at that 45%. That's what he's gotten this time around, 2024. You look back, though, on 2020, and Trump only had 32%. So he has made immense gains this time around with Latino voters, particularly Latino men. National exit polls have shown that he's gotten more than half of those men voting for him. And I think this is going to play a big role later tonight. We're keeping a very close eye, of course, on Nevada. 17% of the population there is Latino and Hispanic. And so we're keeping a close eye on that. And Trump's gains with this group of voters really could make the difference in Nevada and potentially some other states as we continue to watch these very, very close races tonight.
In Nevada, the promise that Trump made on the campaign trail to eliminate taxes on tips, thank you very much, 4 a.m., that was very popular with so many people who work in the service sector in Nevada. And then we saw the vice president come out on the campaign trail and say she supported that, too. Let's bring in Operation Hope founder John Hope Bryant. Also with me is Jeffrey Sonnenfeld. When you look at that, 68%, John, of the people who say, no, I don't care what you've got experts on CNBC saying, the economy is not so great. What does that tell you about the work in front of the nation's leaders about the electorate?
It's a very good question. And by the way, you guys have been doing an excellent job all night. I've been watching you all night. Great job. This is a vibrant democracy, and people, you've been expressing a range of voices, which is important here. Look, my credit counseling is up. It's been up for a while at Operation Hope. Not just poor and the struggling class, but the middle class, folks with too much month at the end of their money. I've been saying on CNBC for a long time that the color is not black or white, race, or red or blue, politics, but green, economics. And that this is a topic that has been creeping up into is a primary issue more and more. And a couple people have gotten it right over the last 20 years. I think President Bill Clinton got it right. We got the deficit down, the economy up, and people felt that they were doing better. This country is an idea, not just a country. So it's how we feel about things matter. So yes, the economics of the average everyday, I think, and a half of all employment in this country.
You mentioned the deficit, and it's not something that we really hear out on the campaign trail. It's not something that if you ask voters, they will say, oh, I'm so concerned about. But is there a correlation between the opportunity that is in front of the very people that you're trying to counsel and how desperate the debt situation is for our nation?
I think because of financial illiteracy, people don't understand the national budget. They don't understand the debt. In many cases, they don't understand their own debt in their own households. Let me go back, by the way, to your last question, which is the job for the new leader, whoever it is once this is decided. Is the selling's over. The deal may be closed. Now you need a business plan for America because the enemy is not your next door neighbor, it's not Republicans or Democrats. It's four countries who want to take us out as the leader of the world. That's China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. And we've got to be focused on we're better together. And what's the business plan to get the people at the bottom to feel that the ladder is not broken to them at the top. So it's not so much people. Our clients are not. They're turning to debt because they don't have enough income, right? They're not in their own debt. I mean, not just the nation's debt. They don't in their own debt, and they're turning to credit cards and to debt because they got too much month at the end of their money. As I said earlier, by the way, half of those making $100,000 a year are living paycheck to paycheck.
John, I don't know if you caught it. We did an election road trip 2 weeks ago, drove Erie, Pennsylvania, Grand Rapids, Kenosha, and I'm going to summarize there. The people of Erie, which is one of the poorest urban zip codes in the United States, good people, they need your middle name. They need hope, right? And that's what I heard, because their city's been gutted by manufacturing, leaving. They're trying to reinvent it. There's some good things there happening, but it's a 24% poverty rate. So I would ask you, we don't have an outcome yet. Nothing's been called. That said, if you were to get a call from a President Trump, should he be reelected, and he says, John, what can I do to help communities like Erie, like many of these other areas where they need hope, schooling's difficult, they don't see opportunity or optimism? What would your advice be?
Get the credit score up within a year to 700. There's a 100-point pop. By we did a graph, Brian, of all 7 of the battleground states, and they're remarkably similar. I'm sorry, remarkably similar. They're basically stuck in the middle, and they don't feel like they're aspirationally going up. So it's not just Erie; it's just people. Those in the middle feel like they're not. The ladder's not helping them to come up to this American dream, and it's really a microcosm of the macro story of America. We can maybe come back to that, but to nail your question, get the credit score up 100 points. Get them trained in financial literacy. Get them trained in AI literacy, artificial intelligence, which is going to change everybody's world. There'll be old jobs that are going to go away with AI, all these service jobs. There'll be new jobs, a bunch of new jobs coming in. Get them trained for those new jobs. So technology and finance are 2 things they have got to understand coming out of high school. Get those parents in a position where they can get good credit at prime rates. And when their credit score goes up, they're going to want to become homeowners. When their credit score goes up, our data has showed at Operation Hope, now you become more aspirational. You become more hopeful. Now you want to become a small business owner. You want to write the check, not just cash it. And so that economic, focusing on the green, focusing on repairing the ladder, might just be part of also the healing that has got to happen in this country. I wrote down 5 things. There was 5 things that one of your guests said needs to happen. He was talking really from a Wall Street perspective. Mohammed, I don't disagree with that, but I think there are 5 other things that need to be focused on. Economic growth, so he and I agree on that. 2, healing. Healing. We're not human beings, we're human beings. Healing. 3, strengthening the middle class, which I just talked about. These 7 swing states are all just sort of stuck in the middle. 4, growing the table. And the demographics of this country are just different than they were 20 or 30 years ago. Growing the table, as you talked about the Latino numbers, you talked about really blacks, Latinos, this is the aspiration generation. You got to grow this table so that more people feel that they can participate. And then lastly, reducing the debt, personal debt and our government debt by growing GDP.
Well, so that gets us back full circle to where, sort of where my question was. Jeff, you talk to a lot of business leaders across America. When you're looking at the way that these results have come rolling in, how should business leaders across America set up for the new day?
I agree with all of John's points, especially his first point about the public service you folks are providing with this amazing marathon and mixture of opinions and expertise is fantastic. But Contessa, Michelle, Brian, it's remarkable, and I know you should feel very proud of these last 4 hours and 17 minutes, but Jay is amazing. Jay deserves a special award. Jay's been on for like 9 hours and 20 minutes, and I don't know how he does it. He's not even hoarse. But I agree with that part of what John said. But also, John talked about the messaging obliquely, and Heidi felt this earlier, is the economic messaging. We have had a very good economics team in this current Biden administration, but you wouldn't know it talking to them. When they come on CNBC or elsewhere, they are their own worst critics. No voters in this election have actually seen a better economy. with inflation falling as it is, with employment.
Voters disagreed with you, Jeff.
You know,
thank you for the
thank
you for the compliment. We appreciate it, but
Brian, let me tell you why.
disagreed.
There was something called the sleeper effect. They were studied in 1953. It is when you repeat unfounded information over and over again, it takes root. People start to believe this is a bad economy.
Yeah.
Look anywhere; it's the strongest economy in the world. Our inflation was lower than Germany and the UK.
But Jeff, don't you think people were hit by inflation very hard? I mean, you spend any time in Latin America, people become bitter.
Lumber is down
but
90.
prices are still higher than they were in 2019.
Lumber is down 95%. All metals are down.
Go price coffee at the
housing is up. Housing is up, and that's the Federal Reserve. It's monetary policy. So that's what's different. But our GDP growth is the envy of the world. Wages are outstripping inflation.
Yeah.
But what's happened is we've tripled manufacturing jobs in just the places like Erie you're talking about, is that all these different Biden initiatives have been extremely effective, but they didn't know how to communicate it. They started apologizing for success and believing propaganda, and that's what happened.
And now we'll see how much patience there is for this whole situation to turn around. Jeffrey, it's always good to see you. Jeffrey Sonnenfeld, John Hope Bryant, and Michelle Caruso Cabrera, thank you for joining us on this amazing marathon of coverage of your vote, your money.
You're only as good as your show guests, and you guys are the best. So thank you very much. All right, coming up, much more. We got big market moves. Dow futures, they are up more than 1,000. Small caps up more than 5%. Bonds are on the move as well. You got gold, Bitcoin is higher. Markets moving. Dare we say, bigly. We're back. Big league right after this. All right, welcome back to the Your Money, Your Vote election night coverage. We are live here at CNBC. It is 4:23 in the morning, and we are waiting for the race to be called. Donald Trump with a very healthy lead, but again, nothing directly has been called by NBC. The markets, though, as Mohamed El-Erian said a few moments ago, they appear to be making their own calls. Dow futures up, small caps up, bonds the move with yields up, and individual stocks are moving as well. Some of them not up. Look at those names. Can we go back to that chart, guys? You've got solar stock, First Solar, you've got Solar Edge, Enphase Energy, NextEra, any of the companies that are seen as beneficiaries of the Inflation Reduction Act money and tax credits that Donald Trump has threatened to pull back. Now, Congress will have something to say about it, but those stocks are trading down. Just quick note, by the way, on First Solar, before we go over to Frank Holland. I've read a lot of reports that say that First Solar, which is based in Phoenix, could actually benefit even under a Trump administration because Trump might tariff cheaper Chinese imports more. Market clearly disagrees. But I'm just saying, if you are a First Solar investor, do some homework on that because there's a variety of different views on that stock. Let's get now to Frank Holland. He has got a closer look at what retail investors might and maybe are thinking at this point with a special guest. Frank.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. Joined by J.J. Kinahan, CEO of IG North America. J.J., great to have you here.
Great to be here. Thanks,
all right, so just back on those clean energy names, a couple of those names, including Next Energy, some of the biggest laggards on the S&P. So investors are kind of voting right now on what they think about potential policies going forward. I just want to go back to the build-up to the election. What are you seeing in the retail trade area? What are retail traders looking at? What are they putting their money on, and how are they seeing things?
Yeah, so sure. You guys have talked a lot about Tesla tonight, so obviously Tesla being one that was investors came for. Microsoft. So Microsoft's always an interesting stock to me because Microsoft, whenever the market sells off, it's the first one retail traders tend to buy. But I think what's underrated about Microsoft is the fact that they are in cybersecurity pretty heavily. Obviously, we all know their cloud work, et cetera. So that's been one that could be a bigger winner going forward, one that our clients, you know, are normally going to buy anyways, but bought in a much heavier way, I would say, than normal. Alphabet. Our clients have been buying a lot of that in anticipation of this also. You know, if you think about some of the pressures for some of these Mag 7 stocks to break up and become all separate stocks. Now, some may argue that the parts may be greater than the sum, but the pressure and the distraction of having to do so, many think will come away because of a Trump win overall and some of the regulations that may be, you know, from DOJ or DOL or whatever it may be may not be as heavy.
You know, very interesting. You're talking about Microsoft as kind of an under-the-radar cybersecurity play. Could the same be said for Alphabet? They purchased Mandiant, I believe it was about 2 years ago, and kind of bolstered their cybersecurity offerings as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you know, again, these companies are in so many businesses overall that sometimes it can be a little difficult for the average person to keep track of what they're doing. And so with that, I find that, you know, they do have some parts that could benefit. What was most interesting probably, I think, Frank, overall, Apple was a big play around earnings. But overall, Apple was a big play, but it's still been about a 50-50 split. And you have to remember one thing. Retail traders overall tend to lean a little bit to the bullish side because they often have longer holding periods, et cetera. So to see Apple be more of a 50-50 split, people weren't sure what to make of that stock. What will it mean if there are some tariffs, et cetera? How could it affect some of the production of the phones? So I think that that's probably one of the most interesting stocks to watch going forward, to see what the market ends up voting on Apple's behavior.
You know, one other stock that I know you're watching is ExxonMobil. And you and I, we chatted about this off camera for a minute. Actually, we've seen oil production ramp up under the Biden administration. Yeah. But you're saying that that's a pro-Trump trade right now, that you're seeing a lot of retail investors playing on the idea that they believe that former President Trump is going to win the election.
Yes, and I think that overall, you know, the energy sector in general, retail has a big believer will be a beneficiary of that. Now, we will see, because the other belief from many is that the price of oil, because of non-inflationary policies, if you will come down, and that could affect them to the negative side. The other area that kind of flies under the radar when it comes to energy may be coal production. And so you have a couple of companies there like, you know, and Nucor and Peabody Energy, which could be beneficiaries. Again, what I look for in a Trump administration is just where has the regulatory environment been the heaviest. Okay. You may see some of that draw back.
You know, J.P. Morgan out with a note actually in recent days saying Nucor, Cleveland Cliffs, some other commodity plays are going to benefit from a potential Trump reelection. I want to bring another voice into this. I want to bring in Stephanie Link from Hightower. Steph, great to have you on board as well. I just want to get your take on what we're seeing in the futures market right now. Futures moving higher throughout the morning, especially the small cap futures.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think the fact that we're going to have an answer sometime today, most likely, is one less overhang on the markets. It's been very worrisome that we wouldn't get an answer. So that's a positive. It looks like it is a Trump win. It also looks like it's a sweep, but it's too early to really call that. The point being, though, is that we're now looking at probably under a Trump administration, faster economic growth, maybe stickier inflation. That's what the bond market's telling you, just given the yield. The yields are backing up, 10 years up about 15 basis points. And oh, by the way, since the Fed cut rates, the bond market, the 10-year has gone from 360 to now you're at, you know, about 4.5%. A little bit higher tariffs for sure, but offset by a lot less regulation. So, and probably a lot less government expenditure. So all of this added all up, and you're looking at a pretty decent environment going forward. And oh, by the way, Frank, we already have a decent economic environment. We're running at about 2.5% in GDP. The consumer continues to spend. ISM services were the best in 2 years yesterday, with new orders also very strong, and the pricing component tame. And then, of course, you have this manufacturing renaissance going on with regards to grid power, anything tied to, obviously, the AI build-out. And so I think you add it all up, we can breathe a sigh of relief that we'll have an answer. You have a lot of cash on the sidelines. We talked about this the other day, $6.4 trillion in money markets. So I think you're going to see a nice rally into the end of the year. Remember, under Trump, his first term, from the eve of the election to mid-March of 2017, the S&P 500 rallied 11%. So you mentioned small caps. Okay. It's also financials. It's also cyclicals and the reflation trade that should lead the markets higher.
You know, JJ, I know you're also looking at financials, but very quickly, before we go back to Brian and Contessa, I want to hit on something you just mentioned, Steph, the rise in bond yields. JPM also out with a note forecasting if we see a red sweep, that could raise bond yields substantially. Actually, their forecast was it would raise the 10-year by as much as 40 basis points. Is that a concern for this market going forward? The fact that the dollar is strengthened going into the election, and also there's the potential of a red sweep and bond yields going up, you know, potentially as much as 40 basis points. JJ, I'm going to ask you first.
Yeah, well, I think it's really interesting on the dollar going up because, as we all know, President Trump does not like a strong dollar. So that'll be it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But to Stephanie's point, you've seen this incredible rally in the 10-year. And I think the other thing to keep in mind as we talk about the Russell, don't forget the second largest sector in the Russell is the financials. And so as we talked a minute ago, that's a sector that, again, higher yields doesn't hurt that sector in any way, shape, or form. So you take that, you take the fact of perhaps the regulatory environment being a little bit easier for them. It could be a nice time for the financials, which is great for the S&Ps because they're also the second largest sector there.
All right, we're going to have to leave the conversation there. JJ Kinahan, great to have you. Steph Link, great to have you as well. Brian and Contessa, back over to you.
Yeah, Frank, listen, I think we've done a lot there, although when you said thinking about bond yields, David Zervo said, I don't know. So we'll get his take on that coming up after the break. I think we also have a green sweep. We got a lot of stock futures up, and Stephanie Link already has her Christmas tree up on November 6th. There's a lot more to do. Look at that. Merry Christmas, Stephanie.
That's the spirit of the season.
That nobody celebrates like Stephanie. All right, we're going to hear from legendary international investor Mark Mobius about what the international markets may say and do for you. We're back right after this.
It is 4:35 in the morning here in CNBC headquarters, and we're looking right now at the European markets' reaction to the results coming in, the election results across. You can see the Deutsche Bank. The DAX is up 1%. The CAC 40 is up 1%.
Well, Deutsche Bank is part of the Deutsche Börse. It's technically correct. I'm here to support you.
FTSE up 1 1/3, and Italy's up 1% as well. In Asia, we're seeing a stark contrast between Japan and South Korea. Well, now South Korea's turn too. You've got the Nikkei up 2.5%, but the Shanghai's off. It's been down worse than that. It's recovering somewhat. The Hang Seng, though, down by more than 2%, and the Kospi is off by 0.5%. Bitcoin hit a record earlier today, up more than $75,000. It has recovered somewhat, but now we're seeing it up 6.4%, and some of the other cryptocurrencies have been up on the day as well. As we've watched this come in, oh, here we go. This is what we were looking for. Some of the crypto stocks that we're seeing from Robinhood. You've got Robinhood up 10%, Coinbase 13%, Riot up 14%, MicroStrategy up 14%. Joining us on the desk today, David Zervos and Jay Clayton. From London, we have Mohammed El Arian, and joining the conversation, Mobius Emerging Opportunities Fund Chairman Mark Mobius. It's great to see all of you today. Thank you so much for your time. Mark, let me begin with you, if we could. I was just going through the international markets there. It looks like both Europe and Asia more broadly are fairly optimistic about the certainty that comes with a decisive win. They're factoring in, though NBC News has not projected it yet, a Trump victory.
Yeah, it's really exciting. We're sitting at the edge of our seats here in Dubai because it looks like, and of course no one knows at the end of the day, but it looks like a Trump presidential win, but also a win for the Republicans in the House and Senate. If that happens, you're going to see the U.S. economy really taking off. Lots of deregulation, which, by the way, was really very good for emerging countries. Because one of the things as I travel around the world, the incredible impact of U.S. regulations on these countries regarding, transfer of funds, know your customer, all the rest of that stuff. Hopefully that will go down the drain and there'll be much freer trade and much freer movement of currencies. The other thing is that a U.S. economy that is stronger will be great for the emerging countries because it means more trade, more investment. As you know, the U.S. is one of the largest, if not the largest investor around the world in emerging countries. So a Trump win in this way is going to be very positive for emerging countries. And I think you're seeing it already reflected in the movement of markets.
And I would say that while we know that the Senate has gone, according to NBC News, waiting on the presidency, not sure about the House, but Mark, to your point, there is a good possibility that there is some kind of a sweep, which makes, obviously, legislation, the path a lot easier. What would be, as a global investor, one of the most successful and famous in modern history, what would be something that a new Congress or a newly shaped White House could do that would spark some of that FDI, that foreign direct investment, either here or us in other countries? How would you advise a new incoming administration?
Well, first of all, don't forget the U.S. dollar is going to get stronger as a result of these changes. And that means more inflows into the U.S. from countries around the world, from investors who want to have dollars because they feel the dollar safer. One very significant thing that Trump recently said, and he said that we have to strengthen the U.S. dollar, and we can't let the U.S. dollar be weakened by other competitors. So that's a very, very significant. And I believe that if you see that strengthening dollar, more flows will flow into the U.S., but also the larger U.S. economy will mean more outflows, more investments by U.S. companies. And the most important thing is for the U.S. to let up on the regulation of foreign direct investments. You know, nowadays, when I want to make an investment in another country, we've got to go all kinds of crazy paperwork. You know, are you investing with Iran? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? Hopefully, they'll wipe this all out so that people can easily transfer money from one place to another and make investments in countries wherever they want. So I think this is going to be very, very significant.
Mohammed, can I get your reaction?
I think it will be significant if it happens. I don't think it's going to happen. But I do agree with Mark that the rest of the world is going to benefit from a positive demand effect from the U.S. It will look very carefully as to whether we get a weaponization or de-weaponization of tariffs, of trade and investment sanctions. That's a question mark. And then there's the price effect. I go back to yields. Yes, they've only moved 15 basis points, but as Stephanie said, they've moved an astonishing 70 basis points since the Fed last met. We have a Fed meeting starting today. There's going to be lots of questions as to what does the election mean for the path of rate cuts. So the rest of the world is going to welcome the demand effect, keep an eye on the weaponization of trade and investment sanction, and worry about the price effect, particularly yields, because that translates into significantly higher borrowing costs for them.
So I was just going to make a point that typically when we see a big dollar rally or the dollar strengthens, it does put pressure on emerging markets, and emerging markets have some trouble. If Mark is right and we get all this deregulation that opens up capital flows, that could offset it. But as Mohammed said, he said he agrees that that would be good, but doesn't think it would happen. And I think I'm more on Mohammed's side that that type of deregulation isn't really what Trump's all about. I think Trump wants reshoring. Trump wants stuff to happen here. I'm not sure how excited he is about either foreign direct investment coming in here or our investments going out by our companies.
I think we shouldn't, in economic policy, and I'd love everybody's reaction, I think we shouldn't forget something, that the world is more interconnected than ever before, particularly around tech. We have the 6 largest companies in the world. There's 6 tech companies. Every person that comes out of poverty, every bit of growth around the world brings a benefit back to the U.S.
For sure.
And you know, so if what we're doing sort of spurs growth around the world, it comes back to us.
We do, and I think, David, to your point, I mean, I was just showing you a headline from Der Spiegel in Germany that said, is Germany's successful economic model over? Right? Every company in the DAX. So the German Dow is called the DAX, 33 companies. The entire DAX, the 33 biggest companies in Germany combined are smaller in market cap than NVIDIA.
And they're not tech companies.
Well, you got SAP, but your point is well taken. My point is, I wonder if the competition for that investment dollar, David Zervos, it's not just that we're doing it right. Everyone else is doing it so much wronger, more wrongly.
The simple answer is we treat capital in the United States better than pretty much everybody else. So if you're going, whether it's human capital or physical capital, if you're going to walk in with $100 million and put it to work, there is no better place than putting it to work in the United States. And that's the fact. That's why our stock market does what it does. That's why the PEs in Europe are so low. That's why there's emerging market risk premiums that make it much more complicated to make money in those markets and get your money in and out of them. I don't think it's a U.S. deregulation story a la Mark that's going to help EM. EM could get dragged higher with the U.S., as Jay's talking about, which I think is an important side effect of what we're doing. But the big story tonight, the big story for the next 4 years is that we're going to make capital even more valuable in the United States. We're going to make it so people want to come here and invest more here. And I think that's a big, big story for our growth, our productivity. And if we cut back government spending at the same time we cut some taxes, I think we free up a lot of resources for our private sector.
It's interesting how often the deficit has come into the bigger picture here. Mark Mobius, thank you for getting us kicked off on an amazing conversation. Appreciate that. Ahead, outside of Tesla, Trump media and crypto, one sector that's riding the Trump trade higher this morning. We're back right after this.
The broader banking sector up just about 2.5% right now. Actually, the KRE now moving just about 9.5% higher. Here joining me now to talk much more about financials, Malcolm Etheridge, managing partner at the Capital Area Planning Group, also a CNBC contributor. Malcolm, good morning. Great to have you on board. Want to get your take on this big upside move in financials.
Yeah, it actually makes a ton of sense if you just consider the fact that there's likely a lot of pent-up M&A demand, right, over the last several years. It's been sidelined by a pretty hostile, DOJ and FTC, particularly against tech. So I imagine that's where quite a bit of the deal-making revenue will come from for the bigger banks in the XLF. I get the idea that banks are going to be positively favored, and that's benefiting the Russell 2000 right now based on their traditional metrics, savings and loans metrics. But I think more importantly, that M&A activity is what's really going to drive the banks.
And right now we're showing some of the big banks. JP Morgan up just about 6%. Goldman Sachs just above 6%. Are those the banks that you expect to see the biggest benefit? Also want to highlight Wells Fargo and Citigroup, both up over 7%.
It is. I think that those banks have the ability to adapt to whatever the market throws at it, right? Interest rates have been significantly high for the last couple of years. They adapted, found a way to make revenues during that time. And as interest rates are in a decline right now, they'll still figure out a way to make revenues during that time, where the smaller and more regional banks only really have one mechanism, which is that savings and loan, being able to clip whatever that net interest margin is in between in the sweet spot. And I think the bigger banks have moved on and don't necessarily have to rely on that type of revenue so much to have a really solid year.
And right now we're looking at the regional banks up as well. You were also looking at some of the potential downside risk in the market. We've been highlighting the rising dollar, also the rise in bond yields, especially the expectation to see an even sharper rise in bond yields if there is a quote-unquote red sweep. What are the other downside risks that you're looking at?
Yeah, so one thing that I'm particularly concerned about in the second Trump term, where he's been very clear about his interest in disempowering the Fed, is all of the other policies that we've been talking about to this point seem to be very inflationary, especially with the Republican sweep. And so you'd have, at the same time, that inflation is likely to be spiking back up, a Fed chair without the one tool that it has to combat that inflation, which is usually the control of short-term interest rates. And so I think that that could be one that we're maybe overlooking at this point as a potential headwind going forward, as we might have some spiking inflation.
All right, Malcolm Etheridge of the Capital Area Planning Group, great to have you here. Thank you very much. Contessa and Brian, back over to you.
All right, Frank and Malcolm, thank you both very much. All right, a couple quick stocks, and I'm sitting here, so we're going to take a look at some energy names that are both on the move again. We've got pre-market trades, you got Robinhood trades. There's a lot of stocks that moved all night long. Now you're starting to get some of the pre-market action coming in. First off, ExxonMobil. Interesting move here because there is a school of thought that if Donald Trump is confirmed as president, this whole drill, baby, drill would send prices down. Lower prices, excuse me, are actually bad for Exxon and Chevron. And what's interesting is that the United States is already at record high production. We don't hear a lot about it for the current White House, but we're at 13.2, 13.3. The bigger story in energy and oil and gas might be the companies that just help you drill more, not companies that are necessarily as price sensitive as an ExxonMobil. Take a look at a BKR, Baker Hughes, a Halliburton, a Schlumberger. BKR is up over 5% because they would win by just more drilling activity overall. All right. To help us through our early stretch in these early hours, let us wrap things up and bring back in Mohamed El-Arian, Jay Clayton, who's been on TV since, I think, Grover Cleveland was actually president. So Jay, thank you. And David Zervos, the most patient man in markets. We're going to wrap this up. Mohamed, listen, obviously, we don't have a sweep yet. Nothing's been confirmed. But when we did have a sweep in 2021 and 2022, it was kind of this orgy of spending, right? Single party rule. If we go back the other way, what would be your greatest economic fear?
I don't know about fear. My greatest economic expectation is what Jay and David hinted of. We're going to see major deregulation aimed at releasing the brakes on the current and future engines of growth. That is my biggest expectation. The biggest message for me is inflation matters. And the voters have punished the Democrats for not understanding that lowering inflation doesn't reduce the cost of living, for not understanding that if your purchasing power is being robbed, you don't pay as much attention to economic exceptionalism because you're worried about paying the bills. So inflation and the cost of living issue is going to have to feature high up there because that's what people voted against the Democrats in a major way.
Mm-hmm. I would actually say it's even more than that, Mohammed. It's that the price level matters, not just inflation, because cumulatively, under the Biden administration, we saw the CPI rise 21%. Under Trump and under the two Obama terms, it was basically about 7 to 8%. So it was 3 times as much of an increase in prices. So even though inflation's come all the way back, and you hear a lot of people say, well, why are the Democrats being penalized? They got inflation back to 2 and change. The fact is, everything's up 3 times as much as people normally thought would happen during any administration. So actually, it's something the Fed needs to think about a little bit because they don't like targeting price level. They like targeting inflation. And frankly, I think they lost, this election was lost because they didn't keep prices in control, not inflation, but prices.
Let me wrap up from my side with looking forward and what do corporations know now? Pretty good idea that the regulatory environment is well known and it's what I would say is accommodative in most cases. So whatever strategic plans you have, start tomorrow. And, you know, speed matters. Corporations only have so much bandwidth. The government only has so much bandwidth. You're going to have a period of time where you can execute in a new environment. Take advantage of it.
That's why Tillman got off the call so quickly earlier. He heard it. He heard it from you, and he said, "I got to hang up, Jay."
But he did. He wanted to ease those acronym agencies, as he called it, so you can get more deals done.
And you know what? Permitting reform is one of the great things the government can do to help as soon as the Trump administration gets in.
I think we just want to mention where we stand right now. NBC News has projected that the Senate will take back Republican control. That the control of the House still remains up in the air. It's too early to call that. And as of this point, though, Donald Trump has gone out in West Palm Beach and delivered a victory speech and has promised to heal the nation and to let the last 4 years be bygones. It appears right now NBC News is waiting to project.
Yeah, and he came out in front run, you know, most of the calls. We have not called it. But I will say, Jay, very quickly, like, if indeed this is where we go, let's hope that the former and maybe next president will find his better self.
Let me tell you something I learned about government. Going forward is a lot easier than going backward.
Well said. Well said. Mohammed El-Arian, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. David Zervos, thank you very much. And Jay Clayton, you've been with us since, what, 7 p.m. Eastern? 10 straight hours. Really appreciate the insight. Valuable, invaluable.
Well, that does it for Brian Sullivan and Frank Collin and myself. Thank you all for being with us this night and into the morning. CNBC's election coverage continues with a special early edition of Squawk Box. It's after this quick break. Have a great morning.
Good morning and welcome to a special edition of Squawk Box. Former President Trump has claimed victory in the presidential race. NBC News has not made that call yet, but the markets aren't waiting. They are sharply higher this morning. Republicans have retaken control of the Senate. At this hour, it's still too early to call control of the House. It is Wednesday, November 6, 2024, and Squawk Box begins right now.
Okay.
Good morning and welcome to a special edition of Squawk Box here on CNBC. We are live from the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. I am Joe Kernan along with Becky Quick and Andrew Ross Sorkin. U.S. equity futures at this hour are sharply higher. I was checking the house. It had been much higher in terms of the betting odds. It's 79% right now. I don't know whether the house goes or not. And the possibility of a sweep, though, 83%. These are on the betting markets, which were ahead of everything yesterday. It really were the way the individual states. Wisconsin flipped much earlier than anyone thought it had a chance, and it worked. Betting markets were much better than the polls. The futures, as you can see, look at the Dow now up 1,200 points. Russell 2000 futures ripping higher as well, and so are Treasury yields. But there's you can see the Russell sharply higher. Crude prices,
Treasury is up about 12 basis points. Yeah.
And crude, you figure, I thought it could be worse, given how the Trump trade supposedly means lower oil prices if there's drill, baby, drill. Bitcoin hit an all-time high yesterday, and close today. I think it's there, and then you can see the price of gold.
At one point?
At one point. It was, I don't know if you guys watched DJT yesterday. It was a little bit weird because it was up at about 43, and it went down $8
right before the close.
It was actually earlier than that, and it was weird. And then it did rebound a little bit.
Now on the move in a big way this morning.
Now it's on the move back up, but it was the betting markets did not move at the same time. And I'm talking about Kalshi, all of them. None of them moved when DJT. I'm like, what is that? And that it is different than just the pure betting markets. You don't know what any individual meme stock owner is seeing at any given time. But it was not obviously indicative of any. It had no predictive value when it sold off.
Meantime, Eamon Javers is at the table. You have not gone to sleep, I don't believe, this evening.
I got 2 hours.
Let's talk about where the race really is, what's been called, what hasn't been called, and maybe try to make some sense of what's just happened.
Well, let's start with the electoral map overall. We've got a graphic prepared that shows you where we are in terms of the battleground states that we've been looking at all through the night. There were 7 battleground states. The big kahuna in all of this was always going to be Pennsylvania with those 19 electoral college votes. Pennsylvania, as you can see here, went for Donald Trump last night. And so if you look at that electoral college map, where we are right now, Donald Trump at 266 electoral college votes. Remember, folks, you need 270, so he needs 4 votes out of those remaining states. What we're waiting for now is a call in any one of those battleground states would be big enough if it goes for Trump to tilt the balance to Donald Trump, to have him reelected. An amazing political comeback for the ages here. Take a look at Pennsylvania itself. We've got a graphic here showing how Harris and Trump did in the state of Pennsylvania. You can see there, it's not even close. Some of these state polls that we saw in Pennsylvania were so close early on. Here, Trump 50.7 to Harris 48.2. And then here's how the former president reacted to it last night. Just a couple of hours ago in Mar-a-Lago, the former president triumphantly coming out to greet his supporters. Here's what he had to say.
I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
Now, the former president there claiming victory last night in his speech to his supporters. Of course, we should note that NBC News has not called the presidential election. We are waiting for those 4 electoral college votes, so we'll wait and see where we go. But clearly, Donald Trump on the verge.
And the markets, by the way, not waiting.
Right.
The market's not waiting.
Let me ask you this. And I think because everybody's waking up trying to understand sort of what's happened, what it means. Do you look at this based on not just the presidential election, but the Senate, potentially the House, as a seismic move in the country towards the right? Do you say that this is a repudiation of the Democrats and a repudiation of the last 4 years? Do you say it's a repudiation of the left? do you when you go down these ballots and you look at some of the different ballot initiatives and try to sort of size them up against the vote, what does it mean to you?
I mean, I think number one overall, it's inflation, right? Inflation is an absolute killer for incumbents, and I think the American people do not feel how good this economy has been over the past couple of years. They feel price increases hitting their ability to buy groceries, hitting their ability to go out to dinner with their family. That sort of thing creates resentment. I think also one of the sleeper issues in this campaign was cost of housing. I mean, you see the cost of housing skyrocketing. A lot of frustrated buyers out there can't get into the market, people feeling their rent going up, feeling like that is hitting them where they live as well. So I think those two things primarily in terms of the economics. Right. But then you've got to look at all the social issues and say that Donald Trump is making an appeal to people based on immigration, the border, and sort of broader social issues like transgender rights. Right. And you've got to look at that and say the country is more with him than not. How much do you think it's the issues themselves? How much do you say he was the candidate? Meaning that there's some people who have said from the beginning that she was not the strongest candidate to be in this place. Look, there's going to be a lot that Biden was not the strongest candidate to be in that place. There's going to be a lot of recriminations in the Democratic Party when the dust settles on all of this. I think the Democratic Party turned to Joe Biden after the first Trump term because they saw him as somebody who could finally beat Donald Trump. The unity around Joe Biden in the Democratic Party was never about Joe Biden himself. It was, here was a guy from Scranton with union roots who could relate to American voters and beat Trump. They loved him for that, and then when you saw that debate earlier this summer, they abandoned him the minute they thought that he couldn't beat Trump anymore, and they went with an alternative.
The question is the politics of resistance. Is that still going to be the Democratic Party's plan? Because that's what it's been for.
I mean, I don't think the Democratic Party is going to wake up this morning and say, well, we have a whole new set of issues that we now believe in, right? But there's going to be some questions about the tactics here. Did Joe Biden wait too long to get out of this race? If he was increasing in age and frailty, as we all saw, the Democrats will say, should he have done this? Should he have gotten out a year ago?
Right, but when you look at
the Democrats an opportunity,
but it also looks like the Democrats have lost almost across all demographies, right? Yeah, almost all demographies. So that's a different situation.
When did you broach the even remote possibility that Trump would win the popular vote? Did you ever?
I didn't broach any of the possibilities or not broach any of the possibilities.
I think
mean,
okay, not you. Let's say just media in general. Did anyone ever? So you think it's she was a 27% popularity vice president. Now, suddenly she became something that I guess we were told was very popular. And even though she didn't do many interviews, she didn't answer many questions, she still answered questions with word salad, and yet we still were under the impression by some sectors of the media, and it never. It was always.
That's why I'm saying there are going to be these recriminations among Democrats.
I hope there's recrimination.
Because there wasn't a primary.
Do you think there will be among mainstream media too? You think anyone gets their news from mainstream media?
I mean, I think this was the election of long-form podcasts, right? I mean, that you could feel that political power.
I just think you're missing my point.
If you heard Trump overnight on stage, I think Dana White was the one who spoke out and gave a shout out to Joe Rogan too, on the things that came through with this. I think the big question is what happens if this is a red wave that takes over the House as well. Trump last night said, promises made, promises kept.
Right.
And I think the market is already looking at that and trying to figure out what that means.
I was talking about this late last night with Mark Short, the former Mike Pence advisor. What is Donald Trump's legislative agenda if he gets in? Obviously, tariffs is where you start. Immigration is where you start. But there's no sort of big legislative push waiting in the wings like there was back in 2017.
What about the taxes?
Taxes, yep. Well, look, you had repeal and replace Obamacare back in 2017.
You want to know what the legislative agenda is? I can tell you the legislative agenda. Can we pick it up? Grab the guys in the control room. Grab the tweet from Elon Musk. This is the policy, and you're going to see it. No, but because, and I don't know if everyone's going to understand this reference.
The kitchen sink.
This is him with the kitchen sink. But what's important about this is he also displayed a picture of himself walking into the lobby of Twitter when he first bought it, with the kitchen sink.
Right.
And meaning that it's time to really slim things back.
It's time to really slim things back. And so I think there's going to be a big role that Elon Musk is going to play in this administration, or at least he's hoping to play.
If all your concerns about the terrible times that we're going to be subjected to because of Elon Musk and what he says he's going to do, the market's up about 1,300 points. So at this point, doesn't seem to be that much concern.
The question is,
austerity.
What will Elon Musk be able to do if he's given this commission, right? Because there's there've been a lot of commissions in Washington history.
Do you not see this as a
waste, fraud.
repudiation of almost everything that the left has?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
I do see it as that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's what I just said.
You know, just saying it's inflation, and we never and the people still didn't know how good they had it with the economy, even though they still didn't have the buying power they had 4 years ago.
Well, that's the inflation issue. Yeah, absolutely.
I know
it's
that.
a huge issue.
But this is a significant I mean, look, it's across the board.
But it's also,
I mean, we may not have called it yet at NBC, but it might be a sweep.
It's
and the popular vote.
Yeah, he could end up with all of the battleground states today.
You might as well just say all of the above.
It's the border. It's the social
issues.
It's the
DEI. It's everything.
It's all of those. And
it is. It's almost
lots
like
of demographics.
Once every 4 years, we get not the mainstream media legacy, coastal elitist view of the world, and you actually see what's going on in the real world once every 4 years. And that's maybe what we're seeing right now. It's a shock to people, a lot of people, but maybe not everyone, right? 312, is that where we're going to be with electoral votes?
We will see.
I know I was wrong on Romney, but I've always been saying about 312.
We will see. We will
right?
see.
Wasn't 312 my number?
What was 312?
My 312, my number. 312.
Electoral college. Had you been talking about that?
Yeah, and you told me I said that about Romney. But yes, 300 plus. And even Michigan probably at this point. I don't know. What have we called at this point? Is Michigan done?
We're not there yet.
North Carolina, Pennsylvania. I mean, we don't have. If you take a look at that map, we're still waiting on Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada.
The betting sites are like 99%.
Nevada.
Yeah.
Eamon Javers, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll be seeing a lot more of you this morning.
We'll have continuing coverage of the 2024 election and the response in the markets as we head to break. Take a look at the biggest pre-market gainers in the S&P 500. Obviously, Sylvia, people could say, well, the uncertainty has been removed, and that's always a good thing for the markets. But if it is a red sweep, there are some people that think that's, or at least will make the case it's going to be inflationary or just not what markets typically want, and that is single-party control. Would you be worried if the Republicans do take the House as well as the presidency and the Senate?
Good morning, Joe. Well, I think, if you kind of look back through history, when you had a split Congress and president, you tend to get better average annualized returns. They're about 15% or so. And when you have a Republican president and, essentially same Congress, it's about 12%. So, for average annual returns are still pretty positive, 12%. That's kind of in line with the S&P 500, maybe a little bit higher. So I'm not too worried about it. I think the one fear for markets and investors will be inflation and how policies impact that. But then on the other side of it, if you look at some of the other good that can come out of it, you kind of get like re-domestication, small caps start to rally again, onshoring, industrial boom, manufacturing boom, energy, crypto could continue to grow here. So, there's pluses and minuses with everything with these policies.
Does it matter to the markets if corporate tax rates do not go up? Does it matter to the markets if there's deregulation, or are these things offset? We see the bond market, yields up 12 basis points, whatever it is. We are talking potentially about tariffs. We are talking potentially about some taxes coming down on, who knows what happens with tips and with overtime and, that sort of that Oprah list of giveaways that we've seen from Trump. The market, it's only 2%. I don't want to overstate what 1,200 points is, but it still is a very positive reaction so far to what could be, a higher deficit and higher inflation.
Yeah, and on the other side of it, I think it could also be, better balance sheets, better revenues and things like that for corporations. I do think it matters to corporations because, as you said, look at all the futures, right? The market likes it, it's rallying. And so I think it'll impact certain areas of the market more than others. So, for example, financials might be better off with the deregulation. For technology, it could go either way, right? You like the deregulation, that certainly helps the Apples and Metas and Googles of the world. But on the other side, the tariffs could be a negative and could kind of balance that out. So we'll kind of see how that lands, whether that turns out to be more of a negotiation tactic or an actual, ding to some of those companies. So it really depends. But things like crypto can rally. I mean, look at MicroStrategy futures right now. It's clearly like the idea of deregulation there seems to be very favorable to markets.
Would you dabble in any foreign markets? And I'm not sure this would be a time to get long some of them. I mean, are there concerns in some European countries, in China, it's a global market for someone like you. I'm sure there's some consternation abroad right now in some of the hallowed halls of people in Germany, maybe even in China, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we look at the markets, we'll probably have a bias towards U.S. and onshore, particularly things like small caps, manufacturing, the idea of AI power growth, things like this. I don't know that we'll be allocating to China at the moment, just because there could be tensions there on trade and tariffs and things like that. So we'll have to let that play out a little bit. But I think it's very much going to be an onshore domestic trade, and I think that helps U.S. markets rally into the end of the year. And there'll probably be some trepidation offshore.
Would you ever own a bond again?
Well, I mean, I kind of have a bias towards equities anyway, so I'm probably not the best person to ask for that. I just think staying invested, there's $6.5 trillion in money markets right now. And if you just look at equity markets this year and just over the last 100 years, I'm just a believer in, kind of dollar cost averaging into broad-based indices. Maybe XMAG gets some exposure to something other than the Mag 7, but ahead of the election, I wasn't really positioning for one candidate over the other. I think that being invested in the market is how you win over time. And so I'm going to stay long equities.
There have been some comments that former President Trump made about, I don't want to get into office right in time for, I don't want to be Hoover. I don't want to get into office right in time for a recession. And it's been, we were looking for a recession. Yeah, for the last 24 months, we were thinking about a recession. Someday there will be one. And depending on some of these policies that we're talking about, tariffs, et cetera, I mean, do you expect the economic picture of this country to change in the next 12 months? Do you think we're setting ourselves up for maybe the slowdown now, or do you think Trump, with whatever he does, do you think it actually either continues growth or even hastens the growth?
Yeah, and I think it goes back to my comment about not positioning for the election. And I think the reason I didn't and I stayed invested.
You might have to now. If it's a sweep.
You might have to now, for sure. Yeah. I mean, but I think going into it, we have a strong economy. Jobs were good, wages were good, ISM number looks great, manufacturing is growing. So I don't expect a recession, kind of like regardless of who was elected within the next 12 months. We'll have to see what happens with policies, right? If you're going to spend a lot of money and cut taxes, you obviously have to raise that somewhere else, right? And I don't know if that comes from tariffs. I don't know kind of where that comes from. Maybe it comes from overall economic expansion and growth, but that's, kind of remains to be seen. So,
Sylvia,
yes.
For a long time, markets have wanted gridlock in Washington. We've been asking the question lately, though, if that has gotten to the point where nothing gets done. Not only do you never get a budget, you don't get any resolution on major issues like immigration, that clearly the voters have pushed up and said that this is a priority. That's going to mean a lot of change, potentially a lot of sweeping reform, probably like we haven't seen since the beginning of the Obama administration. Is that good news at this point or not?
Yeah, I think it depends on what actually kind of passes through, right? So I think there's uncertainty around that. But as you said, I think investors and voters are, kind of voting that they want change here. So it's arguably what we want, and we'll have to see, what policies actually go into play and what happens. But I think the biggest risk when we think about just like market specific with all of this, it's going to be inflation and the path of the deficit. So we'll have to watch how that stays under control.
Maybe you should buy some commodities. I don't know, an index, maybe gold.
MicroStrategy.
It's like a buy. It's like a David Tepper buy everything except bonds market today. All right, Sylvia, thank you.
Thank you.
Is your mother alive? Do you remember that song, Sylvia's Mother? I just thought of that. I don't know. Do you remember? Did you used to think about that?
No, but I'll go out and Google it. I've never heard a song, but still get
Google
it.
it. All right, it's on Spotify. You can find it.
All right, I'll check it out.
Probably 40 years old now that I think about it.
His mother, all I can think of is her baby. When we come
that's
back,
even older.
Yeah, when we come back, continuing coverage of the 2024 election and the response in the markets. Up next, the latest on the balance of power in Congress and some key races to watch. Right now, though, as we head to a break, let's take a look at the price of oil. It's down this morning only by about 1.6%, still above $70 a barrel at $70.81. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
Good morning. I want to get to Washington, D.C. this morning. Emily Wilkins joins us now. She's been taking a look at the balance of power in Congress and some of the key races overnight. Good morning to you, Emily. Where do things stand?
Good morning, Andrew. Well, Republicans are starting today feeling very good, but it is not over yet, at least for the entirety of Congress. For the Senate, it is over. Republicans have flipped the Senate. They have picked up now 2 seats. That includes Ohio, where Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown was not able to outrun Trump's momentum in the state. Really, the question right now for the Senate is how big the Republican majority will be. Of course, the larger it is, the more difficult it's going to be for any one senator to hold up legislation. You guys, of course, remember how Joe Manchin was able to hold up a lot of Biden's agenda because of slim margins. So that's really what we're looking for now in the Senate. Going to the House, it's still a toss-up at this point. We've seen Republicans make some gains in Pennsylvania and Michigan, and we've seen Democrats make some gains in New York. But there are a lot of uncalled races at this point, from Virginia to Alaska. And remember, last time we didn't get a call on the House until about 2 weeks after the election. So this is going to take some time. Now, if the GOP wins the House, then Republicans unlock a process that will allow them to pass major legislation without having to get that 60-vote threshold in the Senate. But even if Democrats win, Republicans are going to have to find a way to work with them, because remember, we're approaching yet another fiscal cliff that's going to require raising the debt ceiling. And plus, if the 2017 tax law expires, many Americans would be paying more in taxes, and that is something neither party wants. Andrew?
Emily, in terms of just the timing of all of this, in terms of when you think we're going to have a better sense of where the House stands, because we're looking at the stock market now up about 1,200 points on the Dow. I think under the expectation that this could be a red sweep across the board, White House, House, Senate. Obviously, this has not been called at all. The House in particular seems to be up for grabs to some degree. At what point do you think that we will have a better sense of this?
That's a really great question, Andrew, because a lot of the races, if it continues to be this close with kind of Dems getting one, Republicans getting one, which is what we've basically seen all of tonight, a lot of it's going to come down to what we see in California. There are a number of competitive races there, a number of Republicans trying to hold on to their seats with very slim margins. A lot of these are seats that Biden won in 2020. So the question is, did Trump make a lot of gains in California as we're seeing him make some gains in other parts? And if that is the case, then yes, you could certainly see a Republican sweep and potentially a larger margin for the next speaker to work with, and potentially Republicans avoiding some of that chaos that you've seen for the last 2 years.
Emily Wilkins, thank you for that. I'm sure we'll be back to you a lot more this morning. I'm curious from you guys what you think this indicates. Do you think that the stock market, given where the prediction markets are, indicates that the stock market thinks that a sweep is happening?
I think so.
And the question is, if they don't get a sweep, so we always talk about how the markets like, to some degree, divided government. Would they like the House? But would they like the House to be Democratic for whatever reason?
All my questions.
But I think I think the frustration has come in with the idea that you can no longer get anything done, and in any way, shape, or form.
Be careful what you wish for. Gridlock is a time-tested positive for the. But it's only 2%, Andrew, and who knows where it goes from here. I don't know if I'd read too much into an embrace of a House and Senate just going crazy with
Trump. I mean, you can look at other indicators, by the way. Take aside the DJT of it all.
Look at gold.
You can look at
People
gold.
Keep
look at the 10-year.
Because of certainty, the market likes certainty. I don't think there's certainty here. I don't think that's the case, because I think
there's certainty about the White House. There's certainty about the Senate.
I don't think there's certainty. There's not certainty as to whether you have a full Republican sweep all the way through, and if you do, what that means, because I think there will be big changes that come down on immigration. I think it was.
But he can do a lot.
Any appointment he will want to put in place.
He can get in his whole cabinet.
Any Supreme Court nominee he wants to put through, he'll be able to put went through without any checks on any of it. So there is some big change.
Pop this screen up.
You'll get some things
even
done.
before that, he can do regulatory stuff. And we heard how he's going to be a dictator. What he meant by a dictator on day one is he's going to close the border immediately. That's what he meant.
So bring that S&P screen back where we just had it, because look at Tesla. Tesla up about 15% this morning. And so the question there...
That's weird.
Yeah, so the question there is the value... I actually think it's possible that the value of whatever Elon's relationship and closest to the president will be, and whatever marketing you get from that, and all the other things...
Breaking news, this is...
May very well be.
I'm going to say it with a straight face, but breaking news, NBC is calling the election for President Trump.
Wisconsin pushes him up to 276. I think, again, this is something the markets and a lot of other people had already figured out. There's a process for doing this at NBC News and going through it. Andrew, to your point on what to anticipate from Tesla and beyond, if you look at shares of Ford and GM, they're also higher today because of the idea that you're not going to have competition coming from China with some of these companies. But with Elon, I wonder if there's a double-edged sword, because
they both shouldn't be up.
About 40% of
Either
Tesla
EVs
sales come from China.
Right? It's either EVs or not. It's weird that...
Well,
it's interesting. You got this red wave that's been almost anti-EV, right? Because there's been a political push almost that is anti-EV at the same time, right? And you're going to have the drilling, so if you're going to have lower oil prices, you'd think that more combustion engines would do well. I mean, there's a lot of sort of moving pieces to this. And then the idea that Rivian, oddly enough, right, is down close to 5%. I mean, does that mean that they think that Rivian's going to be punished by Trump to help Tesla?
You would think that he's in a good position, but there's also... you would think Elon's in a pretty good position.
Well, except for, I don't know if you guys heard earlier this morning, Eunice Yoon was on from Beijing, and she was talking to Brian and Contessa about how this is being perceived in China. She said people there kind of look at Elon Musk as a second vice president to Donald Trump.
Right.
And I wonder if at some point there's backlash to that if these tariffs do go in place and if there's massive push to punish Chinese sales. Tesla has about 40% of its sales that come from China. They don't break it out specifically, but that's what Dan Ives thinks. It's about 40% of their sales coming from China. This obviously is going to be good news for SpaceX and any of the other that are doing
Some people think that Harris might have punished, or there was a perception she might have punished Tesla. And
that's
therefore
true.
This is
maybe the stock was under as a result.
You know, I got a...
But the question is, how was Tesla punished during this period?
But
do we know? Do you have any idea about that?
How she would do that?
No. How you're saying she was?
No,
there was
saying
concern
that there was a
ahead of time that she might have punished.
And so that was a hangover. There was a hangover on the stock.
Supposedly, I don't know. Someone just
interesting. Okay.
You know, the great Ari Emanuel, who and Rahm's his brother. So I'm needling him, obviously, today. And I don't know how I don't know where he is. I hope he's okay. But I just said, man, the weather's just going to get horrible now. I mean, think about it. I mean, the climate's going to go straight into the toilet. So that was I just thought about that with Tesla. So think about that.
I'm going to try. Not too hard, but I'm going to try. Coming up on the other side of this, a lot more right here on Squawk Box this morning. Continuing coverage of the 2024 election and the response in the markets. You're looking at a lot of green on your screen this morning as a result of where things stand. NBC calling it now for, let's call it, President Donald Trump. Right now, as we head to a break, check out some of the big decliners, though, this morning. We showed you some of the green before. Here's some red for you. First Solar, Sunrun, Enphase Energy, all down big double digits there. One of the reasons we were raising some questions about the move on the other end of Tesla and some of the others. Interesting that Rivian was down. Nonetheless, we're going to talk about all this and so much more over the next 3.5 hours as a special edition of Squawk Box. The day after the election rolls on. Good morning and welcome back to a very special edition of Squawk Box. If you are just waking up right now, NBC News now officially projecting that Donald Trump has won the presidency. Dow futures are up literally right now more than 1,000 points on the back of that news. You're looking at a lot of green on your screen. Looks like the Republicans have taken the Senate. We're still waiting on the House. Let's take a look right now, though, at Tesla shares as well. Those shares soaring this morning, 15%. You're also looking at shares of Trump Media right now. We can show you that, up about 25%, maybe more. It is quite something. Yeah. One of the things that we were talking about, by the way, on that front, which I don't totally understand, is you would think, given the role that Elon's going to play in this administration, either X is going to be, this should be either a boon to X or a boon to DJT and Truth Social. How it's a boon to both, I'm not completely sure.
I know. It's not Sirius XM. I don't understand.
So that part I still am a little bit mystified about.
They're at one
stuff.
point, they were almost equal in market value. It's got to go, DJT has to go up another 10, 15%.
Robert Frank is here, folks.
Yes, they're both around market value of around $10 billion, which is amazing considering DJT had about $1.2 million in revenue in the first half of the year, $16 million in losses the recent quarter. No, we don't know what Twitter's finances are.
It's very memey. It's a meme stock without the short position. That's all.
And it was also interesting last night.
You wonder what he does. Does he sell his stake at this point?
In the 6 o'clock hour, we're going to talk.
As a potential conflict of interest, as you would have cabinet secretaries or people who move into positions in the administration.
I mean, Donald Trump owned a hotel.
No, I'm just saying it might be a good thing for him to sell at these prices.
Nancy, he might want to, sure.
Nancy owned every chip stock.
But I don't think conflict of interest is going to enter into Donald Trump's calculations about this, because he's going to look at it and say, I can own this business. I've owned businesses while I was president before, and I can benefit financially from them.
I could see him saying, I will sell it as a potential.
Well, the other question is, from an economic perspective, is if you are a Fortune 500 company that historically has not been willing to advertise on Truth Social, for whatever reason. By the way, you haven't been willing to advertise on X either, though, which is as much at least. Do you now decide, okay, the water's warm, I'm going in, and I'd like to help myself? And does that help yourself? I don't know the answers to these questions. And then, of course, there'll be a lot of reporting suggesting that this is that some company's done this and it's some kind of great conflict.
In the first Trump administration, Twitter was his messaging vehicle for White House communications, right. And that helped Twitter. The question would be,
but it didn't really help Twitter. That was actually the sort of ironic part about it. It helped them in terms of users, right? But it did not help them in terms of the economics.
The old Twitter management banned him.
Right.
Well, that was later.
But that was later.
I know, but he was banned for a couple of years, wasn't he? How long was it?
But
it was a while.
Yeah, it was until Elon took it over.
If you look at DJT stock last night, it was up and then it was down, and then it's been all over the place. Even though in
the middle of the session it went down and the prediction markets didn't move. It looked like something. So, it went down $8.
Andrew, to your point, is the most important one. Yes, if he had lost, it goes to zero. But then my question: if he wins, what's the business plan that then capitalizes other than? Yes, this is a proxy for his popularity, so therefore we know he's even more popular today than he was yesterday based on these. What does that mean? Can you build a business around that? Right. Is it his main form of communication as president? We just don't know that yet.
Guys, why don't we talk a little bit about tax policy and what we might anticipate, because we knew that the tax cuts were expiring at the end of the year. What does this set us up for?
Yeah, so you guys are talking about what is the legislative agenda, right? One thing we know has to happen, because by law it has to happen, is those taxes. And one of the first orders of business will be those 2017 tax cuts. He's vowing to extend the individual provisions of the 2017 tax cuts. Now, under an extension, about 3/4 of Americans would get a tax cut. That compares to whether those tax cuts would expire. Those benefits, though, are very top-heavy, and they're going to be expensive. Nearly half the benefits of an extension go to those making $450,000 a year or more. Looked at another way, the top 1% of Americans get a tax cut of about 3.2%, an average of about $70,000. Middle-income households, they get a tax cut of about 1.2%, or about $1,000. Now, extending these cuts is expected to cost around $4 trillion in lost revenue. Trump promised even more tax cuts on the campaign. Joe mentioned earlier, he talked about eliminating Social Security taxes, overtime pay, tip income, getting rid of the current $10,000 cap on state and local deductions. All of those, add that together, $10 trillion over the next 10 years. Even with some tariff revenue, his tax plan would add between $4 and $7 trillion to the deficit. Obviously, a lot depends here on what happens to the House, because if it's a divided government, he's not going to get all this. But this is going to be expensive, and the question will be, and Eamon's going to probably have a better answer than this for me, but will there be the deficit hawks in the House allow a $4 to $7 trillion expansion of the deficit on the back of tax cuts?
And that would be my question, though. If Trump sticks with what he said, I keep saying last night, this was this morning at 2:30 in the morning when he started speaking, he said, promises made, promises kept. Are there Republicans in the House or in the Senate who are going to say no to what is going to be a very popular president when he first comes in?
I mean, we haven't seen a whole lot of Republicans in Trump's career to date willing to stand up and go toe-to-toe with him. I don't think after this sweeping victory today, you're going to see a lot of Republicans say, you know what, Trump's on the wrong side of this. I think Trump gets what he wants. The out-of-power party usually falls in love with fiscal responsibility, right, when the opposing president's trying to do stuff. I do think if there are some Democrats on Capitol Hill, they might, who are in positions of power, they might say, you know, we're going to resist some of this deficit expansion. But
they're not going to fight the tax cuts all in all, because that would mean raising, that would mean raising taxes.
Unless there's a Democratic Speaker of the House, you know, where they do control a lot in terms of what legislation comes to the floor, and they have to cut a deal. You know, Trump gets what he wants.
There's no way Trump gets rid of the SALT for the blue states.
I agree with you, but if the House is tight enough, there are 10 or 12 Republicans in blue states that have promised their constituents, I will not vote for anything that doesn't eliminate or at least expand.
And then you got some Democrats in blue states that abandon all their principles about income redistribution for their wealthy, like Gottheimer.
Well, except for that it does impact middle-income Americans in these states.
We know who benefits from it.
The other thing that's interesting about SALT is, you know, one thing you could do is just adjust it for inflation. I mean, you know, that $10,000, if it's kept, it's going to start applying to a much. You look at what's happened to property taxes and property values. This is going to expand to include a lot more people.
What happens on corporate taxes? Are we down to 15%?
I think unless that's isolated to, you know, and again, it's hard to define, companies that manufacture X percent in America, which, you know, is that going to be a large group? So
you think otherwise we're sitting at 20? We stay at 21%.
I think it's going to be hard if he adds in all this other stuff. Especially SALT, Social Security. So Social Security part is the most expensive expansion that he's talked about. I think it's going to be hard to say, and we want to lower the corporate tax rate. There will be people like Larry Kudlow that are going to push for that very hard.
I mean, we talked about the governor of all of this, maybe even being the bond market. You know, Larry Fink was out with an op-ed yesterday. I don't know if you saw in the Wall Street Journal. I believe it's actually in the physical paper this morning, talking about how we need to deal with our debt deficits, and specifically, though, said the only real way to get there is through growth. So I actually thought that was sort of
he's right about that.
He, of course, is a longtime Democrat. And so the issue of sort of where the taxes really net out and how much you think the bond market either speaks up or doesn't may have a huge impact on all this.
What we don't know is ultimately how much appetite the bond market has for American deficits, right? We don't know what the extreme limit of American borrowing is. We may be about to find out here. And if the bond market starts to go a little wiggly, that, as you say, could be a regulator on Washington to say, you know what, these deficits are going too far. But I think Larry Fink makes a good point in that op-ed,
which is the Obama administration. If people remember,
we had the sequester, right?
Well, we had a deal to force them. We're learning a horrible. It's sending horrible signals right now that 37 trillion is okay, and we can be at 430 on the 10-year. That's a horrible signal. That's like MMT is fine.
Yeah, but the bond market is super chill, right?
I know, but that's because we got the reserve currency in the world and we're spoiled. But it's a bad lesson that I think it's teaching.
And by the way, the 10-year yield is just 13 basis points, and that is not a small move.
I mean, but the politicians aren't going to cut their way to fiscal sanity. Right? There's no incentive for a politician to cut spending. Every single dollar that's spent has somebody on the receiving end of it who benefits, who's a political figure. The way to get out of this is, as Larry Fink says, through economic growth. You can grow your way.
When Rick Santelli has like 4 or 5 Fs on some refundings,
then you'll know.
Then you'll know.
The other reason that...
But you won't know until that day. I mean, it's one of those things where you're walking up to a cliff blindfolded and you don't know where the cliff is.
It happened in the UK 2 years ago. It's happened in France. We've kind of been more immune. because of our
and also, as a huge
status.
country, you know, you don't have bond vigilantes out there trying to like take down the United States just because the scale of the thing would be prohibitive. But maybe, I mean, it's something.
We also have a luxury of an extremely strong economy and a strong stock market, which is generating capital gains revenue and very strong personal income taxes. So if you look at income taxes as a share of GDP, we're at sort of or near the high end of the historical norm. Even on the corporate tax rate, which I know, Andrew, you made the point that corporate tax collections are low, it's actually the highest on a percentage basis that has been in the past 20 years, and that is because we're growing GDP at 3 to 4%. What happens?
You have to stay at 3. I mean, that was the point. That
what
one of the
happens?
right piece is you have to be 3+.
Well, 3 is the magic number.
Maybe if we take
to get out of jail.
If Elon takes the 23% spending down and the economy stays strong, maybe we do start making progress.
Sure. The question is how do you,
how is that
the
possible?
biggest issue is
I don't know, but you
we
said
have
it's
to
very
take,
strong right
I don't
now.
disagree that you have to take the cost down. But the second you start to take the cost down,
you can't just fire people.
Then you
can
might slow it down.
You can create a spiral.
Would you settle for 2% instead of 3%?
No,
GDP?
I would not. I would not.
Then you have a tax revenue problem, and then when you're cutting taxes and you're generating slower revenue, that's going to add to the
Your
deficit.
point is a very interesting one. This is not the same as Twitter. You can't go in.
Elon Musk can't just walk in there and start giving pink slips to people. There are civil service protections for the federal workforce that would have to be adjudicated. There's also members of Congress who have pet projects in the federal government who like certain things that the federal government is
like
doing.
the IRA.
And
What?
they will resist
When did that happen?
Elon Musk trying to cut their pet project, right? I mean, the reason the government is so bloated is because somebody somewhere wants it to be bloated and benefits from that. You have to take on those incentives. Right. And the politicians never have the incentives
How
to
does
do
that,
it. Elon
does it
Musk
have to
won't
go
be able
through
to do it.
Congress to do that, or can it be an executive order that is then adjudicated through the
You would have to, I mean,
court system?
I would think you have to go through Congress ultimately. They have the power of the purse, right?
strings,
So
right.
they control the budgets for all these agencies. So you've got to get Congress to then pass a law cutting the budgets for agencies, which Congress has said it wants the budgets to be high for.
Including the IRS.
Maybe we sacrifice the dollar. And like Paul Tudor Jones says, we
that's the Paul
inflate our
Tudor
way out of
Jones.
it. We don't
or inflation. You can inflate your way out of it.
we know we can't issue as much as
And
we
we
want.
just saw the power of inflation.
No one will ever sacrifice. No Treasury Secretary will ever
Heyman,
say
Robert,
sacrifice.
thanks, guys.
Thank you.
They've
Yes,
never.
we get to vote on
But that's been that's what we've had the last 4 years.
All right, when we come back, continuing coverage of the 2024 election and the response in the markets this morning. Right now, as we head to a break, let's take a look at the chip stocks. Intel shares actually up by 5%. There have been people questioning what it would mean for Intel if the CHIPS Act gets reversed. NVIDIA shares up by 1.5%. You've got Qualcomm, Advanced Micro, and Broadcom all up as well. Squawk Box will be right back. All right, if you are just waking up, NBC News projecting that Donald Trump has won the presidential election. Of course, President Trump declaring this himself last night, and the market's certainly getting there pretty quickly, too. Joining us right now is Axios co-founder Mike Allen. And Mike, I want to first of all give you credit because you told us off camera, I think we reported it on camera after, but you told us last week that you thought by 5 a.m. we would know what had happened. You weren't sure which direction, but you said we'll know something, and you were absolutely right. What do you think of how this has played out?
Yeah, Becky, President Trump surprised across the country, across every demographic group. You know, going into this, a lot of people said, well, there were two scenarios, right? A convincing Harris win or a narrow Trump path. A Trump romp was not a scenario that most operatives, experts saw. How did he do it? One, massive move with Latino voters and improving his margins with voters that Vice President Harris won, but that he did much better with, including women, including independents. And by doing much better among those groups than people expected, she way underperformed what she needed to do. He assembled this incredible victory where the blue wall crumbled. NBC and others called it for him after the second of the three states in the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin fell, leading in Michigan. Added up, and it's an incredible comeback. Makes him a transformational figure in American history, one of the pivotal American political figures ever.
Yeah, part of this is Kamala Harris underperformed, I think, in every county relative to Joe Biden 4 years ago. But the other part of this is Trump was appealing to a much broader spectrum of people. He brought in people like Elon Musk. He brought in RFK Jr. He brought in Tulsi Gabbard, and really made for a very decisive win across the board.
I think she didn't outperform it by more than 3% anywhere, I think is what.
Oh, I thought it was underperformed in every single
I think she was unable to outperform by more than, and that was only in a few places, right, Mike?
Yeah, this was geographic, this was demographic, and look at the issues. It turns out that the issue of immigration and inflation, the two I's, were very powerful, border and prices. They're real world issues. And every day on Squawk, as we looked at the data, we looked at 2/3 to 70% of Americans who said America was on the wrong track. That sure looked insurmountable. And it wasn't showing up in a 50-50 poll. A presidential election, astonishing, like week after month, barely moved. But now we see she had unbelievable headwinds, and Americans were saying they.
I can't wait, Mike, for Ann Seltzer's poll in 4 years. This is the one I'm really looking forward to again. The Iowa. What happened? Do you know? Can you? How do things like that? I guess Wisconsin's, or that was Iowa, but it must be impossible. That's an embarrassment, isn't it? Again.
It was an outlier poll, and this is for your viewers. Axios.
No,
we always take.
She got famous.
Squawk. You take the long view, and this is one of the earliest things I learned as a political reporter, that any given poll can be wrong. Don't hang your hat on any given poll, but every poll isn't wrong, and we see that again here. Look, former President Trump was ahead again and again. It was in the margin, and so we rightly said that it was a coin flip election. But if you look back, he was slightly ahead in swing state after swing state, and now it looks like he may carry all 7 of them. He's leading in the 3 where the networks have declared him a winner.
Mike, I want to thank you. We've got, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We got Roger here at the table. I want to bring him into this conversation. Roger Altman here at 6 a.m., just about 6 a.m., founder and senior chairman of Evercore.
Good morning.
You were supportive of Kamala Harris. I'm so curious what your takeaway of this election is as you look at what's happened here. How much of this was a repudiation of her personally? How much of it was a repudiation of the last 4 years? How much of it was a repudiation of the left, if that is to be said? And what kind of soul-searching or introspection you think happens on a morning like this?
Well, do we have 4 or 5 hours?
We have 3. As it happens, we have 3.
We do have 4 today, yeah.
Well, first of all, I mean, I think you have to acknowledge that Trump is a gifted political athlete. I mean, he just is. And anybody who tries to say differently, I think, is just wrong. I'm not his biggest fan, but you have to acknowledge that. Secondly, the country obviously is shifting, or has shifted, to the right. I saw in an exit poll, only 29% of voters in that poll identified as liberal. And Trump dominated the other
Is it
71.
the country shifting, or is it the Democratic Party that ran so far left?
Well, the result, I think, is the same. In other words, I would think it's some of each. I mean, if you look at for example, and Mike was just talking about the issue